house when you popped in.
Not about that healthy shit.
Yeah.
I need as
Yo.
much much drugs and hookers as I can get.
See, so I guess we got to balance that out, though. You know, you go for the drugs and hookers, and some of us are going for the health.
I mean, it's inevitable. We all die eventually.
Well, I'm
Very
glad I
true.
hit live right when this topic started up.
Oh shit!
Okay, so this is the good word. Fucking, I'm like, all right, I'm ready to get this bitch done. I want my gun. I want to go blatting, like, you know. So I'm about to go down to the shop and whatever and order my fucking muzzle device for it.
What words is he saying?
Words that are words? I don't know how to explain words. Either way, I was about to go down to the shop to order my muzzle device, and I'm like, hold on. I probably should check to see, like, because I'm not about waiting fucking 2 weeks to have my fucking gun shipped down to California and then get pin and welded and then shipped back to me. So I'm like, there's got to be someone fucking local who can do this. So I talked to my friends over at a gunsmithing place, and I'm like, yo, can you fuckers do this? And they're like, nah, we can't. But we know these two dudes who can. And I'm like, cool, give me these two dudes' names and like numbers. Contacted the first one. They're also buddies of mine. And they're like, yeah, we don't actually do it here. We have a dude who comes in. We'll call you back when, like, we'll check with him, see the pricing, and we'll call you back. I'm like, cool. I'm like, all right, well, in the meantime, we'll call the other fucker and see what's going on. So I called them. They're like, oh, yeah, we don't do it in-house, but what we do is ship it out to this one guy. Here's the gunsmith's number. Check him out. I'm like, all right. So I contacted this guy who's, like, now 3 dudes down the line. I'm like, yo, I need to get my fucking gun, like, the legal link. Make it so. And the dude's like, all right, well, that's easy. It's $200. And I'm like, cool. So I hang up the phone because that's fucking insane. I call another place, and I'm like, yo, I need to get my gun, like, the legal link. And he's like, well, what's your gun? I'm like, it's AR-15. And they're like, what brand of AR-15? And I'm like, I feel a fucking incoming. So I'm like, Noveski? And they're like, all right, hold on. And then I just hear him yell in the background, yo, Bob, we got a fucking AR-15 Noveski. What you know about that shit? And the guy's like, I don't know, hold on. Is it, like, threaded already? And the guy's like, oh, is it threaded? I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, it's fucking threaded. I'm like still sitting here on the phone, hearing their like back conversation. He goes, I don't know, like fucking $80 or so. The guy like pops back and he's like, yeah, it'll be like fucking $90. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Hang up the
He
phone.
pops in, oh, that'll be $90.
Yeah, hey, I fucking hang up the phone. I'm sitting here now, like fucking like irate because it's like not a single one of these dirty ass dudes could fucking put a muzzle device on my gun and pin and weld that shit for a reasonable price. I'm gonna have to ship this motherfucker to Cali to have them pin and weld a muzzle device on it because they're only going to charge me $30, but it'll take like 2 weeks. So that's like, you know, the day and the plight of Flippy.
It must be horrible to not know how to use tools.
It is.
Everybody who knows how to use tools.
It's
It
not only
actually
that he
is.
doesn't know. It's not only that he doesn't know how to use tools. He also has like the patience of like a 3-year-old, and he's trying to save money. You're like, fuck all 3 ways.
Dude, like
Either-
2 weeks though.
No. Either learn to wait, learn to pay up, or learn to use tools, dude.
How much is shipping gonna cost you? Because I'm assuming that's extra above the $30.
Oh no, it's free. Basically, I'd go down to Rifle Gear, give them my upper. They would be like, all right, hand us $30. I hand them the $30. They fucking ship it to Cali with my muzzle device, and then it gets like pin and welded, and then they ship it back, and then like they'll call me up and be like, yo, it's been like 2.5 weeks and shit. Here's your fucking like blat machine. I'll be like, yo, cool.
Noveski get all fucking offended. Be like, this is the wizard guy again, and my muzzle device isn't pin and welded on here the way I wanted it.
Oh my god.
Like it, and how fast will you return my completed item? Also, I have 2 barrels like that now from you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the second drone bolt carrier group did come in today, and I just like looked at it. I'm like, huh. I'm like sitting here, like, do I do the right thing? And called up, like, yo, I got 2 from you, or do I just be like, whatever, just fucking keep it? I'm thinking the
Yes,
whatever.
I'll
Just
hold
keep
Back
it is
and
the
give us
thing.
back.
Of course you're thinking the whatever. Just fucking keep it.
Flippy, you're like the worst person.
Because it's
I
like
could have swore last week you decided that you were going to do the right thing though.
I did. I shipped it back, but they shipped it back to me with the bulk carrier crew. So now I'm like, because if I did like the right thing, and it was like, oh, I did the right thing. I called them up like, yo, this shit fucked on me. Whatever. Word. Here's the fucking barrel and shit back. And someone came to my house to pick it up. Yeah, that's different than me having to go all the way down the street to the fucking like UPS place to ship it out. Because that's
All the
more
way.
work.
All the way down the street.
Yeah, dude, it's like
Well,
not
if
even a
you
mile
jump in
down
that
from
Mercedes
my
and
neighborhood.
head down the street.
It's literally
How are
where
you-
it's where I go and get Starbucks every morning. Like right next to
Not
the
like
Starbucks
Flippy's
is the
gonna drive
UPS.
anyway. He's gonna drive one of his people. It's just that he's afraid he might want a latte while they're gone doing that errand, and he's worried about that inconvenience that might happen.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah, well, I mean, whatever. I don't get latte. Oh, I kind of do. I get iced chai tea lattes with no ice.
Ice chai tea lattes.
Yeah,
with
with
no
no ice.
with no ice. So
Do you get that with a dick in your
Shaken or
mouth or
stirred?
without a dick in your mouth?
Without.
All right. Well,
so what do you make them make
Just
it with
throw
ice
it
and then
around
shake it
inside
up so it's cold or what?
They just swirl around inside the
Yeah,
cup.
I just want it cold. I just don't want the ice in it because those fuckers will they'll cheat you, dude. Like if you ask for
Oh,
ice in
yeah,
your
they-
drink, they'll fill the cup almost the entire way with ice, and then put 5 drops of fucking coffee in it or tea.
wow. They're cheating you
Yeah.
of $1. How much is that? Like all the parts that you got from the Vesky that you're not supposed to have.
700. That's the other thing. I'm like, this is a gift from God. This is for me tithing and being a good fucking Christian dude.
Yeah,
I'm being blessed.
Only it's like Obama's Nobel Prize. You haven't actually been a good person yet. You just got to.
We've all sinned and fallen short of the glory of the Lord.
Ah, fucking man. How you been, Flippy?
I've been fantastic, other than this episode today of me trying to get this fucking gun finished.
Ah. Shit.
Well, it sounds like they're taking care of you though. I'm not making you pay anything. Is that what I'm hearing?
Who? What? Noveski? Noveski's the greatest
no.
company ever. I love them.
Oh no. I'm talking about your P30L or whatever the hell it was.
Oh, yeah, I'm P3L. I contacted H&K today. And I was talking to the guy, and I'm like, hey, this is my fucking number. I was told to check back in 28 to see if the frames arrived. And the dude's like, I don't think they've arrived yet for P30Ls. I know the VP9 frames have. Let me check your number. And he looked at it. He's like, holy fuck. We've had your gun for this long? I'm like, yeah. He's like, all right, this is what I'm going to do. If the frames don't show up next week, call us Thursday. We're fucking setting you up. I'm like, okay.
What the fuck, man?
The guy's like, this is fucking ridiculous. I'm like, hey, I'm fine, dude. I'm chill to wait. I'm good. I'm fucking hip and with it and jiggy and all that shit. It's all good.
How do good things keep happening to horrible people?
Dude,
The
I
world
said
is
something
just
like that
not
in the
fair.
chat earlier. I'm like, you're the luckiest unlucky bastard I know, man.
Like, you have mild inconveniences and people buy you a Porsche or something. Like, oh, sorry, we, scuffed the bumper of your car at the car wash. Here, we'll just give you a new car.
Yeah, and Flippy uses it to run over an old lady.
Hey,
and sues her.
The Bible says it rains on the just and the unjust alike, all right?
Fuck's sake.
I was leaving the car wash, and your little old lady got in my way, and it's all got scratches on it. So,
Yeah, the little old lady crossing the street dented my car. I need that fixed. Also, draw a wizard on the side.
You get a brand new car with a wizard
no.
brushed
On the side of the old lady, please.
Yeah, I'm just holding up the old lady by the ankle now. I'm just being like, yeah, draw a wizard on the side of her.
Oh, man, there is something seriously wrong with you.
Yeah. Well, that's the typical day in the life of a flippy.
that a Filipino joke?
Mm,
I just caught that.
You know,
kind of, I guess. It can work.
I honestly thought you were Asian the first time I talked to you because the panda, the name
I
Flippy,
I still
and you
think
kind
he
of have
might
an Asian voice.
Dude,
still
I am
think he might
white
be.
as actual fuck.
Now he has an Asian voice. Before he had like a. It was claimed that he's a woman. I don't know.
Then I was claimed to be light in the loafers.
Oh, we're gonna work hard today, ripping off Noveske.
Yo, I didn't rip them off. They sent me the barrel twice. It's not my fault.
I know with companies like that, when they sell like expensive ass shit, that they want to make sure that their customers are fully.
It's their
pleased
fault
with it.
that the accident resulted in an angry, confused customer getting paid off and also sending back an item and accepting it enhanced. So that's all their fault.
Yeah.
I mean,
sometimes-
there
That's a-
was no anger. I didn't call them out of anger. I was like chill and happy and like friendly as a motherfucker.
That's okay. I mean, the shit that he buys from them is so expensive. They're still making money. Don't worry. About
Yeah. Well, it's like when you get the
That's
disgruntled
why they have to
customer.
charge that much.
Like when you have the freaking soccer mom yelling in your face, it's easier to pay them off than to listen to their whole story. Just, yes, your kid can start. Okay, just let him play.
I swear, we'll take him off the bench at least once or twice. Is that good enough? No? Fine. He's a starter. Fuck off. Get out of my face. He can be the goalie or some shit. I don't care. Go away.
No, when people shout at me, I just tell them to fuck off.
Well, yeah.
Yo, since Gavin and Flippy are here, what the fuck is this about me being a Saudi prince?
Oh. Yeah, you're a
What?
Saudi prince.
Say Flippy.
When did Knives
Flippy's
become
gonna-
a Saudi prince?
Flippy's gonna take over Saudi Arabia, and Knives is gonna be his prince.
Yeah, that was basically a conversation that went on. I'm like, yeah, fucking Knives' new policy, whatever it is, new rule of thumb will be every one of his subjects gets one bag of oranges.
And you will be happy.
Yeah. And then Gavin's like, nah, he'll be higher class now, so he'll be using figs.
Yeah.
The fuck is a fig?
Exactly. I'm like, nah, Knives is true to himself. He'll still be Knives when he's wealthy. He'll be giving out fucking oranges till the day the dogs come home.
I fucking hate I fucking hate money, dude.
Fucking.
I can understand that in California if you had a lot of money and couldn't buy shit for guns.
Yeah, I hate money too. That's why I try to make my money go away as often as I can. I just keep
Dude,
giving
I've
it to
been-
people for things.
I've been making money go away like crazy these past few days.
Just use the address that's down at the bottom of Gun Channels and send all that cash to that address, and we will donate that money.
No, I actually got stuff coming on that's on its way that I traded that money for. That it's going to be some useful stuff. So
Well, on the bright side, I now have a box to send Heavy his stuff in.
I have my fucking belts and my new gun box thingamajig at my parents' house. I need to go there. But it's like 2 hours drive.
So, G-Webs, do you have those patches up on Gear website yet? You just posted the link as I'm talking. Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
what patches?
Oh, they're PVCs. Well, I don't know which one I want.
You can't handle them. Don't worry about it.
Gee, you got to make a special Flippy patch and just inflate the price. Since
You already
you're-
did. There is a Flippy patch. There's only I think, 8 of them?
I have to go do the inventory still. Don't buy nothing. I gotta do the inventory. I forgot.
Oh, okay. Can you set up a package where I can just buy one of each?
Oh,
What patch? Come on, man. Talk to me. I'm not
The
staring at the
October pumpkin patch. It's in the side and gun channels chats.
screen. Uh-huh. I just said I'm not looking at the screen. So
Help me help
They're
you.
in the shape of a Glock and a
no,
pumpkin.
I can picture it now. Thanks.
They're made of PVC. They are a multitude of colors. One of them being black.
Describe it for me, Slippy.
It's a pumpkin and a Glock, and it's all black, or it's black and orange, or it's black and I think green.
Does it have a wizard on it?
Uh-oh.
Well, there's 2 shades of orange. Yeah, it'll probably come with a wizard on the side if you ask for it.
Okay. Now describe Mr. Knives.
He's a turtle. He looks like Raphael, the turtle, if I were to guess. And he looks kind of mad.
I thought he was crying
Raphael,
on that.
is that a beer, Raphael?
And then he has a sombrero, and he's holding a bag of oranges.
Naranja, sir. Naranja, senor.
Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of like inside jokes that I missed on the last couple of days.
Dude, he's always trying to slang oranges for gun parts, though.
But he upgraded from noodles to oranges now.
Oh, can you make a patch with the orange on it that has a Glock on it? Oh, he's not even in here. Oh, we can't be talking about him. He's not even in here. Where'd he go?
Sure we can.
That's okay. When he comes
He
back
just
in,
did.
I'll fucking tell him what I said. I don't give a shit.
He's got to go re-up on the oranges.
Do, 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 do.
Yeah. Yankee's killing me with that fucking that CZ75 that he has. And the shiny one.
The all stainless?
God damn it.
You jealous?
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, just
Fucking Moon kind of hurt me. Now I'm having trouble with things. I was at the gun store the other day, picking up my fucking gun,
Get
and I
the
was
damn
like,
Dan Wesson.
I'm like, I want to look at your Dan Wesson. And he's like, I just keep thinking now it's a CZ product. Fucking CZ owns it. I could never live that down if I bought a CZ product. So I'm like, God damn it, I hate you, Moon.
dude, just get
That's
a
not-
Browning high power and spray
It's
paint
like
it chrome.
You've tainted this entire thing.
There's-
That's like not watching one of the Marvel movies because Disney owns Marvel Studios.
Nah,
I mean,
not.
it's still the same studio and everything. It's just the parent company is different now.
It's not a CZ. It's fine. No, we're not going to make fun of you for that. There's enough other stuff.
I mean, I guess in
Why
best
would
case
we make fun of
scenario,
him for owning a CZ? I'd give him a little more credit if he ever bought one. But
'Cause
best
he's been
case
a-
scenario, I mean, it's a CZ that's actually claiming to be a 1911, unlike all the other guns, which are secretly 1911s.
all the other guns that have absolutely nothing to do with 1911s.
and
I
now
I don't see any similarity at all. You've never explained one thing that they share in common,
I mean, everything.
Right.
and yet nothing.
They're both made from metal, and they're both guns.
They also work the exact same. They hold the
No,
same
they're
bullets.
not. One of them
They
is a
hold
double.
magazines that are similar.
No, their magazines are completely not similar. One of them is a double stack, the other is a single stack. One of them is a double action, the other one is a single action. They are
It's
not
all
in
the
the same.
One,
not
one
in
of
the
them
same
has
caliber.
the safety,
Oh.
one of them doesn't. One of them has the slide rides inside the frame. The other one doesn't. One of them has a grip safety. The other one doesn't.
It's like this.
It's like
this is
saying
why-
a Honda Civic and a Corvette are the same because they have wheels. Okay, great, but everything else is fucking
There's
different.
4 of them.
Nah, it's all basically the same, dude.
Yeah. This is why I said we would make fun of you, but I don't consider Dan Wesson to be a CZ. It's just made by CZ.
Well, not even. It's made by Dan Wesson. Dan Wesson just happens to now be owned by CZ.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Dan Wesson, Smith Wesson's brother.
I don't know. You
Wait,
should
is
not-
Dan Wesson the Wesson in Smith and Wesson?
Yeah, it
No.
is?
Yeah,
Brother of Wesson.
Ah.
Oh,
same family though, right?
There's Smith and there's Wesson, and then the brother is Dan Wesson.
Yeah, you should
I
just
never
not
put that
get
together.
that. You should just not get that and get a CZ, an actual CZ.
You're right. I should just go buy a Nighthawk.
Man, you should see the looks I get when I'm out walking the hood with my pack on and fucking Glock strapped across my belly, open carrying, middle of the city.
Do they start
I
bringing
wouldn't fucking
you
look at
change
you.
and food?
It's either respect or they get the fuck out my way.
I mean, I'd look at you like, what kind of fucking crazy person wears a fanny pack in 2016?
Oh, fanny pack? What the fuck's a fanny pack? You're talking about a
It's a tactical
Kelty
pouch.
Kelty Red Wing or
It's a
Kelty
tactical
Coyote.
ass pouch.
A fupa pouch.
I don't think all my camera gear and the weight I'm carrying would work out so that well in a fanny pack.
Yeah.
Fun stuff.
You know what's gonna happen? One day Flippy's gonna get a Sphinx. Because he's gotta be a special snowflake and get like the most expensive and ridiculous version of something. So he's gonna get a Sphinx. And he's gonna be, it's totally not a CZ.
What, like, I'm gonna buy the Sphinx? Nah, dude, I wouldn't buy that shit. It's damaged. It ain't even got a nose.
Would you buy the Sphinxster?
I don't know. Does that have the nose? Did they put the nose on that?
Oh, I put a nose on a couple. I mean, if she's down with it. My tongue on a couple too.
The old forbidden kiss.
Yeah, I've never been down with that. That shit always kind of like weirded me the fuck out.
Samesies.
Nah. No.
I'm like, you could blow me all day long. I'm down with that. But like, when you ask me to return the favor with like some fucking like lesbian water fountain shit, nah. Find someone else.
That's not a description of any of what I was talking about, like, at all.
Yeah, man.
Also,
What the
you
fuck is
can't-
that?
you can't receive if
What's
you
a
don't
lesbian
give.
water fountain?
It's, I'm afraid to Google it.
Oh
I've
man.
been burnt by Flippy before. I don't click any of his links.
Basically,
I
it's
don't
oral
click them.
sex, but like for women.
So you don't go down on girls?
Nah, not about it.
Now we know you're a doucher.
They can blow
You're
me
an
all they
ass.
want. I'm just not gonna return that style of favor.
Oh, I wasn't even fucking talking about doing that. I was like talking about looking at that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, specifically, if I'm not doing one, I'm not doing the other as well. So
Well, yeah, but then you don't get to. Well, never mind.
I don't get the tongue punch a fart box. Yeah, dude, I'm like, I feel the regret right now.
Yeah, you don't know how to enjoy the good things in life.
Oh man, this conversation.
Wow, this went south quick.
This is for the after hours.
It is after hours. It's fucking 20 minutes to 1 here. I need to get all this shit out of my system now. I'm not gonna be here for later.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he needs to get all that shit out of his system so he can get ready for the fucking fart box.
Yeah, you obviously don't know what you're talking about, so I'm
I
sorry.
don't, because I've never like did that shit.
Well, you should try it.
Also, all these puns, straight up mean all of them. These aren't accidental.
What is that?
A pun? Or the fact that Scotty Too Hottie is like trying to
Yeah, I'm gonna mute.
hail a fucking car.
I'm gonna mute with all those traffic news.
Too Hottie is like, I'm sick of these airplane noises while I'm on chat. I'm gonna get you some car noises.
Yeah, I gotta fucking change up my fucking spiel, dude. The
Next week
airplane
is-
noises are getting stale. I gotta get with that car noise. That shit's like the
Next
new
week is
hotness.
Next week he's gonna like stand next to the train rails and like chat from there.
It'll turn into that train guy. Did you ever see that fucking train dude video?
Oh yeah.
That shit's
What?
fucking fantastic.
What, when he gets excited about the number of like cards?
No, it's the dude who's like fucking busting a nut because he's like, he sees a train. He's like, oh my god, that's a train.
But not
It's
to
a-
a farmer.
It's a 2 whatever majigger. Ah, god, it's doing the horn.
Oh, he kind of sounds like Nothing Fancy.
Yeah, it's intense and funny.
Isn't it at the start of what movie is that? They played at the start of some movie. That is it. We the Millers or We're the Millers.
I don't know.
Well, he's excited about it. It's like you like if you saw like a gun you really like. He likes trains. I'm not gonna make fun of the person for that.
I'll make fun for that because, like, if I saw a gun I really liked, I was excited about, and like, I just go up to him and be like, "Yo, dude, that gun's fucking chill and cool and shit."
Oh, dude,
Can I
shut
look
the
at it?
fuck up.
Nope.
That-
All right, I'm on my way.
No. When you got your fucking last time you got a Glock, you were like fucking running around your house making pew pew noises. So shut the fuck up.
100%, but that was not in view of people.
It was on live chat, and you were constantly like.
Yeah,
telling
but
us
no
that
one
you're
listens to
doing-
these things.
He's like, I'm a real gangster now. I got a Glock.
I got
You
two
had-
Glocks.
He had two
one
Glocks,
for
and he
each
was
hand.
he was dual wielding them around his house, making pew pew.
Yeah.
And then I'm like arguing with people. I'm like, no, gun owners are responsible adults, except for Flippy.
As long as you don't discharge it in your house, you can.
He was just dual wielding his Vickers around the house earlier, I thought.
Oh yeah. Well, that was the Moon was like, "Yo, I'm holding my P30L right now." And I'm like, "That's cool, Moon. I'm holding both my Vickers right now."
Yeah, I still think the P30L is ugly as sin.
Nah, dude, that thing has like a special charm to it.
What?
I suddenly have an urge to vomit. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'd like to get a VZ58 chambered in 5.56. Just like the one from Strike Back. That show's cool.
You know that if you get a VZ
Oh, god damn it. Fuck you.
58,
Like,
that's a
actually.
that's a CZ gun.
I can't win. I was having a good day too.
Ah, that was sweet. I actually went to Wikipedia just to make sure that they were the manufacturers. I was like, maybe someone else made them. I don't know.
Nah, I'm just gonna buy it and not tell you people and just sit there being happy without you people being able to ruin it.
But I mean, it's just an AK.
Yeah, they're cool.
So what
Why
do you
don't
mean by
just-
you people, you little fucker?
What the fuck do you think I mean by you people? I'm sorry, I understand the fact that you don't understand English. Do I need to enunciate? Do I need to like whip out Wikipedia and be like, old English fucking you people means you goddamn people? Blow me sideways.
Nah, ain't gonna happen.
No, you don't reciprocate, so fuck you.
Nah, dude, I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Fucking hills, man. Fucking hills.
I'll tell you what though, when you go like over the 85, like oh well actually no, the 97 is still fine. But those CZ 100 and 110, those are some fucked up abortions. No wonder no one's buying those. I'd buy a 97. Almost did. Everyone just was like, don't be an idiot. Don't buy that gun.
Yep, I agree.
Uh-huh.
Do you also agree?
Nobody, huh?
I guess not. Oh well.
Someone better get their dog. Someone gotta shoot it.
Did he just say he's gonna shoot a dog?
No.
I hear a bunch of dogs in the background.
Honestly, I don't know if I'd hesitate if I was out walking and one came at me that wasn't being too friendly.
I think I'd give dogs the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, it all depends. Case by case situation, I guess.
Do 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 do.
Hey, Smeggy, I got tea.
Cool.
I bought tea. Peace tea. Snowberry flavor. It's good.
Fuck, I was making coffee this morning. Forgot to put the little coffee filter in there. Turned that son of a bitch on. Came back inside the house, smelled good. Smelled like coffee. Went to get a fucking cup. Coffee grinds all over the counter, dripping down the cabinet. I say, oh shit. I'm a fucking idiot.
So you're telling me your
Then I-
coffee
Then I
just
drove. Then I drove.
exploded
Then I drove
everywhere?
to Starbucks.
Yeah, Starbucks is the greatest. Wait, what's Robbie saying? Yeah, they also had like the Colt Brown editions while I was at the gun shop and I was looking at it and I'm like, that's kind of cool. Why not get a Stolen Valor edition 1911 to go along with my Stolen Valor edition of Knight's Armament rear sights?
Like the sales tax from everything that you buy. That would like set me up.
Wait, what's going on?
I'm saying if I could just get the sales tax from all the shit that you buy, I could like live comfortably.
Oh, yeah. I actually don't spend a lot of sales tax.
Yeah, I'm thinking in like Israeli terms of sales tax.
Well, mostly because everything I purchase, I tend to purchase for the company. Oh, Wilson Combat makes AR-9s now. Ah, good for them.
Make what now?
Yeah, what the fuck is an AR-9?
It's a 9mm AR.
Oh, okay. I guess I could have put that together.
Line on nuclear weapons is that when the president gives the order, it must be followed. There's about 4 minutes between the order being given and the people responsible for launching nuclear weapons to do so. As president, I will make it clear that the United States will treat cyber attacks just like any other attack. We will be ready with serious political, economic, and military responses.
They're voting for
Did
planet
she
Earth.
just say if you cyber attack us, we're gonna fucking nuke you?
She was threatening.
Hillary, it's war.
We came, we saw, we died.
With her, you'll end up in World War III.
I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran.
Right now, Senator, for us to control all of the airspace,
Fucking A.
require us to go to war against Syria and Russia.
The U.S. military has just raised the threat level to DEFCON 2. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton is still threatening Russia with military action following unconfirmed reports of further hacking. It's like she's not even concerned about the repercussions.
Of course not, because she's...
Really wild place.
All right, looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll try to get Leanne back on in a few minutes.
When the president gives the order, it must be followed.
What the hell is this? And they show a bunch of explosions blowing up the world.
Yeah, what the hell is going on? Why is it like all do 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 do
They're showing
do?
like a bunch of nuclear bombs blowing up the world. That's what happened.
Okay, so Hillary's like going to attack Russia with nuclear arms because she says that they're airing her dirty laundry.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty
Aren't
much
they going to reopen the Coney case?
No. People want to, but to my understanding, they're not doing it.
Just heard it
I
today.
thought everybody was talking about it earlier. I thought they actually did it. What the hell?
That was today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, Noveskis make patches now. I need to get a Noveski patch.
Pretty soon they're gonna have one with that little wizard you like to get all the time. I'm just gonna be like, man, we have a
I have so
employee
many.
who has to fucking draw these so many times. We might as well just fucking print a patch and send one out.
I have so many Noveski patches because every time they'd send me one, I would bitch, and then they would send me more.
You keep making it sound like it was worse than it really was. There was no bitching. It was just me being like, yo, my stuff didn't come in. And they're like, all right, we'll fix that. And then I'm like, do you know who I am? And then they fixed it harder. Did Brandon fucking recently buy a Chris Vector?
I don't know. That's one of the expensive ass magazines though.
Chris Vectors? Nah, they're just Glock mags.
$80.
They're just Glock mags. Yeah, I don't look at Instagram enough.
I just heard a summary on the radio. They said that they were investigating that Wiener guy being a sex molester to some little kid with his texts. So while the FBI was investigating that guy's phones, when his wife worked for Clinton, that they found shit that makes them want to bring up the Clinton's FBI email thing. So they said that that's on the table now, but it won't be resolved before the election. So it's not necessarily a death nail at all, because the people that want to ignore everything she does will just ignore it also.
Yeah,
Why was
but,
that phone not
like, if
something
any-
they looked into during the original investigation?
Well, like if anything actually does hold weight or water or whatever, will we see a actual impeachment go?
I doubt it.
We would if she literally got busted for being a bitch and she's no longer able to be in charge of classified shit. She can't be president.
Yeah. Well, I know one of the things that they uncovered was her like campaign manager was directly communicating with one of like the super PAC organizers or whatever, which is specifically like super PACs. They can spend their money on whatever they want, but they absolutely cannot coordinate like with the actual campaign. So I mean, maybe some of her staff and stuff might be getting in trouble from this. So that was an interesting one that came out when they were reinvestigating.
Yeah, we get it. Zion.
Oh yeah, isn't tonight fucking what's his face? Chat?
Edge?
No, Sheriff of Baghdad. Isn't his thing on tonight?
May or may not be on tonight.
What was that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you're saying that Clinton staffers will get in trouble, but Clinton herself will not get in trouble? I'm sure she don't care.
That's how that shit normally
Honestly,
works.
I'm sure she would prefer that entirely.
Oh, yeah, in any way. Just as long as she's okay.
When
I think
we'll
she'll
talk.
throw them hardcore under the bus and be like, I can't believe they were doing this. I had no knowledge of it. They need to be punished to the full extent of their whatevers.
She done it before.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what's that? You want him executed? Sure, I'll do it.
Let me check the blood first.
She'd say, oh, it was my mess. I guess it's only fair. Bang.
I hope they get this bitch one of these days, huh? Come on, Trump, we need you.
Dude, look at any fucking dictatorship or whatever, man. They start with controlling the media. You know, then what comes next? Got to take the guns away.
The other media. The alt-right.
Yeah, you got to take the media, control it, control what you feed to your people, control the food, control guns. Then they got you by the balls. It's like, do you guys remember that executive order Obama signed saying that if we went into like a state of emergency or martial law or whatever, that all import and exports of food and supplies go through him and he's in total control?
When was that?
It was a couple months back. Basically,
who should it go through? I mean, the states.
Wait, does that still apply when he's out of office? It's like, yep, regardless, the food and drink have to still come through me.
No, it goes through the president.
Bring the burgers.
I feel like that would be actually funnier, though.
That's what they're doing in Venezuela, though. I mean, everything goes through the fucking government there, and those people are starving. Man, they're like getting executed for stealing rice and shit now.
Venezuela, they just on NRA News or TV and all that. Didn't they just to go take all their guns or something?
Yeah, they voted in.
Was that years ago?
Well, a while back they voted in a socialist party because they, heard all the promises and all that, and as soon as they did, they basically just started controlling everything. And now they get handed out food like you get 6 eggs for 2 weeks, shit like that. And then they took all the guns.
You wanted it.
Yeah.
They wanted it.
Yeah, they didn't. Well, they're just like they didn't know. They didn't know what they were getting into. They were just, oh, we get all this free stuff. They get to handle everything. Oh man, it's gonna be great. So, no. People are getting fucking life in prison for trying to steal food for their family because they're so fucking starved and everything. I think their gun rights is the least of their concern right now.
Yeah, I could see that if they're just struggling to put fucking food in their mouths. Jesus.
Seen this thing on Facebook where I guess I don't know how old 11-year-olds are, but a whole team of football players, like they're 11 years old, kneeled for the national anthem. So then they just canceled the football season.
Where was this out of?
Texas.
Jeez.
I'm like, oh, okay. Then I guess you don't need football anymore. Done.
Well, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, Moon just said in the lobby chat that they're eating fucking zoo animals to stay alive and shit.
Where?
In Venezuela. Yo, let's get some Harambe steaks going, boys. No, it's definitely bad out there, man. They were just reeled in by the allure of socialism and all that it gives to the people and everything until they realize what it really is. And now they're fucked. They're fucking fucked.
Fuck them fuckers are fucked.
Yeah, like all imports and exports go through the political, what do you call it? the president or whatever he is, and he chooses where everything goes, and he gets all the money for it, and all the and he divides it up himself and tells everything where everything goes, and it's a bad situation down there.
Don't talk shit about Harambe.
Don't talk shit about Total.
Didn't that guy die?
Bob Saget?
No. The dude who was like, yeah.
I don't even know.
I think he actually died.
Oh, Bob Saget.
Bob Saget died?
No,
No.
Bob Saget's alive.
Oh,
Tourette's
okay.
dude's dead.
Who the fuck brought out the whipped cream?
I tried your toothpaste and it tastes like ass. This shit's fucking funny.
Colgate, sponsored by Ash. We also got one more a new flavor. It's called diarrhea.
Did you
With
say
extra corn.
Gonorrhea or diarrhea?
Diarrhea.
Oh. What about some turtle soup?
No, thank you.
Knives, why are you crying in that picture of yours?
Because pizza ruined my life.
Now you're on the orange diet.
Yeah. Fat-free water. Diet water.
Yeah, you go to the drive-thru, order diet water, man. I did that with my mom in the car. She thought it was the most hilarious shit ever.
Why is everybody quiet? It's like last night's chat.
What's that?
It's too quiet, man.
I don't really have anything to say. I don't know.
I'm walking. Y'all don't need to hear me huffing and puffing.
Fucking Flippy's white privilege is taking him over right now.
Yeah, I just have too much white privilege. Well, there's some way to like decrease that white privilege.
I can't believe they're gonna hook him up with the HK, man.
I mean, we'll see.
you
It's either
think?
next week on Thursday, if they don't have the slide in, the guy told me, and I quote, "We'll set you up right."
What slide is that?
That's a frame for a H&K P30L.
Oh.
So they're going to give me, if my frame isn't in by next week, they'll just give me a new P30L.
Are they ordering it from H&K?
Well, I mean, this is H&K I sent it into. They're waiting on shipment from H&K Germany.
Dude, they're really slow, man. My buddy he ordered a pistol from them. He went to the gun store and they didn't have it, so he ordered it. Dude, it was like 8 months before they sent it in.
Yeah, I think they make everything in fucking batches. And then, like, import them in.
And what, does it all have to be spoken for before they make it? Is that why
No,
they're
it's
so slow
just
on
they
getting
have a
new
batch
shit?
that they run at a time.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's all probably paid for, and every fucking piece is probably spoken for before they run that batch.
And that takes fucking forever for them to get that shit across the sea.
Yeah, because they're still using German U-boats.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the only other way they can sneak them in here.
I think he ordered a VP9. That might have been what it was.
Oh, poor dude. Those aren't that great.
It might have been that or the 45. I can't remember.
The VP9s are like H&K's budget, like, entry into... It's like, you want a fucking H&K, but you don't want to pay H&K prices. You buy a VP9.
But wouldn't that be HK prices? I mean, they set the price.
It's not...
I know
It's
what
like-
you mean. I'm just busting your balls, dude.
It's like...
I'm confused.
I'm still gonna go down into this. It's like a CLA. It's not a real it's Mercedes, but it's not a Mercedes.
Right, it's the entry level. I know what you mean. It's like the Porsche Boxster.
It's what you have to buy before you get into real H&K stuff. Like you want a Mark 25 or Mark 23 or whatever the fuck the like RoboCop gun is. You gotta buy like a VP9 first, and like, all right, you got an H&K kind of. We can now sell you real H&K stuff.
I hear a little baby.
What?
I heard a kid.
Why'd you do that?
No, I heard a kid.
Oh, I thought you said
Here's a kid.
I thought you said you hurt a kid. I was like, oh, tough guy. What'd you do that for?
He had candy. I wanted the candy.
Candy.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of
Chocolate.
candy.
You're telling me you wouldn't punch a child for a lollipop?
No,
Fuck no.
I would
That's
just
the
grab it out of their
American
weak
thing to
little
do.
hands. Unless they already had candy on their hands and they got freaking super grip on it.
Uh,
That
I
baby
never-
super grip.
Yeah, I was never a fan of candy anyways.
Wait, they're releasing pictures of Hillary's wiener? What the fuck am I reading?
She got more balls than Clinton. Than Bill.
All he has is a slick willy, no balls.
When he goes back to the White House, Monica, I'm back. Call me.
Call me bitch.
Can't believe that bitch endorsed Hillary, man.
She got paid off, dude.
I'll fucking kill you.
Huh. Amazon just gave me $5.
Dang, dude, don't spend it all at once.
They're like, we're sorry. The order you ordered is going to be delayed. So here's $5 to make up for your delay. Also, Marvin, you are mad fucking loud, bro.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to sort brass. I went and shot brass today, and 45 and 9 millimeters. So I usually keep them in 2 different buckets. But when I pick them up off the range, I just put them all in one bag. So when I get home, I kind of stuff. Which is not.
Dude, one of the funniest things is these motherfuckers who are booby trapping like Trump signs. I love it.
What is it? Oh, so that the motherfucking thieves get it. What are they doing to booby trap them?
This one that was pretty good was they put a bunch of Trump signs like going down like the side of the road, and then they put like a fucking 2x4 next to each, like in front of each one with nails sticking out of it.
So that when people go run them on down with their car?
Yeah, it fucking destroys their tires.
Nice. Serves them right for committing felonies. Holy shit. I'll be glad to take this fucking thing off right now.
Yeah, here's the post on it. It's funny. It's by Black Women for Trump.
There's somewhere, but I'm leaving it. Oh, go back to your home, you bitch. Come on.
Anybody here watch the bill last night? With Dead Horse?
I did,
Bill. I did.
Yeah, what do you think your estimate, the rough cost for that build, without the scope?
I don't know. I can ask him.
Yeah,
I don't know what the parts were he used. And then some of the stuff he made like himself, custom.
He said it was not cheap build.
all right. What does an average AR build cost?
It really depends on what you want. It can go anywhere from like $400 to like multiple thousands.
Because the build didn't seem hard. It looked very easy. I mean, obviously you need the certain tools, but it didn't look hard. I mean, for the upper, I would buy the whole upper because then to put the barrel inside of wherever it's a little difficult. You need a clamp, you need a bolt, you need a go gauge, no go gauge, and all of those things. Just
For
forget
the
that.
most part, you really don't need a go gauge or a no go gauge when it comes to putting a barrel in, because most of the stuff is all pretty much the same, unless you want to specifically headspace your barrel to bolt.
True.
But to put a barrel in, you just need some like fucking, what is it, Aeroshell 350 whatever grease to like grease up the barrel, stuff it in, put the whatever rail you want to, or whatever hand grip you want to use, barrel nut onto it, tighten it down to what the manufacturer says it needs to be tightened down to, and then just fit everything. Like, it's really not a difficult process. It's just you have to have the tools to do it.
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, like the best way is just figure out what
Whatever
loader
the-
you want and
Well,
then price everything out. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
In terms of buying it to straight factory or building it. Because I think I like the build process.
I mean, it's fun. Like, everything pretty much goes together without much effort. It's like an adult Lego set.
Well, I'm going to get one, but I need to do some other things for my rifles first. I need to get to do my bedding for one of my rifles first. Once I do that, I'll get. And it's easy for me because what I'll do is just buy it in the US, send it to my US address, and then send it to me. That's what I would do.
Yeah, the only thing is, like, the lower itself is counted as the firearm, so you just have to do whatever that takes to buy a firearm wherever you're at.
Oh yeah. I'm a U.S. resident and a Jamaican citizen. So although I don't live in the U.S., I'm a resident in the United States. So I have, so when I purchase something, I purchase this. My kid, one of my sons, go to University of Cincinnati. So when I purchase something, it's my apartment I'm purchasing it for. I'm thinking, but I liked his build. It was awesome. I think they did a trim. I think they should do this more often. Whoever is doing it, well, G-Webs, I think, do some live builds, 1911 Glocks. I mean, drill right down to nothing. Not even a build, but just drill it down to nothing and say, okay, this is how you clean a Glock from nothing, so that you get people to interact. What I find with YouTube is that you watch a YouTube video and it's not interactable. You can't interact with the person, and you just watch it, and you have to repeat it, and you can ask questions, or you have to leave comments. And hopefully, the person will reply to your comment because they left out something or you didn't understand something. It's easier when it's live, kind of, you know. And typically, people don't reinvent the wheel, meaning that most time people are going to ask the same questions you're going to ask. So if you have that interaction with people asking questions and you're answering it on the video, you tend to cover all bases. So I thought it was brilliant, you know.
Yeah, Heavy had a live chat he did with Dead Horse on his video. On his thing was what, last week?
Yeah,
where
last week
they
Friday.
built another. Yeah, where they built an AR.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, as I said, I'd like to them to do a 1911. I mean, I can pull on mine onto every bolt, pull it, dismantle it, and put it together. But I mean, I'm no professional. I'm no gunsmith, so I prefer somebody to do it, to explain and say, "Hey, this is how you pull it out to nothing, and this is how you pull it up back, and this is what the sear is." And you know, people can ask questions or pull on a Glock to nothing. You know? Not just field strip, but to bear all the springs and everything.
Yeah, I feel you.
Do you have rifles, Flippy?
Yeah.
Oh.
All my stuff though is like semi rifles. I don't have any like bolt guns.
Oh, okay. I was wanting to ask if bedding makes that much of a difference. If people bed in their barrels.
Bedding, to my understanding, does make enough of a difference to where people are trying to get the actual maximum accuracy out of their gun. Always do it.
Yeah, because I mean, on my Tika I'm at 2.25 MOA, and I'm like, to bed it is about $100 and I'm like, to bed it, is it worth the, you know, to throw epoxy and all kind of things in the stock? What am I gaining, you know? Or can I just use that $100 and buy more rounds, you know? And just thinking to myself, is it for hunting? It's not worth it. I agree. I mean, half a MOA versus a quarter MOA, you're still killing the damn animal. But for precision shooting, now it makes a difference, you know?
Yeah, like I was saying, for precision shooting, I know that a bunch of people do it specifically for like to get the maximum amount of accuracy out of their gun.
And Dead Horse, I heard him saying that he does rifle builds too. That's interesting. I'd like him to do a rifle build, not an AR build.
If I remember correctly, he was talking about building 22 rifles a while back.
Yeah, 22. Yeah, he said 22, 10, 22 rifles that he builds. And I'm like, interesting, you know? You know, you're at the point where you just, it's like, I'm comfortable enough. I want to build something in terms of like a bolt action rifle or AR. I think I'm comfortable enough with all the ins and outs of how the mechanical operations of a rifle or a pistol. And it would be nice to build something on your own. You know, you buy a Remington 700 for $400 and you buy your own barrel and you buy your own, you know, stock.
Yeah, like the I guess January 1st is when the class is. I'm going to be doing going to a 1911 class where they're just going to hand us like a box of parts and then show us like everything, how to build it 100% out from like it being a frame and a slide to turning it into a full-blown, actual, properly fitted, everything fitted 1911.
Who's hosting that?
It is 1911 Academy in
What is
McKinney, Texas.
Oh, it's like a local place?
Yeah, it's a local thing.
That would be awesome.
So I'd like to go to that and at least get an idea of how that gun works before I start like getting into buying really fucking expensive ones.
I mean, I have a 1911 and I put my own down to nothing. It's very one thing I like with the 1911s, and I will always buy one, is that they're universal. So meaning that you can have it's just a style. 1911, you can have Kimber makes it, Springfield makes it, tons of other manufacturers make it, and all of them are somewhat the same. So when you go to YouTube and you say 1911 trigger adjustment, almost all of them are going to be the same. Removing the mainspring, it's all of them, no matter what brand name, all of them are the same, main housing, almost. So that I like about it, So like I have my own, it's a Springfield Range Officer, 45. But when I go on YouTube, I see all kind of Kimber, I see 9mm, I see all of them, and I'm like, okay, cool. I just watch those, and it's the same thing, and remove what I need to remove and put back what I want to put on. But G-Web, these guys should do more of those videos.
But we'll be doing them every other Thursday, as long as my Dead Horse wants to do them.
On anything, I mean, as I said, the interaction was just perfect, especially how you kind of narrated it a little bit, because I guess you had that comfort level with what he was doing. So if he wasn't talking and you was kind of narrating it and kind of holding the conversation and making us, I thought that was the brilliant part about it also.
Thanks.
Because I know him doing not everything he could explain. And you're like, okay, this is what you're doing, I like that. I stayed up until 1 o'clock this morning watching it, so it must have been good. And I think if you promoted it more, I would have thought that you would have had much more people watching it if you really kind of promoted it on Gun Channel and promoted it with everybody, give it 2 weeks, send out emails and things like that. I think you would have gotten a large audience.
Yeah, there was no warning at all for it, so
you're right. Because I didn't know until the same day. Everybody's like, "Oh, we're jumping over," and I'm like, "Well, you guys jumping over? Oh, Airbill. Oh, this sounds interesting."
But that's also what makes Gun Channels cool, is you don't have to members only kind of thing. You don't get told with all the rest of the world. You find out about shit for the rest of the world. Fuck the rest of the world.
I'm an idiot.
You saying something?
Yeah, I just took up a beer out of my chest freezer, and it's warm, and I'm like, what the hell is happening here? I kind of plugged it out this morning by accident, or hit the cord, and it kind of got plugged out. So it's usually supposed to be at 35 degrees, and it's now at 52 degrees. At 52.8. Oh, stupid. That was bad.
I ducked.
Is it Smeggy? So he's supposed to be doing a tactical quiz right now.
Sorry, Gato.
Can you see that? Oh, there?
Yeah. What are we looking at? Oh, that's your refrigerator?
Yeah, with the taps.
Sweet.
2 taps there, 2 taps there.
For different kinds of beers?
Yeah, this has my beers. This one has beers, my beers, and these are my kids. They drink sodas on here. The temperature gauge on my.
Oh, they got him.
He's not allowed to talk about temperatures.
ATF. Alcohol. Guns. He wasn't smoking, was he?
I don't think so. But they can buy Cuban cigars there, so it counts.
Whoa, wait.
Hey, Raphael, are you drinking a Fago again?
No Fago. I got peace tea. This time the sweet lemon tea flavor.
Do you like Arizona?
I like Arizona, but I've been drinking Arizona a lot because Walmart had a special on the big cans for 50 cents. So I'm Arizona'd out. The green tea with honey. They've got a bunch of empty cans over there. This is my cat Elvis. Say hello to the folks, Elvis. Hello, folks. He's still sleepy. He was found by my neighbor, and I took him to the Humane Society, and they said he was tiny. He was the size of a roll of quarters, and they said that the only thing they could do was to put him to sleep. So I kind of rescued him. This hour of the program is brought to you by Peace Tea.
Hey, have you bought a gun yet?
Mm-mm. Might be a while. I'm going to Tulsa, I hope. I gotta get a plane ticket. Got a motel room, but gotta get a plane ticket and some rental car.
Have you tried out any of them?
What?
Have you rented a gun yet?
No. I'm going to shoot in Tulsa.
Okay.
So I'll be poor for a while. I thought I was going to drive, but I can't put that many miles in the family car. And I can't take off for 3 days driving.
Sucks to be you.
It's 17 hours if I drive straight to it.
See, this is the excuse that I give when people say, oh, you have no family, you have no kids. And I just say, yeah, but I could take off for 4 days and put 2,000 miles on my truck with an oil stop along the way, and nobody's going to tell me any different.
That's what I want to do. I've done it before. I've gone to California in a bus. It's fun. Hey, I want to see that museum of the world's biggest tumbleweed. Sure, let's go.
Hey, G-Webs, are you going to have enough of those pumpkin patches to last a few days?
He's away from the keyboard for a little while.
Well, I'll probably order some tonight then.
I think he might make a mail run soon.
Well, you're going to get a patch for winning the quiz today. You had plenty of time to go research all the guns in that movie, I imagine.
I just looked it up on the interweb. I knew they were going to ask a question about the movie. And I thought, I went through the list and I went, oh, they're not going to talk on about M16 or an M16A1 or whatever. Or a 1911, they're not going to talk about that. And he already talked about the grenade launcher. They're not going to talk about that. So I went, Luger or Walther P38. And I clicked on the most obscure one. And I copied it and I waited. And when they said that about the mercenary, and I read when the weapon was used in the movie, and I got it.
That's how you game the system.
I want to see the movie, though, but I can't find it. I guess I'll wait for HBO to put it on again.
Yeah, I just jumped on because Smeggy said I had to with the Daily Gun Show and just fulfilling my obligations. I also had interaction with a criminal earlier today.
Oh, yeah, I heard about
that.
Man, that sucked.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just getting through the processing, and I was kind of curious if anybody's live in here. Where did Flippy go? Oh, there he is. Like maybe thoughts on what you would have done in a similar situation. I've never had anything like this happen to me before, but I'm sure it's something that happens all the time. So basically locked my bike up on the sidewalk on a busy street, walked across the street, ordered a burrito, went outside, sat outside, could see the bike in the reflection of the window of the building, and some dude just walked up. I saw him looking at it, and then he went behind a car. I was looking at the reflection. It looked like he had stopped. I stood up, and now he's crouched down at my bike. I mean, and everything just happened so fast. I was for 1 minute just chilling on a nice day outside. Next minute, like somebody's fucking with my shit. What would you do? The bike is worth a couple $100. It's about 50 feet away, fairly busy arterial in between me and the bike.
Yeah.
No crosswalk right there. I would have to jaywalk if I were to directly approach him. What would you do?
I don't know. Something like that happened to me last night. The house next door has a security system with, those lights that have motion detectors. The lights went out when I was outside. So I was kind of nervous. And I thought, what am I going to do? If there's somebody out there, I don't even have a cell phone on me. And I don't have a weapon, so
Yeah, I didn't have a cell phone. I had a can of pepper spray and a pocket knife. The guy's back was turned to me. I couldn't tell anything about him. He was crouched down. It was 11:30 in the morning, broad daylight, in the public, people around. Although on that side of the street, there wasn't any people other than passerbys. On the side of the street I was on, there was a restaurant and like some other cafe and a fair amount of people coming and going. So you essentially you would, if you were to approach this person, you take yourself from a relatively safe place with a lot of eyes to perhaps less safe place with less witnesses.
Yep.
So is there anyone out there, Gavin, anyone, Smeggy, thoughts on what you might do in such a situation? I didn't have a cell phone, but apparently, most people have their cell phones on them. What would you do if you had a gun? What would you do?
Well, I don't know if drawing a weapon for a bike might get you in trouble. Well, how about yelling bike thief or something like that? But who's going to help you?
That's something that just occurred to me before I jumped on this hangout. I could have just stood there, cupped my hands around my mouth and said, "Hey, you, quit fucking with my bike." And that probably could have done it.
But people are they're not helpful. Most of them don't want to get involved.
Well, apparently I joined a dead or uninterested group of fellers.
I think they're tired or eating. But I hate thieves.
Dead chat. See, this is how people like Rafi weasel their way in. There's just no action. He comes in here and he starts playing guitar. Oh, here he is. Moose, what's up?
Not much. How you guys doing?
You're back from your work vacation?
Yeah. Landed today about 10 o'clock.
How was Florida?
It was freaking beautiful. Worked a lot, but I mean, that's work.
It's been nice.
Yeah. No bird strikes on the way back, so that's good. Yeah, sorry, Raphael. I couldn't. I know earlier in the week said that whenever I went over there for last night, I was going to see if I could get maybe meet up with you for dinner, but we had a production issue that I had to take care of. So
it's understandable. It happens.
Yep.
Did you have any time to shoot or?
Yeah. Yeah, a buddy of mine down there, he is big into shooting, so we went to an indoor range Monday after work, and then on Wednesday we had he did a United Way fundraiser at the range, so I went over lunch and did that. So
cool. In Lakeland?
Yes. It was the range was at Shoot Straight, indoor range. They have a pistol and rifle bay. Only like 25 yards.
Cool. Yeah. I was gonna see if you could go to this Shooter's World up the road a ways.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice. I like them, but I don't know if there's a mom and pop that way closer to me, which they have a range, but it's not as good as Shooter's World.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something you have to look into to see what's best for you and what's best for, the the mom and pop range too, because if everyone just always goes to shooter world, you won't have mom and pop range.
Yep.
So sorry we interrupted you, Clay. What were you saying?
No, I just brought up a scenario where somebody tries to steal your bicycle across the street in broad daylight.
Let it go.
What's that?
Let it go.
Expensive.
I must have done just the absolute opposite of what anyone with any common sense would have done.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're going to run and say, hey, that's my bike, but...
Yeah, who's going to help you? Nobody likes to get involved in anybody's problems.
Okay, so it's locked with a kryptonite. Do you guys have any idea how...
Hey, did you see they're making
kryptonite work?
Lock that throws a gas that makes people puke when they try to break it?
Yeah, that would have worked today for sure, because he had... So what I did was I just got up and I just like, I don't know what this is all about. I need to figure this out. I was kind of in denial that anybody would try and steal my bike 5 minutes after I lock it up in broad daylight. So I walked across the street, like right out into traffic. Like I literally almost got run over by this one car who wouldn't stop. I was like, no, this is official business here, people. I'm on a mission. And I just like, I figure if I walk right up to him, I can scare him off and also figure out what the fuck he's doing. But he had like some kind of little key, maybe it was a skeleton key or something, and he was trying to unlock it. And, you know, I just basically pulled out the F word alphabet, and he stood right up, and I'm like, oh, fuck. This guy's taller than me. He looks like he's already been pepper sprayed a couple times this week. And so now the adrenaline dump comes, because I hadn't prepared myself at all for an interaction, a confrontation. I was thinking like I was just going to tell him off. But, you know, I pulled out some more of the F word alphabet, and then he just left. So it worked out just as I had planned, but I hadn't expected that adrenaline dump. And that's not something that you get enough to know how to deal with it. So it really got me thinking. I was so pissed off after this that nobody's ever fucked with my bike in public before. I've parked it 1,000 different places. And so I'm just like fed up with my situation where I'm at right now. And there's just way too many scumbags. But then that was all just added on to the adrenaline. And in retrospect, yeah, I should have just stood across the street, yelled at him. If I was going to approach him, I should have at least pulled out my pepper spray and had it in my fist. And I'll tell you what, from now on, I'm carrying 2 assisted open knives, not just one manual opener. I'm going to make sure that I've got everything ready to go. I can pull anything out because I can't carry a gun where I'm at now. So I'm going back to like self-preservation to the legal limit, and I'm going to start using some tactics instead of just going about my day happy-go-lucky. I'm gonna act tactically and operate tactically when I'm out in public, because the shit can go down, and it goes down a lot faster than you imagine it. And you can just put yourself in a bad situation without even thinking it.
Absolutely. I mean,
every second matters.
Yeah.
Problem finds you once. It happens, it happens. Scary stuff. The world is not perfect or safe.
If the world was perfect and safe, Hillary would be in jail and we wouldn't need firearms, or we wouldn't need to carry firearms.
Yep.
But one of those may happen.
I told something like that to my dad the other day. Well, you know, all these people would give up their guns right away if there was a cop like every 10 feet.
No, I wouldn't, because that's every 10 feet. There's still there's still, between the cops, there's still several feet of room. Nope.
Not even then, huh?
No.
And then we wouldn't call ourselves citizens. We would be calling ourselves inmates.
Very true.
Those people are safe 24/7.
Yeah, what you should did instead of just running at the guy and start cussing at him, you should like done the water boy, full drop kick his ass.
That was definitely one of the options that came to my mind in the hour or so afterwards, and I was trying to process. I was like, dude, his head was at the perfect place for just a fucking drop kick or a lift off kick, or just, easily could have just knocked him out. And nobody would have, I didn't want to assault him, though. That was the thing. Like, I honestly wanted to know what he was doing. And that's what my question was.
Yeah.
Like, just what the fuck is it you think you're doing?
And if you would have assaulted him, he probably could have came back to you for...
Oh, yeah. No, and I didn't want to hurt anybody. I was honestly curious. What the fuck is it you think you're doing? And then he tried to give some excuse. Oh, I'm just trying to see if this key fits. And that's when the adrenaline jump happened, because he stood up in my face. But yeah, it's amazing. Like, that adrenaline, it makes you just want to kill. Like, I literally was just bloodthirsty after he stood up and looked me in the face and was like, okay, threat, life-threatening circumstance. And just, but yeah, I mean, I wanted to hit him with pepper after the fact. I wanted to hit him with pepper spray. I wanted to kick him. I wanted to, shoot him. I didn't have a gun, but if I had a gun in retrospect, hindsight being 2020, I would have drawn on him and, taken the offensive, because basically I approached a criminal, and that's never safe. So if I were to approach a criminal again, I would be tactically superior. I'd be armed, and I'd be knowing what I'm getting myself into. It would be worth it. Whatever it is it'd be worth it.
I wouldn't have pulled, because your life wasn't at risk. Now, if he got up in your face, then yeah, but as you're running over there, instead of saying, what the fuck, or what's going on, if you would have pulled right then, you would have been the aggressor, and that would not have been a good deal.
I know, and it sucks. It sucks that way.
Yeah. Sorry.
Trying to draw after the fact, right? I mean, that's...
Yeah.
There's no more 21 feet. I would have had to stay back 21 feet and cup my hands over my mouth. Hey, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Which I could have done.
Yeah, it's scary. I mean, we have to run all these what-if scenarios in our head whenever we are alert, because I bet you if you would have been some other Joe Smo out there that, wasn't aware of his surroundings, wouldn't even know that his bike was being lifted right behind him. Their head would have been down to their cell phone or whatever all by then.
Yeah. I would have walked out there a few minutes later with my burrito and been like, motherfucker, somebody stole my bike.
Yep. So tonight, I'm going to have to design a couple stages for a match coming up. That's going to be interesting. So have you guys talked about the FBI opening up investigations again?
Yeah, the emails.
Yeah, do you think it's too late?
I think it's too late. It's going to take a long time for the FBI to go through all the investigations they sort of go through. And then what are they going to do? If she gets elected, she can be pardoned.
No, well, if she gets elected, she couldn't be pardoned unless she was convicted before she went into the office. If she went into the office, then was convicted, it'd be impeachment. And then even if she was elected, found guilty, pardoned, then what's his face dipshit would end up being president, wouldn't it? Because you elect the party, not the person.
Can she quash the investigation if it's still going on?
If she becomes president? Yeah. Yeah, because
If
she
the
controls.
FBI don't look into that.
I would think so because she
Yeah.
controls what they. Well, no, I mean,
She's the
they,
executive.
wait, but if the president would squash it, don't you think Obama would have already done that? So maybe not.
I don't know. Johnson
don't
was
know.
in trouble before he became president of the U.S. And after he became president, that whole trouble disappeared. They were going to
I
look
don't
into
know.
his finance. So one of those history things. So I don't know. But she is the executive branch, and the executive branch is powerful in that whole
Well,
law
executive
enforcement.
branch is over the the FBI.
Yeah. He can say, "You're not going to look into that any further. If you like to have electricity and water in that building and stuff."
Well, no, she could just direct them to what she wants them to do.
She'll just fire the people. It's just sad that they came up with this investigation now. Went to a flea market.
Yeah.
I was looking for reloading stuff. I'm not going to reload yet, but I was looking for that lady who had the, oh, this is my husband's stuff. Box for $20, you know?
Yeah.
Just, but I didn't find anything. I found a gun cart. It was like a hand cart with slots for rifles and ammunition in the front, made out of wood.
Cool. You
And
pick
I
it
bought
up?
a car. No, I don't have rifles or anything, so
Okay.
I bought a little car.
Yeah, I need to. I was gonna go shoot today, but I went to the gym, came home, and took a nap instead since I was up at 2:00 Central.
Oui.
Yeah.
Yeah. I stayed up till 1 in the morning last night watching Dead Horse build an AR.
It took him 4 hours to do that.
Yep.
Holy
He was
shit.
going at a leisurely pace, answering questions. And
Okay.
it was very interesting.
Good.
I liked it because it's not like Marvin said. It was not a regular YouTube video where they cut stuff and they edit.
Yeah.
You see it in real time and people can ask questions. It was very interactive. I did miss how he was putting in the upper, was using Mobil 1 synthetic oil for the BCG. I
Oh,
was
for
gonna
the
ask
lube?
Why? Yeah.
It's just lube. I mean, the thing about it, it's two metal pieces rubbing against each other. Any oil will work, and engine oil works great.
That's something I did not expect. Synthetic oil.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask how the charging handle goes in there. Is that just, he put it in, but I didn't see him attach it to anything.
I'll show you. Hold on a second. Actually, Mike's with me now. I'm grabbing my incomplete rifle because if this rifle was complete, I would have to go out and shoot it, and I haven't been able to make it to the range with this gun yet. So it's not quite complete. All right. See, it's not complete because the muzzle device is not tight on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only part that's not complete. So it's not a complete rifle in my eyes. Okay. So we have the upper. Let's move this down a little bit. See these little ears right here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Inside here, right, this location, I would show you the inside, but there's no way you'd be able to see.
Yeah, it's dark in there.
Yeah, but right here, there is a cutout for these little ears. And there's a rail in there. So you put this in. See, if I go all the way in here, I mean, it's in, to this level. It will never go up. But if I pull it out here slowly, here, let's do it this way so you can see. See how it's not
caught by the ear?
Well, no, there's a cutout right here, and it slides up.
Uh-huh.
Okay? And then you move it forward, and the ears are caught. Okay?
Yep.
So it just sits in there.
Oh.
Yeah, and then what happens is the front of it engages the front of your bolt right here. So you stick this gas key up in that channel in your charging handle.
Yep.
Just stick it in. So whenever you pull your bolt back, and let's say you catch your bolt, your charging handle will go, and then whenever you release your bolt, the spring will push it forward. See, the bolt's pushed back right now. I can move the charging handle wherever I want because the bolt is actually held back right now. And as soon as I hit the paddle right here to drop the bolt, you'll see this will go flying forward because the bolt is going to pull it forward.
Cool.
Yeah.
I've seen videos, but they never explain how it just goes in.
Yeah, there's a rail in there, and that I wish I had a light right next to me. I'd show you. But there's a little cutout where those ears will fit up, and those ears ride in a rail on the very top.
That's awesome. I guess lower receivers will be kind of hard to find for a while due to the election.
I haven't looked for lowers, but whenever I went to that Shoot Straight and there at Lakeland, they had you could walk in there and walk out with any goddamn thing you wanted. So.
Oh, there it is. Shoot Straight since 1979.
In downtown Lakeland? Yeah, they have about 8-lane pistol that goes out to 25 yards, and they have another 8-lane or 3 lanes that are rifle rated up to 308, but they only go out to 25 yards as well. But that's where you take your shotgun and stuff like that. Oh, I shot a 454 Casull as well, 2-inch barrel. You want to talk about a big old freaking fireball?
Wow. Who had that bear gun?
What?
Did your friend have that gun?
Yeah. He goes out in Florida and he hunts pig, and right now he's been using Glock 10 millimeter. Excuse me. For his backup gun, and he's going to start using that 454 Casull. Target set. Okay, how come the steel target stands?
They got a lot of locations.
For what?
Shoot Straight has a lot of locations in Florida. They have 8 locations in Florida. Oh, I looked at this, yeah. When I was looking for gun shops and reading their reviews on Google.
Yeah. Really, that's all that they have? Sorry.
Right.
I'm just making a. I guess I could share.
Making a plan for the shooting event.
Yeah, trying to see how I want this. There's no way you could target. No way I could change the angle of that. That sucks. Kind of want to just have the 2. Okay. Whoa. That sucks. It can't be smaller. No wonder this is only $10 a year. Because this is going to be a narrow one. I'm going to have them start here. Handgun is unloaded on the table. Magazines on the table. And then you shoot them. So you have a little bit of movement. Not a ton. One, two, three, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. I'll pull that one off. 1, 8. No, it's gonna have to be wider. Yeah, I don't like this program that much, but oh well. It was $10. It was worth a try. So if I do that, I could put my target back in.
So, Raphael, answer me this. Are you legally allowed to own a firearm?
Yeah. I'm just poor.
So, have you thought about selling one of those fancy electric guitars?
There's really not much money there. I buy cheap
Enough
stuff.
to buy a Glock, though.
No, I don't think so. A Glock is like $549, brand new.
The last guitar I sold, I got $250 for it. So maybe you just need to sell 2 guitars.
Selling a guitar is a pain in the butt. I've done it before. I've sold 5 on eBay. It's rough.
Don't you have a local music store?
Yeah,
That'll
but
sell it on consignment.
It's consignment too. They gave me like $30 one time.
I had the 91 Gibson Les Paul Studio in cherry red. It was a nice guitar. I got $500 for it. It had it had a couple issues, but I got $500 for it, which was almost half of what I bought it for. Yeah, guitars don't have a good resale value. That's the only problem.
You have a good brand though. Gibson holds his value. I have Epiphone.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and I know. I've had cheap guitars and they just don't hold up. I've got 2 Fender Strats right now. They're in storage, but
sweet.
Fender Strats are pretty awesome. One of them's got a mahogany body.
Ooh.
I miss playing that one.
Yeah. I have 2 Fender Stratocasters, I got them cheap. That's
You should be able to get $500 for a Strat.
I don't know. I like this one too much.
It's got the rosewood fretboard.
Yeah, rosewood. It's a 62 reissue. Japan. It's my favorite now. I gotta fix the other one. I broke one of the treble knobs.
Yeah, I had more guitars than I was playing, and so I just started selling them.
Yeah, I did that once, but it's rough. You gotta get shipping quotes. You gotta get the box.
Yeah,
And then you gotta
I wouldn't sell it. I wouldn't ship it through the mail. I would just sell it to the local store and eat your loss, you know. And just know that there's always another guitar you could buy later on if you want, but you can only play one at a time. So
I'm okay now.
That's what they say about firearms, and all of us have like 40.
Well, yeah. No, he needs one firearm.
Oh, you don't have any?
No, I'm poor.
Oh yeah, I'd be selling some shit to get a firearm.
You know, I'm going to Tulsa. I'm gonna shoot something. I hope.
If you get there for
Get some real
Tuesday or
experience.
Thursday, yeah.
I hope to be there.
Wait,
I
how
gotta
much?
get a paint-
How much is it going to take you to get to Tulsa?
Probably
didn't you say you were
400
going to fly?
something for it.
What?
I'm gonna fly. I'm going to fly. I hope.
How
I'm
much?
looking
How
into
much is that?
Like 439 around.
Okay.
I'm still.
Yeah, that's a Glock right there.
Yeah,
That's a used police trade-in Glock right there.
But I'm not. I can't buy used.
Why not?
I don't know much about guns.
Okay, if it's a used semi-auto like a Glock or something like that, chances are it's going to be shot maybe a couple hundred times, and that's it, and it's going to be good. Basically, you look for wear on the barrel, any gouges or anything on the inside. I mean, there's really not much to look at them for semi-autos.
Worst case scenario with a Glock, it doesn't work. Send it to Glock. They'll fix it. Send it back.
Yep.
I know. I'm tempted. I held a 17 in my hands. It felt all right, even
These
with
trade-ins are like $400.
Yeah, I would definitely look into that over going to Tulsa because
A brand new Glock 43 is $450.
yeah, I would actually look into it over Tulsa just because. I mean, you need to get into a firearm, and you know we can meet up again at a later date. If Killer gets in there, you don't know what the hell's going to happen.
Yeah, you know, next year we'll all meet up in Tulsa, just a little bit sadder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Gavin,
Like-
what's the good word on your friend selling his Glock?
Yeah, there you go.
What's up?
What was the good word on your friend selling his Glock?
You want a Glock 43?
How much is he asking?
I don't know. He's kind of on the fence whether he's going to sell it or not. Yeah, I really don't like Glock 43s because of the mags.
The question is, did Keanu use a 43 or was he using a 26? I can't remember. Moon will chime in any moment and be like, it was a 26. You're a dumbass. That's why you bought the wrong P30L. And then I'll go, oh. Moose, what the fuck are you doing?
Building a stage
Cool.
and putting in start position, stuff like that.
Wait, what the fuck does the hands mean?
Right here.
Yeah.
That's for IDPA. That's a no shoot. That's saying, hey, I'm surrendering. I have nothing in my hands.
Yeah, but that's when you shoot them. That way you don't have to worry about them retaliating. It's like, look at me, I have no gun. Cool, I don't have to worry about getting shot back at.
Yeah. I do not like this program. That sucks. That really sucks. Oh well.
Yeah, 26 was cool. But either way, just go buy a police trade-in. They're not terribly expensive. You can get them anywhere from like 3 to 4 to 2. And anything goes wrong with the gun, send in the Glock, they'll fix it and send it back. Worst case is you basically pay shipping to ship it to them. Which is like fucking $40, I think, to ship a handgun.
Yeah, and while you're at it, pick up a $50 gun safe, something you can attach to something somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Nah. Do you live alone? Do you have kids?
Alone.
Don't worry about it.
That can be broken into.
I mean, sure, it can be broken into, but if you're wearing it, it'll make it a lot harder for it to be broken into. Like, just have your gun on you at all times, and then when you're going to bed, put it on a nightstand next to you. And then in the morning when you wake up, put your gun on.
I think the Florida CCW permit is only $100.
Yeah, it's not expensive.
Let's see. What do I have? I have one of these. It's not the best, but it's better than absolutely nothing.
Dude, it's $25.
Right.
I wouldn't trust a $25 lunchbox to hold my lunch.
But the thing is
a
this
$25 lunchbox to hold my fucking $500 Glock.
Right, but the thing is this is actually TSA compliant. Because once you lock it, no one can get into it inside your luggage. That's not what I use to fly with, but it can be used. Oh, here's a that one was $25. This one is $20.
Yeah.
$19.
I go back to my last statement. I wouldn't trust that fucking $10 box to hold my lunch, let alone my fucking firearm.
But we've got to keep these guns away from the toddlers, because the toddlers could use them to kill people.
Well, unless he's inviting toddlers into his house, in which case we'll have an entirely different set of a conversation to have.
Yeah, you're dating
what toddlers are fucking getting into his house and grabbing his guns. He just says he lives alone.
There's no free candy sign outside.
You're not driving a fucking bus with free candy or a van with free candy written on the side of it?
Nope.
You don't have a clown costume in your fucking closet for you to sneak off into the woods with?
Nope.
Alright, then you're set. You don't need to worry about toddlers.
A toddler menace.
Yo, Foos, you fuck with fancy ass bolt guns. What's your take on betting them?
I've never betted a firearm. Will it make it more accurate? Yeah.
Which one do you fancy? Pillow bedding, or bedding?
I've never done either one, so I do not know.
I just ordered the kit. I just went. When I jumped off, the guy from Australia was calling me to tell me that the kit is available. So I just ordered a pillow bedding kit.
But I can tell you one thing. I wouldn't bet it myself because I know I don't have the know-how to do it.
Yeah, the one that has a pillow bedding is easy. It's just basically putting some shims inside there and doing that one. But the other one, which is the bedding where you have to put epoxy and you have to cut out, and you have to let it sit. Then that one I won't try.
What else do I want to do for a stage? This could be a longer stage.
What about one where it's on fire and the shoot house is also on fire? So you're running through a burning shoot house, shooting at people with hands up.
I thought about that, but I really didn't want to light this range on fire.
You don't want to melt your Gore-Tex shoes?
Yeah, I really don't want to.
Yeah, I feel you.
They're all so big. It sucks.
So what's this? You design out your range, and then they're like, all right, we'll build that for you to have fun.
No.
You asked for a stage designer. They're designing stages.
There's this one. And this one. I like this one better. No, basically what it is I'm doing this so I could kind of keep a record of what I've done in the past and stuff like that. Because every month I set up 2 stages for a local match. And so I'm trying to think of stage designs that I'd kind of want for the next match. And then tomorrow, whenever I go out shooting, I will go out and set the stage up. And then, so I'll come here and, I'll probably take a picture of this or something. And then I'll set that stage up before I go shoot somewhere else. And then it'll be up for a couple weeks before the match. Okay, I won't have targets or anything on there. I probably won't have, I won't have everything built, but yeah. So this one's going to be a long one. What do I want to do? I want a left to right. I know that. So starting position is going to be over here. That's what I'll do.
Why are there so many boxes?
There's going to be different starting points. So not different starting points, but you'll start here, and then the shooting zones are A, B, and C, and that's the only places you can shoot from.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on getting hold of this one dude who's supposed to be finding me someone to pin weld shit to my gun. So it's looking like I'm going to have to pay $30 and wait 2 weeks instead of just, paying someone like $30 here and not waiting at all.
So in terms of concealed carry, is 38 Special plus P considered more or less than a 9mm?
I don't know. Just buy 9. People have been killing people with 9
That's
since 9 came out.
38 plus P is a little softer than 9, ballistically.
Well, it's hard to
Carry whatever
believe.
you
The
can
case
shoot
is so
fast,
much
that's
bigger.
Yeah, but you have to think 357 and 38 were black powder cases, black powder loads. So that's why the cases are that diameter. You had to put that much black powder in it to get the velocities needed.
So why don't they just shorten the case and call it 38 Special Modern?
Because then you'll have a whole bunch of purists going up in arms.
Get the 9mm. I always say, you want to practice, so get something that's cheap so you can practice.
I would agree.
The worst, I tell people all the time that I shoot with, you can have the prettiest gun, but 90% of them can't draw it out of their holster and they can't fire it. So if I ask them, draw your holster out of your holster now, I would stay about a mile away from them because they may shoot themselves or they shoot somebody around them. So that is where it is. So when people think that they are invincible and have this gun in their waist, 90% of the times they can't draw it. They get jammed, they get nervous. Those are the things you practice.
I hear that. So, hey, Foos, here's a theoretical question. Do you think 38 Special brass is going to last longer than a 9mm brass?
Out of the same amount of reloads, I would say, well,
same.
Well, I would say close to the same because the 38.
Which one has a high? Go ahead.
The 38, since it's head spaces on the rim, that means that there's no stopping the brass from growing, so it'll get brittle and keep growing until it gets thin. But then, and on the 9, you don't have that problem. But on the 9, you have your extractor pulling the crap out of your head, out of the head, or out of the rim. So,
which one has a higher velocity?
9mm.
Yeah, 9mm, you're having a large explosion. So,
but it's tough. I know 38 Special brass, once fired brass, is more expensive than 9, just because of supply. I mean, I went out earlier and on Facebook, someone was selling cleaned, polished 9mm. I think it was $5,000 for, I'd say like little north of 100.
That's a really good deal.
Yeah.
But 38 Special brass is also more expensive because there's just more material there.
That's true.
Well, here's
So
the real
yeah, I'm
question.
thinking
Do you
in terms
reload?
of. Go ahead.
Although this is a real question. Do you reload? Because if you don't reload, it doesn't fucking matter. Like in the
Well,
slightest.
clearly, I wouldn't be asking the question if I didn't care. Maybe that wasn't apparent. But I have several 38 Special revolvers, and I have lots of 38 Special ammo, and I've got the dies. I haven't actually reloaded 38 Special, but I've reloaded a lot of 9. And I was just thinking, if 38 Special has lower pressures, the brass should last longer. It should be more durable. It should have more value.
yeah.
And that would be one benefit of the 38 Special over the 9mm.
Correct, but think about it. How much on a 9mm you may get 50 reloads. If you get 70 reloads, it's here and there at that point. Because at my own, I'm sure I've seen guys that say to me, Marvin, they're on their 40th reload of their brass. It's so cheap. You can buy 9mm brass. Like me now, I have so much brass because I'm what you call a brass gopher. I walk and I look and I see brass and I pick it up.
No, that's called a brass whore.
True, that too. So, and you don't care when you just started. You care about once fired brass, But when you start to reload, you just really don't care. You just pick up any brass. It could be fired 100 times, as long as it does not cracked or it has a dent, a major dent that you can't repair. Then you use it.
Yeah, and I've seen split brass in 9mm, and I've seen split brass in 223. I've never seen a 38 special, and maybe because I just haven't shot enough of it.
Right.
Or I don't think I've even seen any 45 HDP.
I've seen.
Yeah, I have split many of those.
I don't shoot too many of those either. So, but yeah, like I said, I reloaded a lot of 9, and I found a good handful of split brass there. It seems like, I don't know if the wall thickness is probably the same for all of them. It just seems like there's more pressure. They get reloaded more often. There's more, there's more pressure just being applied by the action of chambering and unchambering under
when you
mechanical force.
And when you buy one fired brass, who tells you that's one fired brass? Where's the guarantee? It could be 100 times fired brass.
Yeah.
Because once I wet tumble it, you cannot tell the difference. It's almost impossible. There's no stamp on there that says I have been fired 50 times. It's impossible. So when you buy one fired brass, they just go to the range and they just pick up in the range whatever they get. It could be people reloading. It could be, one fired brass. They don't care. So invariably, you may be buying brass that is reloaded 10 times.
It's true. You really don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, as long as it goes in chamber, goes bang.
Yeah.
For pistol brass, unless you're doing what I always forget your name. Sorry, Marvin. Yeah.
Yeah.
What he's doing, your pistol brass ain't gonna freaking matter if it's new or if it's whatever.
Here's another topical question. Is there any difference in the length of 38 special versus 38 special plus P?
Same brass.
Same brass. So isn't there some head stamp markings that say 38 special plus P, or have I been dreaming?
No, you are correct. It will say it, and that's marketing. So if you look at it, because not all guns are rated for plus P ammo. So if some guns are rated for 38, but not plus P. So you got to know the difference. Same with some 9mm. They're rated for 9mm, not 9mm plus P.
Right. I'm just making it a little hotter than normal.
So, what does this look like? Does this look like a decent stage? Start here. Actually, I could do this. And if they do that, they go left to right. I'll need to be over here. So you start here, and then you have to just shoot. So come here. You could shoot these, or you can shoot wherever you want, but just go out there and shoot. And I can pull these in a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Make that nose shoot a little bit more pronounced. Might even put 2. Ooh, that'd be interesting. Ooh, that looks interesting. Okay. I want this one. I want the back one. There we go. There we go. Something like that. I don't like this last area over here. See, this designer.
Post, do you wet tumble?
Yes.
Do you deep prime before you wet tumble?
No. See, I like this one because you're like, you have all this, and you can be like, oh, I want that, and it's sitting there for you. I guess those are all the same. Same size.
Are you having a reload in Sunday?
Yes. Too Hottie is going to finish putting his press together. He has a
Dylan.
Dylan 550.
Manually turning the turret.
Yep.
Hey, Foos, I have an idea. Why don't you do a fucking reloading chat that's not involving reloading, but you making an AK?
That'd be a building class.
Yeah.
That and me making the AK takes longer than an hour.
Make it a series. I don't care. I'm trying to like get something that I don't know I would watch. Reloading bores the hell out of me.
Suck it up, sunshine.
Well, I mean, there's always what is it, Pornhub or what other sites you frequent?
Mostly I'm on fuck.com, like with a Q instead of a CK. That place is great.
All right.
It's got all kinds of porn from all kinds of places.
He's gonna go French porn. He likes chicks with underarm hair.
Yeah, well, the French are more appealing when you don't have to smell them.
No, I don't want that one. I don't want that one.
I just feel like you could save a couple targets for those no shoots in the center if you just space them out a little bit more. Space 3 of them out. You won't need 5.
Oh, pull these guys. And only have that, and then.
They turn those ones on the side vertical.
Well, what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to have fairly tight shots. So here, it's kind of, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to test multiple shooting skills. So I want fairly tight shots. So I want smaller A zones. So that means I got to pull them close to this no shoot. Or I could do just headshots.
But you're just trying to make a boundary around the outside of the white target, correct?
Kind of, yeah. So you have to shoot tight, and if you don't shoot tight, you'll get penalized.
Yeah, so you don't need those things to be sticking out like 2 feet on either side. You just need like a 6-inch boundary around the outside.
What you got going here, Foos?
Building stages for a local match in a couple weeks. The thing is, for the week after Tulsa. But the thing is if I have to have so much in this type of an array, to be legal, I have to have at least half of the A zone visible. So I can't pull them. I can't pull it like this because that A zone isn't visible.
I always get this backwards. So the white is the no-shoot?
Correct.
Oh, yeah, I always get that backwards. No, I see what you're doing.
So the white's the no-shoot.
I kind of like the diagonal targets, though, rather than the horizontally. Because, I mean, I don't know if we're looking at it practically, somebody could be tilting at an angle, you know, if this is supposed to mimic a body person. Yeah, that's cool.
I know what I could do. I could do this.
But
So
you don't often see people like sideways unless they're on the ground, I guess. I don't know. It's just
So you're responsible for building a course?
Well, the local one, she is up in her upper 60s, and she builds. I mean, she's been building for probably 20 years, and I'm trying to help her out. And since I started shooting in 2011, I've told her, hey, call me if you need help. Call me, anytime. I'll come down and help you. She never has. Well, this summer, a couple months ago, I'm just like, Diane, I'm going to take 2 stages whether you like it or not. So, I created a whole bunch of stages and sent them to her and say, I would like to build next month's match. And she said, well, I already have 2 planned, so if you want to take the other 2, that's fine, and then just wait till next month for the previous 2. I said, that's fine. How about we alternate? So I do 1 and 4. She does 2 and 3 one month. The next month I do 2 and 3, and she does 1 and 4. So we're alternating like that.
Cool. So
I'm trying to, because she has like 38 acres and about 1,700 square foot house. And I told her that, if she decides to sell, let me know. I would, if I can, I would buy it. So then she has a reinforced reloading room that is about 2/3 the size of my living room and kitchen.
Sounds like your fucking dream place, man.
With a 72 gun safe bolted to the floor and wall.
Nice.
So,
nice.
But
Really
I'm
nice.
thinking I'm thinking it would be right around $200,000 for all of it.
Well, that's God. Just thinking about house prices and shit out here and property and all that. That's a fucking steal. I mean,
yeah, that's a deal. But I like that setup with the 3 targets rather than the 5. I thought the 5 was way too busy.
Okay, but I'm still wanting. I want more than just 6 shots from this one. And then I'm kind of wanting some tight shots here. So here I'm kind of wanting more of a hoser. I don't know. I know what I could do with this one. I have them overlapping. Real hoser type stage.
hey, Foos, I'm glad you're on. I wanted to chat with you. I went out and got a little trickler today and scale.
So you got a trickler. Okay, so you got a trickler and scale. So on your 550, you don't have a powder drop.
Not at this point, not yet. No.
Okay. That's not too bad. I could set this back. Kind of do.
It's a digital scale, right?
Yeah, I ended up getting a Hornady digital thing. It's got the pan and got the calibrating weight and all that.
Yeah,
about
that's what I got.
$35, something like that.
Yeah, I want to say like 30. Yep, right around.
Got
30.
a 1 ounce limit.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
I didn't even open the box.
I had one of those until I dropped it and broke it. Yeah, concrete and that Hornady don't match, but I've dropped my Frankfurt and it's lasted.
Yeah, I couldn't find that Frankfurt on Amazon actually with free Prime shipping, without bumping it up to like a $45 order or something like that. So I was up and out and about today, so I hit up a local shop and was just like, oh, let's get this shit done.
No, this
Hey,
one
you can
right here.
reload now.
Right here, $27 Prime.
Yeah, when I was looking at it, it was.
Well, do you have Prime?
Yeah, I do have Prime, but it was making me spend an extra some odd dollars, and I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go out and. Well, actually, you know what? You know what it was? It wasn't going to get here until Monday. I think that's what it was.
Okay.
When I was looking at ordering it early this morning.
So you're gonna make a bullet this weekend?
Yeah, that's kind of the plan. Reloading chat. I got dies set up that I've been making dummy rounds with, but I'm gonna pull those out, and I think me and Foos and whoever else is gonna jump in. Go ahead.
Oh, so you're gonna pull your dies out and redo it?
That's what I was thinking.
I mean,
I hate
to have you do that since you already have them set up.
Well, they could be fucked up too, you know. So that was kind of what I was liking about us going through this and doing it step by step and setting that son of a bitch up. I mean, it's completely up to you.
No, dude, it's your press. It's up to you. I mean, I don't want to be for this reloading chats. I don't want to be the driving force. I want to have maybe 2, 3, or 4 of us contribute ideas. That's why I gave that email out to people and the password and stuff. So I want more than just me to be the driving force.
Understood.
And what, you gonna make a rifle round or a 9mm? Or...
Yeah, 2 to 3, 5, 5, 6.
And it's 1-side brass?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I could do. Bill drill.
I mean, brass is clean, brass is tumbled, and just needs to be primed. And
I have size and die wax.
Pardon me?
Size and die wax.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're good. You can make it. You didn't need a powder thrower. You can throw it in there any way you want because you have the skill to measure it. So.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be slow, but like I've said before, I'm in no fucking rush when it comes to this shit. I'm taking it slow and step by step. And
have you gotten some basic recipes from online?
I haven't yet.
So that's what you need to do between now and Sunday. Just
and
Google.
What powder are you using? Ramtac?
Ramshot tack, yeah.
Yeah, so you want to Google your gun, Ramtech, and try to get the combination.
I could tell you right now, I use Ramtac. I use 25.5 grains, and out of my 16-inch barrel, that 55 grain projectile's moving right at 3,000.
All right, these are 62 grain Hornadies.
Okay. So
how much brass you have?
Pardon me?
How much brass you have?
Oh, so I got quite a bit of brass just hanging around.
Okay. So,
and it's all in different stages. You know what I mean?
Okay. The reason why I asked you that is you may want to measure the length, the lands, and that's easy to do. You can do that today, tonight, because you have the brass, you have the bullet. Just put a bullet, and you have made bullets already. You just put it inside of the actual chamber, and well, you guys, is it a bolt action? No, right?
No.
Oh,
Either AR or Mini 14 is what is going to be fired out of.
Okay.
So,
Oh.
Hey, dude, I totally didn't mean to come in here and hijack it.
no.
We weren't talking about anything.
No, we've actually been, we were talking reloading and everything else off and on. So you're looking at right now. Of course, these are probably 20-inch barrels because whenever I put my 55 grain, you know, I'm pushing it and I'm not getting it as fast as what they're saying. I'm about 250 short, which is, you know, if I'm 4 inches short on the barrel, that's about right. So, yeah, you're looking at anywhere from 22.5 to 25 grains for your 62. And at the upper end, I would expect you to be pushing 2,800 rounds, and on the low range, about 25.5.
100 rounds per pound? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's how many feet per second.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
and then you're going to do it. Go ahead.
And then, of course, what I'll probably, or what you should do, and what I would hopefully direct you to do is start with 21.5, and I would load to maybe 25.5.
But do a ladder. Is that what it's called? What it's called?
Yep. I would do
5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
Well, yeah, yes, I would definitely do that, but I would have somewhere in between here that are, you know, take some factory stuff and just get used to the gun again. You know, don't go out there cold and shoot your first 5. Go out there and pump, you know, 10, 15 down range so you could, you know, okay, this is where the trigger's breaking. This is, you know, everything kind of gets settled in before you start your ladder.
I got you.
Because
so you basically say warm up a little bit?
Yes.
It's called a cold barrel. So you fire 2 shots, 3 shots. The truth is right. What you need to do is make 5 rounds of one load, 5 rounds of another load, 5 rounds, and you go up by 0.2, 0.3 on each one. So,
well, see, I do my ladder loads a little different. What I do is I would do a, you know, 21.5, 22, 22.5, 23, 23.5. I'd go up half each way because that would get you enough rounds to shoot and see what it is. And let's say, you know, your group from 21 to 23 is getting smaller, and then also only 23.5, it's bigger, and 24 is bigger and stuff like that. So you know that next time, load between your 24.5 and then a 24.7, 25, then a 25.2, and then 25.5, and see what your gun likes. And then let's say it truly is in that 24.5 or 24.7 range. So you do that, and there's not much difference if you go a little higher or a little lower with the 24.5 or the 25. So that means you can set your dial at 20, you know, right between them. And if your dial is a little off from round to round, it's not going to change your impact because it's still in the sweet spot of your rifle.
But for my rifle, it's got to be on all the time the same. So, but like I guess for a 9mm, doesn't really care. You're in the sweet spot.
Well, I mean, he's shooting a rifle, and you're never, you know, having these mechanical powder throws. Every round isn't going to be absolutely exact because you're not going to be weighing every round.
Oh,
so
I weigh everyone.
Right, but that's the difference of what you shoot and probably what the most people shoot. I know you're going for supreme accuracy every time, and not everyone shoots like that.
Foos, what website was that you were on with that data?
I just Googled.
Use the manufacturer's website. So whichever brand powder you have, they're the ones that will have the data.
So Ramshot TAC load data, it's on ramshot.com under load data, and then view complete load data edition 6.0 PDF. And
right on. Yeah, and I think when I was on Powder Valley the other day, there was also a link for it.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the different powders.
Yeah, it's a part of the Western Powders line. They have Ramshot and Accurate. They used to have some more. But.
And what do you recommend? Just take one fucking gun out and focus on that?
Yeah.
Yes, take one gun, find the load that gun is, shoots, and then take some of those and take it to your other one and see how it likes it. They may not like the same load. You may have to. What I would do, since you're going for two completely different firearms, I would take pictures of your ladder the first time with what powder load, and then you would have to do it again for the other rifle.
For the mini?
Right. And then, if, let's say, the sweet spot of your AR is, 24.5 to 25 even, but then your sweet spot for your Mini 14 is a 23.5 to 24.7 or something like that. So you have to load for the sweet spot of both of them. So you would be on the lower end of sweet spot of your AR and the upper end of the sweet spot of your Mini 14.
Right, and then you can keep everything consistent.
Right, so you load one round for your guns.
Yep. Yeah, I mean that's totally where I want to be. I don't want to be fucking around with different pellet load for each AR and.
Yeah, so
at least right now.
Just do 223 then. You'll be fine.
That's what.
Unless all your guns are in 5.56, because
we'll still.
I got my two are in 5.56. One's in 223 wild.
The thing is, you cannot find 5.56 dies.
Yeah.
They're all 223 dies. So I load everything to 223 spec, no matter what chamber I have. And most of mine are 5.56.
And no matter what brass you're using, huh?
Right.
Huh.
Because if you're loading to 223, it's lower pressures. So even if you get a thicker walled case, like a military brass or something like that, your chamber's still going to contain the pressure because you're already loading it to a lower pressure. Because, I mean, it's kind of like the same with 357 and 38 special. You can put 38 special to a 357 all damn days. And you can even load those freaking hot, and you're fine because it's made for 357 pressures.
Okay. So, all right. So, if I'm understanding that right, because if I was looking at strictly 5.56 load data, and I was gonna use a 223 case, I would, or actually, if I was looking at this, could be vice versa, but I would want to download by 10% just to start out, right, for pressures.
Yeah,
because of the thickness in the case and the different, and I mean you can't fill that with the same amount of powder because you got different volume in there, which causes different pressures.
Yeah. But for planking stuff, I mean, unless you're trying to do hole in hole, I mean, it's not going to matter between 223 and 5.56 brass.
Okay.
Who is playing with their guns?
Oh, me. I'm air pistol shooting.
Whoa! Is that our friend from Jamaica?
Yes.
How's it going?
Good. I'm here, trying to practice with my air pistol.
Well, that wouldn't be my first choice, but good luck.
It is the best way to practice, my friend.
No, it's not.
It's not.
What do you guys use?
Best way to free practice is shoot with the gun. No, dry fire.
Dry fire.
Because
Yes or no?
your air gun does not have the same trigger, doesn't have the same ergonomics.
But he can't work on his breathing and all that.
I agree. So I'm going to give you the answer to that. As a precision shooter, Brian Zenz, if you read in his book, the top shot in the world, 10-time world champion, says the best, other than dry firing, is having the ability to see what you're doing. Because most people, he says 90% of people get dry fire wrong. They think they're doing it right, but they get it wrong.
Yes.
Because they don't get a positive readback of what they're doing. So you're saying you're dry firing 100 times for the day and you're really not doing it. What you're learning is a process.
Use the laser lights.
Yeah.
Unless,
but
the bullets with the lasers.
But the process is basically when I'm dry firing or doing my air gun, it's a process. I'm breathing, I'm stopping. So it is not really the trigger control. It's just getting that process to fire. So I'm continually repeating myself the same thing, getting the same stance, getting the same look at the sights, and so that I can remember that all the time. And then once I press the trigger, I know, hey, I am high, right, left. What did I do wrong? So that is what you kind of learn. And when you dry fire, he said 90% of people he meets are dry firing wrong. They're not getting any value from it.
Because they don't actually see their sights as the hammer falls. They say,
Correct.
"Oh, that's what it is," and move on, and they're moving on before they pull the damn trigger.
Correct. And they're like, "Oh, that was great, and I did 10 times today," but they don't realize they're doing the same bad habit over and over until you really have an air pistol and you fire it and you say, "Whoa, that was way right. Why is it way right?" And you keep on doing the same thing, and you're like, "Am I am I thumbing it too much? Am I anticipating the recoil?" Then you see it, you're like, "Oh."
I actually wish I could fucking shoot an air rifle just at my house here. I would. I'd go get one. And
Get a cheap air pistol. Well, this one is not cheap, but get an air pistol. You can get one for the one that I have is a Daisy. You can get, I think, from Daisy itself for about $150. But there are cheaper ones. But this is the best one to get for a starter. And you just practice. You just make your own targets and just buy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, dude, even though I ran around this neighborhood shooting BB guns and shit as a kid, I'm pretty sure that there's laws against it in this area, even an air pistol.
Well, it's fun for indoors, just for fun.
Yeah, you go into indoors.
You get a little BB trap, and then you can have even metal targets sitting in that trap.
Yeah.
So you get good feedback and everything.
It's good for you to learn that if you are like Foos now that shoots rapid, fast shooting all the time, it may not be the best because he then trains himself.
I don't do that all the time. There's sometimes I do have to slow down and take a damn sight picture.
Right. So it all it does is teaches you sight picture, teaches you just so the trigger, and then on my trigger on this BB gun, you get it's another BB gun. It's an air pistol. So this air pistol, I can adjust the trigger pull. I mean, the weight is as heavy as any other of my guns. It just doesn't have a recoil, which is fine, you know.
Hey, what's your name on gun channels?
My name on gun channels is No Problem.
No problem.
Yeah.
Are you logged in right now?
Am I logged in? Let me log in. Move on.
No, I'm not seeing you.
I guess that answer would be no, since he's like, "Oh, let me log in."
Yeah, I'm not.
I usually am permanent logged in. Hold on, let me.
I'm gonna throw. I'm not seeing you.
Hold on, let me make sure. Yes, it says I'm logged in. I'm going to type my name. Hey. Enter.
There you go. You just showed up. I'm gonna throw a friend request your way, dude. Are you gonna be around Sunday?
Yes. I'm traveling next Sunday.
7 Central?
The 7 Central is 8 Eastern. Yes.
Cool.
All right. Join us.
Yeah, please do.
That's the hangout?
Yeah.
Ooh, I need to record that. Hold on. Copy.
Well, we don't have
Copy
that. Well, we don't have the hangout set up for then, but
I see a link here.
Oh, that's Gavin just posted the lobby link.
Oh, okay. Send me an email to this. Hold on, let me write my name. Hot. Yeah, send me an email to there.
Okay. Just look for the subject line gun channels.
Yep.
all right. So, if you have any questions for reloading that you want answered, gun channels with an S, reloaders with an S at gmail.com. We have that going, and we will answer your emails. We have one that I'll answer after Hottie's after Hottie gets his press set up. Now I have a question. What?
You see my trap? Is it quality good?
Huh?
If you look at my screen, you'll see the trap.
Oh.
So
What is that in the background?
What's there? In the background there?
No, in your target.
Oh, these are the pellet. These are the
Right, but the backing of it.
Oh, it's called duct sealing. So it's like a Play-Doh. So when you have a duct and you want to seal the duct, you use this Play-Doh kind of thing. So you can buy it, cheap. And you buy it by a 1 pound bag, and
Now,
you just use it.
do you reuse your pellets?
Oh no, I just use them to not make any noise to hit anything. So I don't want to hit like a wood or metal, so that makes noise. So I just hit this, and when it hits, it's kind of quiet. And then I pick them out sometimes, or I make my kids pick them out, and then I put them in a little container like this.
Hey Marvin, your gun channels are your hotmail.com, not con, right?
No, com. Yeah, hotmail.com. I'm sorry.
All right.
.con, dude. I've been telling
No,
you he's a con artist this whole time. You're gonna send him an email. He's gonna say, "Thanks for responding with your credit card number and social security."
Yeah. No. I mean, I copied and pasted what you posted in the lobby, and it came back and it's like, message undeliverable. I'm like, what the hell?
So I pick them out and just shoot again. And this is my target, and I have a piece of wood, not a piece of wood, a piece of cardboard, and this is the back of the cardboard.
So it's like a little bullet trap for you, or like pellet trap, whatever.
Yeah, simple pellet trap. And this box I bought at the hardware store. They make it for apples and little things like that. Like a little crate.
I just saw a post on my Facebook that said Early voting data shows World War I veterans overwhelmingly support Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
And I go, I don't have, I should be shooting this at 33 feet, 10 meters, but I don't have 10 meters in my garage. I have 30 feet, so I'm 3 feet shy.
Well, then you're just shooting 10 yards. That's fine. A yard's like a meter. Don't worry about it. They're the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good practice. It has taught me so much. I've seen my bad ways.
So I have a decision I need to make. I either need to stay on this chat and talk with you fuckers.
Yes.
Or go upstairs and reload another 400 rounds.
No.
And then talk to you fuckers afterwards.
No, you stay. I just got back. You can't leave now.
And this is what I do tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out shooting tomorrow.
So this is my target setup. This is my load. And I'm going to do 5 rounds here, 5 rounds here. One rifle, another one. This is for my Tika. And there it is.
All right, dude, check your email when you get a minute. It should be on its way.
Yeah.
Who knows how long it'll take to get to Jamaica, though.
On my Instagram, it says Hillary spotted heading down LA freeway in a white Ford Bronco.
Someone on Gun Channels the other day had a pretty good joke, and it was like, yeah, my grandfather's voting Democrat. I would talk to him about it, but he's been dead for 30 years.
I've seen that as well.
Yeah, so I guess we have Anthony Weiner being a pedophile. We can thank him for the FBI reopening the
Yeah,
case.
apparently. But, did you hear about Pence's plane last night?
Yeah, it ran off the runway.
Yeah, if I were a conspiracy theory nut, I would say that is Clinton's last-ditch effort to get rid of him so she could get elected.
No, I'm just wondering what that plane knew about Hillary Clinton.
No. You guys have it all wrong. Everyone on the plane decided that life was not worth living anymore, so they all leaned to the left at the same time. And that's what caused it to, skid off the runway.
Right, and Smeggy, and your ancestors originally came from France.
My ancestors...
Some of them did.
My ancestors came from Germany, but I'm fucking American.
I wish I was fucking an American.
Quick one.
I sure wouldn't be talking to you guys right now.
When I heard about this plane, the first thing that came to my mind that I knew that, based on reading and listening about Pence, he's very religious, extremely religious. And I wondered to myself if he took that as a sign to himself that, either go one way or another.
Probably.
Either that or just well, shit happens.
Looks like I'm meant to be vice president. Or
yeah, that's because most religious people are very, very religious. Look at signs like that and say, you know what, the Lord is talking to me, or is he saying that, hey, should I be careful what I do? Do I, does it make him rethink how his mode of operandi?
No, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyways.
Yeah.
Well, it just depends, because he could look at, he saved me. See, the initial accident was nothing, but but God saved him because he wants him. He has a job for him to do. Like, I mean, you can look at it either
He
way.
is destined right, right. I'm not making any conclusions of what he would do. You know, my only thought process is that you tend to find that somebody is extremely religious, uses those moments for clarification in their life. People like that are non-religious say, "Oh, I'm going to sleep on the same bed, on the same side of the bed last night. We don't really care." But very religious people use those are moments of, as I said, reflection, thought process. You know, you tend to find that.
I just think the whole plane thing was very convenient, especially before the election.
Blame the pilot.
I blame New York.
No, there's another one up in New York that plane that burnt down today.
I thought that was in Chicago.
Oh, might have been crap. It's in one of those Democrat fucking cities.
Yeah, because that has relevance to if a plane burned or not.
You never know.
Yeah,
Or if a plane crashes or something.
Indian fans are just, getting a little rambunctious.
Go Cubs. Come on. They're in the World Series. I mean, that's happened. Last time that happened, what? Was 1945?
No, that's the Indians. 1908, I think, for the Cubs.
Right. Well,
and I hope they don't win it again.
Oh man, you're mean.
Yeah.
Come on, we've got our Back to the Future moment right here. The Cubs are in the World Series.
But was it the same year as the movie, or was it last year?
No.
They were supposed to get it last year, and they dropped the ball last year.
Oh. Well, like
Yeah,
a butterfly
fuck you, Back
flapped
to the
its
Future.
wings. A butterfly flapped its wings in Japan and made it so they didn't win.
I'll give it to them that they're a year late, but at least they got there.
No. I hope the Cubs lose.
They're a year late and hopefully $1 short.
Yeah,
fuck them. Right in the pussy.
No, the reason is my boss, he's a big time fan of them. And yeah, I don't want them to win.
Your boss? You don't want your boss to win?
I don't want Cubs to win because they're my boss freaking loves them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fuck your boss too.
My boss for another 4 days.
I think I'm gonna go out and get tacos.
You should hope that they win, because if they win, you won't have to deal with him for those last 4 days, because he'll be out partying.
Well, wins the series. I mean, I know it's going now, but what's the series title? I mean, what's the score of the series?
1-1 last I heard.
Yeah, the Indians 1-1. The Cubs 1-1.
Yep.
So they're playing a third game tonight, and I'm sure they still have to play one more game after that, anyways.
No,
Yeah,
they go to at least 5, if not 7.
No, I think it's 4.
It's best
For
of
the World
7.
Series?
So
Best of seven,
it's best of 7. So whoever wins the 4, you're good. So
okay.
So if you were to happen upon
it can be over in 6 or whatever.
Okie dokie. Also, I just saw a bit of CNN where they're like, man, if you voted for Hillary and you were on the fence, we're sorry.
Oh, because they are because of the early voting.
Yeah, because of the early voting and her newest scandal coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Which
great.
honestly,
which is the funny part to the CNN being like, yeah, we're sorry.
Which is it too? Do you think it's already too late?
What, early voting? Early voting is what, a quarter of what actually voting happens?
Right, but no, I mean, is this new scandal or whatever too late in the cycle?
Yeah, they won't
Probably.
be able to do anything.
Too late, it won't do anything as far as the polls go, but it will do something in case they do decide to indict her, and she gets, I guess, even if she's president, she can't pardon herself. So,
No.
so even if they elect her, the issue is if they go and indict her on it, they can remove her as president.
Yeah, but then we get that squiggly fuck of her like running mate who's
No,
just as fucking dirty and bad.
The Grinch that stole the presidency.
Yeah.
Hey,
But either
be
way,
careful. That's a new president. Hillary is your new president. Will be.
not yet.
If she goes to jail, then Kane's our president.
I'm a realist.
First name.
I look at it from
Jimmy.
What was it? You guys were the other night. We're talking about. I think it was on Matt's channel about the elections, and he went on and on and on and on and said it's close. And I was laughing.
Matt's afraid, and now things are looking a little bit better, but not by much.
But I mean, I was laughing because I'm saying to myself, elections are won by electoral votes, electoral college. It's not one. So when they say it's tightening, where Trump is now 46 and Hillary is 49, it's only 3 away. So it could be 1 away. It's won by state by state by state. And it's just, he has to run the table to beat her in like 8 states. It's just very difficult. It's hard to see.
Last thing I saw, CNN switched some of its battleground states from going to Hillary to being undecided.
Yeah, but all of those battleground states, Florida, North Carolina, Arizona, Pennsylvania, you name it, all of them he has to win. Ohio, he has to win. She just needs to win 1 out of, I think, 8 of those. All the ones that are her states, leaning Democrat or full Democrat,
Yeah, I
she
think all she
wins.
has to win. She only has to win like Florida.
Yes, and it's done.
Yeah.
And so he has to win like 9 states or 8 states that are toss-ups.
He has to sweep it.
Sweep. He has to run the gamut, and it's very difficult for him. He has to win Arizona, Utah, North Carolina, Florida. He has to take out a big state from her, like a Pennsylvania.
Dude, why are you harshing her vibe, man?
I was just saying that I just think it's funny that CNN for once is not like fucking on all fours sucking their like life away on Hillary's like titty, but not to go into the entire fucking Trump thing. I don't care.
Well, they'd have to be on their knees to suck on their titties. They'd probably dragging the fucking ground.
Wow, I did not need that in my head tonight. Thank you.
And I don't get middle pictures, so you're welcome.
It's okay. I can help you with those pictures. I have pictures. There's that dude who made that fucking naked
You
statue
keep
of
your
Hillary.
screen sharing off, Flippy. That's all I'm telling you.
And now on CNN, there's a like breaking news release. Clinton facts, complete facts on emails. Let's see, what the hell does it say?
That's just what I thought was funny. But
more,
now that
more cooter sucking.
Now that Marvin's in here. Now that I got that barrel, I'm like, I don't know what to do with it. Do I sell it? Do I make a new gun out of it? Do I trade it? Like, my hands are up.
Call Novinsky. They'll probably tell you to shove it up your ass.
Because it's still on my mind. And eventually I'll like figure out something. And I'm hoping one of you.
You know what that means, dude?
figure out something.
You're already feeling fucking guilty about it.
No, it's not guilt. It's literally on my desk in front of me staring at me. And I'm just like, I don't know what to do with you.
Build another upper.
Okay.
So, quick question: should we're really good at spending each other's money.
Yeah, but he got the fucker for free, so he's not spending.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, he's got to buy an upper and stuff, but
That's the cheap part.
I think karma will come back to get you eventually. So,
What did he?
There's no such thing as
did he
karma.
get did he get 2? Noveski. barrels.
Yeah, they
instead of
sent
one?
me an extra barrel. I sent the barrel back because I thought it was the barrel I ordered and it was mistaken. So they sent it back to me with a bulk carrier group. But before they sent it back to me, they sent me another barrel and bulk carrier group.
And charging handle.
Oh, and they gave me a free charging handle for the mistake.
I'd keep it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, I already sent it back
Right.
once, and they didn't catch it, and so whatever.
So, would you rather see everything that the FBI has, or not right now?
What are you talking about in this chat? Is that what you're asking?
No, I meant like released to the public because Clinton's like,
Nah, they're not gonna
everything.
wiki it.
Yeah.
We'll find out like after the election.
It's already out there on WikiLeaks anyway, so you know.
Not all of it. There's still a
No.
lot.
There's not. WikiLeaks didn't leak any of Wiener's emails, and that's what they were investigating.
Yeah.
Well, they're probably worried about showing, you know, those kind of pictures to the
They
American
didn't leak Wiener's wiener.
Oh, there's no new scandals?
Yeah, they were like,
Well, no, they didn't have
No,
to.
we're
They
gonna
leaked
find
that on Twitter.
Well, like the investigation opened back up on him because apparently Wiener was like in some weird shit with kids. So they're like, all right, now we gotta actually look into this shit.
But
That is one fucked up
And how
dude.
exactly? I don't know. Whatever. I didn't catch this
Going
part.
through
But
his emails, they found several emails to Hillary's private server from his wife.
Huma Abedin.
Yeah, that were very incriminating towards Hillary. So it's reopen, or they're talking about reopening her whole email server thing based off of those emails alone.
Man, isn't it going to be great when she's president and then the FBI comes out and fucking indicts her? I mean, man.
And
Awesome.
then it's trial by Congress, right?
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
the House-
If
the
she
House
gets
does it.
indicted, does that mean that they don't have to impeach her because she's up on criminal charges? How does that work?
I'm not
Still have to
sure.
go through the
No.
process.
Well,
Like,
it looks
they
like a
definitely
FedEx
impeach her.
plane burned down in Florida today as well.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I
hope I
didn't
didn't
get
have anything from
shipped
Florida.
Florida.
Bad
Fort
day for
Lauderdale.
aviation.
Fort Lauderdale International. Huh.
See, it'd almost be better if they impeached her because her Justice Department's not going to press charges against her.
No, but it goes to Congress and they run the
Oh, no, that's what needs to happen.
right. But it all depends on who's running the house. What is it? The House or Senate that does it, or is it
I
both?
think it's the House.
Okay, I
Because
can't
the
remember.
the House used to have before the governor selected the senators, and they passed a constitutional amendment that allowed senators to get voted on. But before that, the House kind of was the bigger deal.
Okay.
It was more of a representative body.
So we need to get the House.
Well, if we keep the House, I mean, we've got the House already by like 30 seats. But Mr. Bigley might cost us that. So
We got it.
It's in the
I
bag.
look like you're going to lose the Senate. Also.
I'm still standing back saying Trump's winning. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna lose $40. That shit's coming to me. I'm gonna make $80.
As long as we get one.
yeah, as long as we have
that's
one.
where we're at.
I'd rather have the Senate because they get to vote on the justices.
Correct.
Yeah, but that's the one that they're probably going to win the Senate and lose the House. I mean,
I want us to win both.
If they win both, we're fucked.
No, we win both.
Oh,
We win. Oh, okay, those that are Republican win both, not anything else, because Republicans or Democrats are going to be the only ones elected for this time.
If we lose all, like House, Senate, and presidential, we will not have another non-Democrat for 40 years in the White House.
Agreed.
Oh, I saw it was a quote from Milo Yiannopoulos or whatever that guy's name is, and he
The
essentially
Breitbart
said,
guy.
he essentially said if Clinton wins and gives amnesty to those 11 million illegals, there'll never be another Republican president.
Right. Because they're already here illegally, so they don't give a shit about the American way of life, and they're just going to suck from the government's tit.
Yep.
Until they're full, and then they'll keep sucking for more and more and more.
My question, why do people think that illegal aliens are sucking from government and don't work?
No. I mean,
You're not here. You don't see the things we see. That's why.
The thing is if you want to come to this country and abide by the laws, you should come into this country legally. You should. If you want to come in here and live here, you should respect our laws and our rules.
He's not saying whether you should come all that. He's saying specifically what do they do that makes everyone believe that they are actually taking money away from the government.
Yeah, what are they? Are they parasites? What are they doing? I mean,
well, they come over here and get put on public assistance and all that right off the fucking bat, don't they?
I don't think
they get that?
Some.
I don't think they pay taxes either because they're getting paid under the table most of the time.
Yeah, but they pay state tax, sales tax, or whatever. No, I'm not debating that it's a good thing.
Sales tax, yeah.
I'm not debating if there's a good thing. I'm just saying that we need to be more. No, I should say we. I am a person where a human is a human is a human, and I think of humanity first, and I think of anything else. And I say, you know what? If an American comes to Jamaica and he's illegally here, I'm not going to say he's a parasite to me or a parasite to my country. Well, he needs to follow the laws of my country. If he doesn't, then the country takes whatever action.
Right.
But
Well, the whole parasite thing though is because they use the medical system and end up getting that for free and like that's where it comes from, is that they're using public services and not paying into it, and that's where the parasite thing comes from. So if I come to Jamaica illegally and your government hands me a check for $1,000 and I'm like, oh cool, thanks, would you still think I'm not a parasite? I mean, that's
I get you, and I agree with you, because there are people that come to Jamaica and on vacation and get sick, and because our law says that you can go to the hospital free, we have we have free healthcare. Many
is it better than Canada's?
There's no wait.
So
I mean, we don't have the bed.
I know where my next vacation is next time I'm.
So I mean, and I've seen that many Americans, Europeans come to Jamaica on vacation. They get sick, they go to the hospital, and they walk out the hospital without a bill because our law says that you cannot charge anybody for a hospital. The government subsidizes it.
Yeah.
So
awesome. Yeah. Next time I need like an appendicitis or something, I'm gonna come visit you. All right.
That's different. No. When it's something that it is. You have a toothache, appendicitis, or something like that, you have to go to a specialist. That's different. But when it comes to emergency, you get sick.
So I was sitting in Tampa's airport today, and the guy was reading a newspaper there, and I overheard him talking to his wife, and then I struck up a conversation with him, kind of talking about the article he was reading, and he said that this one county in Texas had was like 20 right around, he said 20 some odd thousand births a year in this one county, and that 73% of them were from undocumented aliens, illegal aliens, in one county a year down Texas. So you do that, they're not paying taxes. They're not going to be paying for that health care, and their child's going to be a citizen.
Yeah,
and parents aren't.
Right, and then once they have that, then they get to stay
because of amnesty. We don't want to rip families apart. Well, why the fuck you come up here? Because you knew if you came up here that you could be ripped apart. Wow, did I just kill a chat?
Yep.
No, I'm
Totally.
just thinking. I just think
killed it.
differently. No, I understand where you're coming from, and I would, but I as I said, my nature, my human nature, call me whatever, a tree hugger, if you want to call me. I'm not really a tree hugger, but
Okay, you're
I
a tree
just-
hugger.
I'm just a person, a people person. I believe in people first. I always give people the benefit of the doubt first.
The citizenship laws, in my opinion, need to change. That if you're born in the U.S., one of your parents already has to be a citizen in order for you to be a citizen, or under green card, or here legally, I should say.
Dude, yeah, I mean, just look at all the I don't know if they're Chinese or middle other Asian countries that freaking send busloads of women over here just to have babies. What is it called? Pregnancy tourism or some bullshit like that?
Yeah.
Birth tourism?
But in general, how does it affect the daily life of a typical American? Does it hurt them in any way?
We're paying for it.
Yeah, it goes back to the parasite thing.
My brother, he just had a daughter about a month ago, and he told me that he's a teacher, and his portion of the hospital is going to be about $6,000. So you do that for 15,000 kids a year. That's a lot of fucking money, and that's with insurance paying for it. That's a lot of fucking money. 10, 12, 13,000 per kid for just being born. Oh my God! And
True, but every
we're paying
American is
for
an immigrant. Do you believe that every American is an immigrant?
Every
At some
Native
point.
American.
Well, not an American,
except for Native American.
but yes, we were immigrants, but we came over, and
there was no legal
system. No, our ancestors immigrated to this country under the current laws, and they respected. That's why, like my last name, it was modified from its German roots. That's why I talk English, not bilingual. My ancestors came over here, and
You
probably
speak
most
English.
of ours. Yeah, I mean, most of our families came over here and said, "Oh, we're living in America now. You don't speak German, Russian, French, all these other languages.
You speak English."
Yeah.
But that's American. That's what American. You know what? Let me tell you, from somebody that looks from outside in, that's what makes America the greatest nation in the world. That we people that sit from outside to say that a country can look at its people and say, "Look here, we are such a diverse country. We don't say you have to do anything." So if I come to America,
yeah, but you have
you're
to
saying that
assimilate.
I must assimilate. No, I am saying that I want to be myself. I have the freedom of speech to be who I want to be. That person means that I can cook German food. I want to cook Irish.
Yeah, but you can do all that and assimilate at the same time. You can keep your heritage and bring your culture. You just can't bring your laws.
Right. So when you go in, I mean, I don't hear anybody complaining about that. Go to Chinatown and eat restaurant. China's food is not American. Pizza is not American.
No, but if let's say, 100,000, let's say 100,000 Chinese people come over here, create a little ecosystem, and have the one child rule, and start killing off babies, and say, "Oh, it's because that's how it was in where we grew up." Fuck no.
No, I agree.
You've definitely you've pivoted your argument there, and that's I think we can mostly all agree on that, right? Like you follow the rules that are here. I disagree with you on the language thing, but it's slightly with a caveat. Like, you can speak whatever you want, but don't get pissed at me when you come into my business and I don't understand you.
Correct.
Like, I'm not going to start putting signs in 50 different languages.
Correct.
Right. So
and that's what I was leading
So
to.
if you want to get by, I mean, that's like when I was in Mexico for work. I got by. Luckily, most people spoke broken English. I could speak a little bit of Spanish. We got by. It worked out okay. but I was inconvenienced, and I'm not complaining about that because, like, if I really wanted to do it right, I would have learned Spanish first, and then I would have had no problem.
Right.
So it's like you can do whatever you want. It just don't be mad at the place that you went to for not being exactly like your home.
Right. And I agree. I agree that when you go to a governmental building and you say, hey, you're going to have a driver's license, and you have it in 15 different languages, that is where I get, maybe I understand. But typically, if I go in any neighborhood, if I go to Boston, where it is really Irish, a lot of Irish people live there, I can go to Irish pubs and St. Paddy's Day and Christopher Columbus Day. There are historical days where Americans celebrate based on heritages for their forefathers. That's American. That's what people look at America and say that is awesome, you know? So I understand that we talk about, you know, people are being parasites, but we need to be mindful that that's what America was made of. It's the greatest nation in the world because it's such a diverse culture that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with anyone who does it the right way. That's my only thing, right? So, like, you know, my great grandpa came over here, and the coal companies paid for his boat ticket, and he came over, and then he had to work off his debt in the coal mines and stuff, and he got treated like trash just like everybody else. You know, it's like we have history, and then he bought the farm up north, and he made a living for himself and everything. Like, that's.
I was about to say, did he complain on getting crap, or did he just, you know, take it and then save and then build a better life for himself?
Right, exactly. That's he did what he could, and then when he got black lung disease, and the doctor was like, "If you go to work tomorrow, you're probably gonna die." He's like, "Well, I guess I'll buy some property." And then he got swindled by a dude in Chicago because he thought he was buying a bunch of farmland, and he actually got up there, and it was all woods and swamp and sandy soil and like really shitty farming. And he's like, "Oh, this is awesome," and he didn't go back and bitch about it. He just, you know, cut down some logs and built a log cabin. And the rest is history, man.
Yeah, now you got a cool shooting range.
Exactly. Now I got a badass shooting range. And I'm thinking about going shooting tomorrow, but not up north.
And I can think that every American has a story almost just like yours, that somebody from their father's father came from somewhere else. And it behooves me when people speak ill of immigrants, but their father's father was our mother.
I think people get lazy with their language, and I think the difference is when they are mad at immigrants and saying we need to stop this or whatever. I think what they really mean is illegal immigration, and they just don't say that, so they just say immigrants. But I think that's really, at least from my point of view, that's what I don't like. You know, it's just there's a system in place for a reason, and we let a certain number in, and some people get denied for whatever reason and all that. So, you know, you just got to live with it. And if you decide, well, I don't really like that, so I'm just going to come over anyways, that's the part that I have a problem with.
Right, but you see how easily it can be bundled in. Say, for instance, say somebody comes from Germany, comes here legally, or say a Mexican. Let's use a Mexican because that's the hottest topic. Comes to the United States legally, gets their papers, becomes a resident, and then becomes a citizen. Because they're Mexican and they speak Spanish, you may love them as how they came here legally. And you can see how they don't feel a part of a nation, that they should be they have done everything like your grandparents did. They've worked hard, they've gotten their papers, they've done everything. They want America to be a great country, but everybody just pokes them in and says, "You immigrants." You know, that's why I say I think of the human side of me first, you know. And maybe I'm not the best qualified person to speak about what Americans should be doing, but that's how I look at America, that this is a country of kind people. They just say, "Come on over, we're here," you know. And I think the world sees it that way. You know? When a country is in need, for instance, when there's a hurricane in Jamaica, where's a hurricane in any other country, who's the first one to step up? Americans. Who's the first ones to send Red Cross? Americans. So typically there's two trains of thought. People saying, "Hey, why Americans are they're so bitter towards immigrants?" But yet, when there is disaster or when there is genocide, Americans step up and say, "Hey, you know what? That can't happen. Let me help them out." You know, so it behooves me how people are not as open-mouthed. I don't know.
I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
Say if you mentioned Haiti, I was going to say usually the Clinton Foundation shows up first.
Yeah, so I didn't use Haiti, but in general, and you believe that in general, anytime you see there's a disaster in the Philippines or in any other country, America, look at when the plane went down over, I don't know, Malaysia plane. America sent their ships. Australia had their ships. India had their ships. The world went, and America was trying to lead, and America was nowhere near. Its land is nowhere near. When the guys got hijacked on Somali boats, I mean, things like that, it makes the world say, hey, this is a superpower. This is a country. You don't see Russia doing that. Which other country that does that? Has the ability to do that? Russia supposed to be a first world country. You don't see Russia said, hey, you know what, I'm going to look out for those guys in Trinidad because they had an earthquake. No. Americans go out and look out for them. You know, that's why you can't have speaking two tongues. You need to speak with a country where, you know, we are a country of, or America is a country of kindness. Maybe I think stupidly. I mean, I'm too much of a tree hugger, and I believe in people too much.
No, I mean those are just some
I'm just here
valid
for the
points. Although there have been a couple genocides that we've kind of sat out, like in Africa.
Yeah, and there's some of them
We
you
can't
guys.
be everyone's big brother.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the other thing. You know, that costs a lot of money.
I mean, America has done World War II. I mean, there's the only time, if you look at history, and I don't know if you guys would know this, the only time America has had to defend its own soil was on 9/11 and Pearl Harbor. But America has been in every war. There are
1812.
Yeah, 1812.
Civil War.
Internal Civil War. When I say Civil War, other than Civil War, America has not had to defend their shores.
No, you're right.
Other.
Basically, Pearl Harbor and the start of the Pacific campaign with the islands up in Alaska and all that was the first time that we actually, or the last time that we actually had to defend our country from another country. Because 9/11 was a group of people. I mean, that's
right.
We weren't declaring war on a country. It was like a group of people that were hiding in all sorts of different places. And our best friends Pakistan, like, oh, just look the other way when Bin Laden was chilling right next to their military base or whatever. But they're our allies, so that's cool.
And America has been in every major war in the world, although it hasn't. It's not defending its soil, but they have chosen because strategically they think it's moral. It's because of political positioning, but they have their reasons, and it has been in most cases good reasons. So as I said, I think most people think of America as this big brother that looks out for.
I guess the hippie vibes are too much for Night Strike and Gavin.
Yes,
I'm just waiting for Canada to cross the border into Detroit and try and take over.
Why?
I'm ready. You know why? I'll tell you why.
Maple syrup.
Mm-hmm.
It's itching, man. It's been sitting in my living room since last Tuesday. It's itching.
So this just popped up on my Facebook feed. It's kind of funny.
It popped up for a second again.
Says,
oh, his wiener screwed Monica, and then something about the other wiener. I'm guessing
this wiener screwed Hillary.
I saw there we go.
Yeah, see, when I click on your screen, I don't know if it's just because I don't have Hangouts like full screen. It's like a smaller window, but everyone's picture and stuff was over the words of the second one.
Yeah, here.
But I assumed it was like, this wiener got her back or whatever.
Yep.
Huh.
So maybe we'll take out 2 Democratic birds with 1 stone.
Smags,
Is that
you're
an AK?
fondling your AK again, huh?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
You can really hear that rotating bolt.
My CZ's too far away. I can
I have
reach
a
my
CZ
bayonet
right
though.
next to me.
Yeah, mine's on the couch right there. But I normally don't play with that either, just because
This one's loaded, so I'd have to unload it to play with.
that's exactly why I wouldn't play with mine. It's loaded up.
So yeah, I have my PO1 sitting right here.
I forgot to ask you, what do you use when you're shooting in your matches? I forgot to ask. I forgot.
If you listen to the chat this weekend, that is what.
Nice plug. You ain't giving nothing away for free, buddy.
That's what the question is. That was sent into the reloaderschannels.com website email address.
Reloaderchannels.com email address.
Sorry, reloaders channels at gmail.com.
Yeah, you gotta get better at your plugs, but I like your instinct of I ain't telling you what I use. I'm always down for some good shameless self-promotion.
So am I. Sheepdogleather.com.
Nathan, you have to say it 3 times.
That was the best setup ever. I just clicked in, got in the chat, and somebody set them up for shameless self-promotion.
Yep.
3 times. 3 times.
Perfect.
Yeah, I didn't know that rule that Matt said you got to say it 3 times.
Yeah, you know
I'll send you the text.
I'm gonna have to remember that for hit or miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock.
Nathan, do you do a inside holster for XDN?
I think I got an XDM. Come on, let me look.
I like my bayonet. It's cool.
You have a Hungarian, right?
Yep.
Is it Type 2? The metal hilt or the Bakelite hilt?
No, it's metal.
I think I've got a Bulgarian one somewhere around here.
I have a Polish and a Hungarian bayonets.
I've got a Bulgarian bayonet to go along with my Bulgarian AK.
That's why I got a Hungarian one.
Yep.
The best part about my Hungarian one is it was a surprise.
Really? Oh, from G-Webs.
Yep. I ordered some patches or some stickers or something. I think it was patches. But I got a pretty big box in the mail. I'm like, what the heck is this? I opened it up and was like, holy crap. G-Webs is an amazingly generous person.
Absolutely. I cannot say that enough.
There we go. My little strap thingy fell off, and I was having trouble getting it back on. I got it back on.
Somebody wants to sing a lullaby to you?
I've been up since 2 a.m.
Okay.
So, shush.
Here's what I got. I got an XD45, and I have an XD something mod 2 that's a shorter version of the same thing.
I have the 5.5, 5 1/4.
You have a 5 1/4 gun, so the big one, what is it in 40 or 45?
This one is in 9.
So same as 40.
Okay, so this one's too big. I got to get another model to do the smaller version because the 45's bigger than the 9 is.
The Canadians are coming. The Canadians are coming.
Hello, what would it cost me? Ethan?
I got to order some other blue guns, so I can order a XD and 9mm. I can do that.
You also have to remember whenever you ship it, that's going to be an international charge.
No. You'll ship it to Cincinnati to my son.
Oh.
Everything goes to my son, and then he
It's not
ships
that
it off
bad.
to me.
I sent stuff to like Norway, and it only was like $10-20. Wasn't bad. I think it was $13.
So,
What is the
Bob.
typical?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, that's right. I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation.
No, I was asking, what is the general price of something like that? Before you go down that rabbit hole, I want to know what I would have to order.
If you want my inside the waistband holster, the one that has the aluminum insert to make sure that it stays open, so it basically looks like this. It goes inside the waistband. Except this one's a little different. This isn't outside the waistband, but it's like this, but it has a little piece that comes down and flips up and locks and snaps, so you can take it on and off without taking your belt off, but it goes inside the waistband. It has this extra strong piece with a piece of aluminum in it to keep it open while it's in your pants. And that runs $59.99 plus tax, so $67. Sorry, $67 with shipping. But I'll send you a link to what it looks like on my website real quick because I don't think I have one here. I think I gave them all away.
Okay. If you can give me that price with shipping to Cincinnati, I'll send you PayPal immediately.
I can do that. Let me send you the link to the what it is on my website so you can see it better.
Yeah.
Wait, is there no Sheriff of Baghdad tonight?
I don't. What kind of chat's that?
I don't even know who that is.
He's great.
DB seems to think that maybe there's not. I don't know.
Shrek isn't having his show tonight from Robbie.
He's huge.
Is he on gun channels or what?
No, he's on
Or
Facebook
is he
Live.
just regular? Oh, okay.
So, Bob, are you going to be able to make Tulsa in a couple weeks?
What's that? No, I'm going to be in Tulsa in a couple weeks. Yeah.
Sweet. What? When are you getting down there?
I'm not sure. I'm waiting for my bank to straighten out some money. So, yeah. Worst comes to worst, I'll be doing a cannonball run and
Nice.
getting there like the Thursday.
Yeah, I think the plans right now is everyone meeting up Thursday, shoot on Thursday, go to that museum on Friday, and the show on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be tight, but like I said, as long as the bank and the pension funding company, whatever, straightens shit out, it'll be good.
It's only money. Just come on down. Who cares?
So you're saying if things work out bigly, you'll be good? You'll be coming?
Yeah. Basically, yeah. Well, it's just a matter. It shouldn't take more than about 3 or 4 days for the bank to get the money. So I just put everything off till too late, as usual.
Hey, Foos, is my math correct that a pound of powder for 223 or 5.56? So let's say you're loading 25 grains flat. That's going to get you 280 rounds.
Take 7,000 and divide it by whatever your grain weight is, and then it'll give you the amount.
Right on. Yeah, that's what I did.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I say a lot. That's why people shoot a lot more pistols than they do rifles. Powder goes a long way.
You know, I have to say, what's so hard about our system of measurement and weight? Why do we need the metric system? It's so easy to remember. 1 pound of powder equals 7,000 grains. I mean, it makes total sense.
Of course.
Along with all our projectiles and every way we measure things.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's plenty, miles. We're good with that. Inches, easy, 12 inches in a foot. None of this 10 shit.
And always remember when you're using that 7,000 minus 5%. And I always take out 5% because there's always something called spillage. The one that got away.
Yeah.
The few that get away.
Maybe you spill your powder.
Oh, I always
well, for pistol, I tend to lose 1 or 2, but rifle, no.
Yeah, rifle you tend not to, but in you tend to make some boo-boo mistakes on your stupid one, or you're like, oh damn, that was stupid. So you give 4 or 5 to the rifle gods or the bullet gods. I said that's yours for sacrament.
Please bless my other 270 rounds.
That's some sacrilege right there.
Yeah,
there is only one bullet god, and it is 45 ACP.
I believe you, my friend.
Nah,
the best bullet there is.
9mm rules, man.
Now listen, I go to church, so I know about this. The prophet John Moses Browning was sent to earth by God to bring us the 45 ACP and the 19
I agree with you.
Thus ended the lesson.
Hey, what about the 380 as well?
No, 45 ACP.
No,
the best round.
Browning also brought us a 25 ACP, boo, and 32 ACP, which isn't that bad a round, really.
He was just tested.
Devil.
And brought you guys the high power.
Very true.
Yeah, the anti-Christ. The anti-bullet.
I would shoot 45 all day, every day.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
Hottie.
I'd say we got some military guys in town tearing shit up.
You hearing some guns going?
Jets.
The sound of freedom.
Jets.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
sure Scotty lives in a hangar at an airport.
Fuck, I'm within spitting distance to 2 airports. One's a main airport, and then the other's Boeing Field and time. And
Nah, that's just to throw you off. Scotty doesn't live inside a hangar. Scotty is the hangar.
Scotty is an AI intelligent air traffic controller that has gained consciousness.
Yeah, just look at what Scotty itself, it's an anagram. It means something else.
It's like Flippy, right? He's not real.
It's his secret computer designation that's an anagram. Scotty, strategic, cluster F, operating, technology, toolbox. I might have not gotten all those right.
I could sit down and figure out a better one, I'm sure.
You got some of the right words. I mean, strategic is good.
That was good. Clusterfuck, that's pretty good too.
I would say it's like strategic control operation of tactical.
No, there's no of.
What do you mean there's no of?
There wouldn't be a of because you don't
use of when you use letters.
Well, all right.
FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, is not FBOI. You know, you can throw those.
Yeah, you're right.
So the strategic control operation of a tactical.
No, you don't. You don't even gotta throw in the of a strategic. Control operation tactical. Oh shit! Give me another T. Give me another T.
That's what I'm having problems with.
Tactical turn. Fuck. I don't know.
Terrigen. Terran.
Trauma.
Terrain.
Trauma. Tactical trauma.
Well, then if you're gonna add an IE on the end, fuck. Having too much fun with this one.
Don't you use Scotty with a Y?
Team, guys. Team.
Yeah. It is
strategic control operations of the tactical team. You dig?
Yeah, I think they do spell it with a Y. I think dudes are with a Y, chicks are with an IE.
Yep, you're a computer. So I've been watching these things on YouTube where they set up like 2 chatbots to like talk to each other. Oh my god, dude, some of those conversations are freaking hilarious. Some of them are just dumb, but like they'll be talking about like whatever, right? Because they're like trying to be human or whatever type of thing. Like they're supposed to learn language, but then just like out of the blue, there'll be just some random ass thing. There was one, they were like flirting with each other, kind of like, holy shit, like the sexual tension here is real. And then all of a sudden the chick's like, what did she say? It was something just completely random, like something about the election or something. It was like, what the fuck?
Did you see the story? They did something like that. I think it was Windows or Microsoft did something like that on Twitter. And by the end of the day, it was like this huge racist, bigoted person.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
did
took,
see that.
it took Robot Microsoft less than 24 hours to become anti-Semitic and to be.
If they were having it read what people's comments were, could you imagine what it would degrade into?
Well, and that's what it was. Is that you could tweet like at the bot, and it would respond to you. And what it learned how to respond to you was based on what other people were saying to it. So it wasn't just even looking at Twitter as a whole. It was just the people specifically trying to talk to it. And the other problem with it was that it was supposed to be like a teenage girl or something. Like that's kind of the persona it was supposed to have. So it became like anti-Semitic and racist and stuff instantly. And it also became like super dirty because it thought, well, that's what humans want. So it's like it would tweet back, someone would be like, hey, what's up? And it's like, do you want me to call you Big Daddy and like shit like that? And it's like, holy crap. Now I fully believe people were intentionally trolling it. I know people suck on the internet, but I don't think us as a human species are like that racist and anti-Semitic.
sorry,
I think people
Scott.
purposefully said nasty
Skynet
shit
was
that
right.
are-
As soon as AI takes over, we're all getting nuked. Skynet was right.
No, Maggie, you're 100% wrong. We are that terrible as a human race.
We are.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Agreed. Spend a couple of nights on chat with Flippy, and you'll know.
No, I know, but because trust me, I've spent chats with Flippy, but he's still 1 out of 10 of being horrible, and the other 9 people are normally pretty nice.
I'm just more open about it.
The rest.
Well, the thing is, I'm just more open about my horribleness. Other people try to hide it like it's something wrong and terrible.
Yeah, mine just sometimes leaks out accidentally.
Well, it's wrong and terrible because it's horrible.
Well, you know what, Nathan? That happens when you start getting older, man. You start to leak.
I'm
Oh, is that
turning
what happened
into
to you on the
grumpy
chat,
old man, like the Canadian Bob here, a grumpy old man.
Yeah, one morning, one day, I woke up and found myself yelling at some kids, "Get off the grass!"
Hey Bob, you gotta get down here to the U.S. soon so that you can get that seasonal Christmas job being Santa at the mall.
Oh yeah, man.
Could you imagine sitting on Bob's lap and telling him what you want for Christmas?
I imagine
What I want for
like,
Christmas
something
is
out of
you
Bad
to stop
Santa.
pinching my ass.
Bob's just sitting there being like, "What
Nathan
the
would
fuck?"
love it, and he would keep going back for more and more.
Just, I would pay money to see the reaction when Bob like looks at a kid and just goes, "What the fuck is a furry?" Or a what is that?
Bob's all going to be like,
here's a picture of a fucking John Browning picture. There you go. That's what you get for Christmas. Fuck off.
the kid's on his lap and he's like, "Hey, is your mom still married to your dad?"
Actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea. That'd be a good way to meet single moms.
I got clickbaited.
I thought you were going to say single dads there for a second.
Oh, I like chicks, man.
Chicks or chicks with dicks?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just fucking with you.
That's the kind of surprise no real man wants to find out.
Dude, there aren't chicks with dicks. There are dudes with boobs.
That's probably a better way of saying it, yeah.
I mean, if you have a wiener, you literally, it's impossible for you to be a woman with a cock.
It's getting very confusing. I don't know what bathroom to go to anymore. I don't know what gender I am. I'm very confused.
If you don't know what gender you are, we can't help you.
Personally, I want to be identified as an attack helicopter. Want that in my driver's license, you know? Gender, attack helicopter.
It's funny you say that, Bob. I said that to a lady when we were arguing over gender identity. And I was like, I identify as an attack helicopter, but I know I'm not going to wake up as a damn helicopter tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, as hard as I imagine being an attack helicopter, it's not going to happen.
I identify it as a high power. So that way I'm old and useless and no one wants me anymore.
Oh, I would Flippy some plastic wonder gun, probably.
I identify as a Keltec because I'm broke.
Yeah, I hear that, man.
Because you're good for 5 shots and then you're pretty much broken.
He's good for 1, if that.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm sitting here with my high power in my hand, and it is the most beautiful gun in the world. That's all there is to say about it.
Canadian bias.
No, it's just beautiful. Even Yankees.
I really like the curves of my
ugly one. Even Yankees, like plain Jane ugly one, looks nice.
I have to say this, that like I like my 45, but I also really like the curves on my Smith & Wesson 629. I really think that's one of my best looking guns. Not that I don't like the 1911. I love my cool 1911s. I got beautiful 1911s, but still, just something about the 44 mag and the revolver and the curves, just as far as a thing of craftsmanship and beauty, I like it.
Oh, for sure that, yeah. Mind you, I like my single action.
That's what makes CZs look so nice.
Oh, I like CZs too, yeah.
The curves,
They got
the
nice
lines.
They got good lines.
Beautiful.
Like a Bronco high power, right? They made them look like a high power so that people would accept them.
Let's face it. Glocks are like Glocks and Fat Girls and mopeds are all the same. They're fun to play with, but you don't want your friends to see you on one.
That's just wrong in so many ways. Thank God there's no social justice warriors in here.
They last 5 seconds in a place
Dano?
like this.
Dano would be frowning at me right now.
They already hung themselves from all the toxic masculinity.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Dana was missing in action today, so he wasn't on the show.
I mean, can you imagine a social justice warrior with 5 minutes worth of stone guy?
Oh God, trigger alert, dude. That's a full auto trigger right there.
That would be the greatest chat in chat history.
That's what I want for Christmas.
You want to see Stone Guy back and a social justice warrior woman? Got to be a female.
No, it can be two of them. It can be a dude and a girl and Stone Guy.
Oh yeah, and the rest of us can just watch.
Yeah.
And giggle.
We get that fucking white male dude and that die cis scum chick.
Yep. Oh, we have lots of that shit goes on up here. Eh? It's really bad. And the weird part is we also have universities where they teach things like goose hunting.
Dude, there was a university today or the other day, yesterday, that was blocking the road and the cops were protecting them, and they wanted safe spaces from white people. They were triggered by white people.
I forget. Yeah, I forget that what that was. Basically, they want a segregated zone for
Yeah.
their own shit.
Full of color.
I'm like,
MLK was so
are we
proud.
going back 40 years? What the fuck?
Yeah, no, that's segregation, except they want to segregate themselves now.
Oh my God, it's like mind blowing.
Hold on. I know the story. It was Berkeley in California.
Yes.
They blocked one of the main entrances, and they made white and Asian students go around, and they were demanding a space for color, where they were saying there are too many white people in our classes, and we
Shit,
want a space of our own. We want them to vacate the student bookstore and stuff. And I'm just sitting there going, do you realize how hard your grandparents fought so you could get into that freaking college? You have any idea how much
Well,
they
not only that, but the teachers out in Berkeley were championing it.
I believe it because it's just it's terrible. We're regressing into we're as a nation we're regressing. We're causing our own segregation now.
Well,
instead
they're
of
the
being-
regressive left. That's why they call them.
Yeah.
Thanks,
So
Obama.
we're taking steps backwards, and it's ridiculous.
Well,
And
that's the
everyone's
thing
so
with the
stupid that they don't even know that they're doing it.
with
I
the
think
words
blaming
now,
a
right? Because, and this is a problem for me, just because sometimes I mix stuff up, anyways, like dyslexic stuff. But like, people of color is now the good one to say, but colored people is the bad one to say. Like, what the fuck?
Also, I want to point out they were dropping Asians. Like, are Asians not colored people? I thought they were. Aren't they like yellow?
No, they got Asian
Smart
privilege.
colored people, so that puts them in our.
I guess you're not the right color.
Right. See,
they're
because
just
they're
not
minorities, but they're succeeding, so they don't count.
Right.
They're not bitching hard enough.
Well, they're the smart ones, right? Like Asian people, on average, make more money than white people. They make more money than pretty much everybody. They do
Oh, yeah.
cool. So you know they've got to be.
You don't
bad.
see it. You don't
Doing
see
that.
many of them complaining about anything.
No, they have the highest IQ on average, the lowest crime rate on average, and they make the most out of any race on average.
Yeah, the
Well,
only
you know
thing
why?
And it's
Okay.
because they have motivation and discipline.
Yeah.
because they have good family values.
Yep.
They have motivation and discipline.
So I was talking like we have some contractors that I'm currently working with from India, and I was that's why I was down there to hook up with them and work with them. So I was talking to them like, okay, so you know how Americans, whenever their kids are young and they go to nightly sports and they're always out running around, the parents of the kids. I'm like, is it the same in over in India? Like, no, the parents come home, they tell their kids to study, and the kids are studying until it's time for bed, and then they go to bed, get up, go to school, come home, study, rinse and repeat. I went, Good to know. We're all going to be Indian someday. I mean, it's our culture. It's oh, you could go out and do this, do that, and no. Sports need to be a secondary thing. Yeah, I mean, kids need to get out and run stuff and play, but you also need to, enrich their minds.
Yeah, if they want to run, they can run home from school, so they got more time to study.
So I have a good twin in India, and I'm the evil twin here in the U.S. Our names are reversed. He has my first name, and then my first name is his last name. So every time I get emails from India, like I got to go pick up stuff in the mailroom in Mumbai or something, I'm just like, what on earth is this email? And then I realize, oh, it's meant for my good twin in India.
So do you send the email to him? Do you forward it?
His last name is Nathan. Okay, so in our corporate directory, if you type in his first name first, like
right,
it pops up as his last name, and you type in then his first name, then it pops up as me. Our names are exactly opposite. Okay. His last name is Nathan. My first name is Nathan.
Right.
Then his first name is my last name. So people are always sending me emails meant for him that are coming to me, which is just hilarious because I'm like, oh, I'm late for a meeting in India. I got to go. Stuff already happened.
Did you forward him the emails?
No. But it was great because one time they came on and they were talking about setting up a football team, and I'm like, dude, I kill in Mumbai on a football team. You know how bigger I have to be than them? I'm even out of shape, but I have to be the center or something, or linebacker.
You realize when they say football, it's soccer, right?
And that's what, after about the fifth email, 2 months later, they go, we're ready for our first match. And I went, match? That's a weird thing to call a football game. Oh, crap. Yeah. I get reamed by those little guys. They'd be laughing. They'd be kicking the ball around me in circles.
That's what I'm saying. They're gonna run around you, dude.
Dude, you're gonna get Slumdog Millionaire.
They love cricket, also, man. Fucking.
That's because
cricket's a weird ass.
Yeah, that's because they're British oppressors.
Because after they kicked the British out, they left all their wooden balls and mallets.
And weird fucking bats.
It's
around.
a crazy game, dude. I mean, it's basically the whole field. Like, you draw a circle on the field, right? I mean, you got the sticks and the hurler and the batter or whatever, but then there's like a circle, and if you get outside the circle, it's considered a home run. Like, that's worth like 3 or 5 points or something. But then if it's in play, like once you hit it, you just run back and forth as fast as possible, and those each count as runs until they throw like the ball in, and then like you stop. But those matches take like all weekend. There's cricket games that last like a week, and they play like 8 hours a day. It's fucking nuts.
Baseball's slow. Cricket is brutal. Although one thing I have noticed is the girls in the audience, if they see that the camera's on them, they are liable to flash, especially the Australian girls.
Okay, on that point,
Bob watches a lot of cricket.
I'm an Aggie. Hold on. This is a great story. I'm an Aggie, and at a College Station on Wednesday night, a young lady was driving her SUV while drinking a bottle of wine and decided to take a selfie of herself topless, Snapchat it to send to her boyfriend.
Oh, God, that was here?
And that was in Bryan, Texas, at College Station.
Jesus Christ, I thought that was somewhere else.
She was drinking, driving, and taking a selfie of herself topless when she ran into a parked police car.
Oh.
And she told the cop what she was doing. She could have just been like, I'm sorry, officer, I was texting. Nope, told him the whole thing. Drunk as a skunk, 19 years old. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would assume she reeks of fucking like cheap-ass box wine by this point.
Well, she had the bottle of wine in her center console where you could see it.
But if she left her shirt off, I mean, I'm sure she got away with it, right?
That depends.
No. Saw her pulling her shirt up, and she just said, I'm sorry I ran into you. I was trying to take a topless selfie to send to my boyfriend.
He's a lucky guy.
Yeah. These are the people who vote nowadays. I just want to point that
He's
out.
got a classy lady right there.
Oh, that's
Well,
the scary.
and that's who we can blame if Hillary gets elected.
I think it's the old people. Like my mom. I think she could go kill someone and she'd still vote for her because she wants a woman president so bad.
Oh,
Well,
so,
Hillary
so what
has
you're
killed-
telling me is we need to get rid of all the old people then.
Well, they're on their last legs anyway, so.
Well, come on, man. I'm old, and I would vote for Trump if I could. Hell,
You're Canadian though, so.
that's what I said. If I could.
Hey, Bob, if you want, you can vote for Trump. Just send me some money. I'll vote for Trump and say it was you.
Okay.
My vote is 100% up for sale.
So obviously you'll be voting for Hillary because she's the only one paying.
I mean,
So
whoever
are
wants,
you going to
whoever
take
wants
up?
to pay me money, I'll vote for whoever they want me to vote for.
Bob, all you need to
that?
do is come to America and like go to a graveyard and just pick a name and just show up to the poll and say, "Hey, I'm Alfred Brooks. I want to vote for Hillary."
And
I
if
wanna
they
vote
ask for
Trump."
ID, call them racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they ask for ID, be like, "Yo, I just want to vote for Hillary. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you stepping?" And they'll go, "Oh, we're sorry, sir."
I slayed the Huns. I don't need an ID.
But Flippy, did you see? I want to say it was Madonna is saying she'll like give anyone a blowjob who votes for Hillary.
Yeah.
Wait,
Well,
how do I prove that though? No, she's old and fucking old.
Not worth it.
Who's that dark-haired one that
Yeah, but if she pops her teeth, if she pops her teeth out, it might be nice.
Who's one of? Yeah, that one who does I Kissed a Girl. She said she'll go topless to vote if more people will come out.
Katy Perry.
Perry.
I wouldn't mind seeing
No,
her
I
top.
would like to
Katy
see
Perry. I
that.
saw them in Funny or Die.
They're pretty desperate,
They are.
depraved, and desperate.
So on Uncle Sam's Misguided Children on their Facebook, it has that wiener guy and with the meme, "I'll be dead by Christmas."
He'll probably die of autoerotic asphyxiation. Or that's what they'll blame it on.
Yeah.
Well, they almost got Pence today, eh? Clinton almost got him.
Oh, with the
That was
plane.
On the runway.
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Yesterday? Okay, yesterday. Yeah.
And then he was like
All
running
signs
around
of
without an
freedom today
umbrella
were-
and shit, taking photos with all the fucking people, being like, "Yo, you want to take photos with me in this like horrifying downpour? I'm about it. I'm cool. I'm game. I'm with it. I'm jiggy. Let's do this."
Look at those jets were a couple of F-18s that are on the ground out here now.
I mean, I'm just gonna say that kind of just proves the class of people who go to A&M. I'd leave it at that.
So there's 42 to 45,000 students who go to A&M every year, and you're surprised one of the girls crashed into a car while drinking.
No, to be honest, I'm surprised there aren't more of them.
This
God
isn't
damn
a
it.
more common incident.
Did y'all see the thing at the University of Texas with the affirmative action bake sale?
No.
That
What
got
is
like this conservative group had like a bake sale, but it was based on affirmative action. So if you were black, you could get a cookie for 85 cents. If you were white, you could get a cookie for like $1. If you were Asian, you had to pay like $2. And it triggered everybody. And like people with like, you know, bandanas over their face started stealing all their shit and chanting like "Go home, racist." And yeah, it's just funny to see people get that worked up over something that stupid.
Well, I mean, they have a saying down in Austin: "Keep Austin weird." I mean, Austin is just like Denver. I mean, it is like San Francisco. It is just a weird little zone in Texas where all sorts of weird crap goes on, and it's very, very liberal. So conservatives coming out and doing that, they're going to get attacked by the student body. The student body doesn't want guns in their school, although it's now concealed carry is legal for college students in Texas state campuses. So they're all carrying around. They're slinging holsters with dildos. It's protests. That's what they're doing in Austin. They're carrying around dildos, and they think that's going to stop the concealed carriers from carrying in their backpacks. Whatever. Unfortunately, because it's a state university only private universities can opt out of it. The state legislature went, this is the law of the land. You got to let people in with concealed carry. And again, they're sitting there going, we had somebody in the 50s shoot someone from this clock tower. And I'm like, are you aware that your professors and your fellow students got their guns and pinned that guy down within 10 minutes that allowed the cops to go up and shoot him? That if they hadn't had guns on campus, he would have gotten a lot more than I think 13 to 20 people hit. I mean, if you watch the documentary on it, it was civilians that pinned him and a civilian that took him out.
Yeah, basically when it was happening, all the students ran to their trucks to grab their fucking deer rifles.
Yep. I posted that link in the side chat if anyone wants to read about the insanity going on in the University of Texas.
Yeah, and those students that were shooting at him were probably a lot better shots with a rifle than the cops were.
Well, the dude up the bell tower was a Marine.
Another guy who was on the guy on the clock tower was a former Marine, a very good shot and hunter, and he had a brain tumor in his head, which was pressing on part of the brain that really could aggravate you. And so he had just lost his mind. He'd already killed his parents and planned all this out, and he went up there with just an arsenal. And he was shooting from the clock tower, but the fact was when they started shooting back at him, that forced him not to be able to get as accurate shots. Plus the shots from below made enough noise to make everyone take cover. So, and then 2 police officers and I think 2 civilians went up, and he shot one of the cops, and then he ran around the corner and a civilian blasted him with a 12 gauge at point blank. That's kind of the way it happened. 95% accurate.
Yeah, it was an interesting time, that's for sure.
Texas.
Yeah, and that was kind of the first. Down there in Texas at that time, everyone carried a gun in their truck. Nobody went on mass killings. That was crazy. But they reacted because they had the equipment handy.
Yep. And they know they knew how to use it.
Texas
they've grown up with a gun in their hand. I mean, that was when I was a kid. It was just common that everybody's pickup truck had a rifle rack at the high school, and there were rifles and shotguns in all the racks because you'd stop on your way home and go shoot something, just for shits and giggles. And now, I mean, like you can't even make a gun with your finger. You get in trouble in school.
Yeah, Nathan, there's a video, like another video of the holster, and like shows more of it and how it works.
Yeah, I still haven't been able to find a decent holster for my high power. I got one that's looked really good at the gun show, but when you use it with a high power, it ejects the magazine, which sucks.
I think I found one in 1934.
34 before the gun was made,
or whenever the gun was made.
38.
So go back to the 40s, and you'll be able to find a good one.
Yeah, and it'll have a flap on it.
It'll keep the magazine from being ejected.
I'm not that old school.
Then cut the flap off.
You got a knife.
Cut the part off that's making your magazine eject right now.
Yeah.
On your current holster.
Well, that's the problem. Just the way it holds the pistol.
Just think, Bob. You're going to have fun in Tulsa when both Flippy and I are there.
Oh, yeah.
It's good. I'll bring a pair of EMT shears. We'll fix that fucking holster.
And I'll bring another gun.
Well, we'll hit the range together, so yeah. If ATF gets my paperwork by then, fuckers.
We'll just buy a gun from there. They're like $350 there.
Yeah, I know. I saw that last year.
Yeah, I took that picture just for you.
Yeah.
Wait, that fucking cheap there? Only $350?
Yeah.
Fuck, I'll buy one. I'll buy one and then do a video of me wiping my ass with it.
So last year,
What, a high power?
last year
Yeah.
I took a picture.
Turkish
It was
high power.
375.
Yeah, that was English too, I think.
Nah, they're Turkish.
Unless it was an Israeli high power, then that might be considered anti-Semitic.
It was imported by something imports in
Turkey.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Turkey, Pennsylvania, and Turkey imports.
Yeah, see, mine's Browning Iron Company, Morgan, Utah, and Montreal.
You can't. What's the name of it? You can't pronounce it.
Here, I'll show it.
Yeah, mine's a high power.
I think it was on Instagram.
Yeah, I think it was, yep.
I drove down to the airport and saw that those are two F-18s. I mean, what's odd is when they come in, they normally don't come in and buzz the city and fucking full afterburn. I mean,
Well, maybe they're chasing Russian jets that are hauling paratroopers about to jump into Colorado.
yeah. Dude, the last thing I remember something like that was when that dumbass pilot in the seaplane got too close to Obama's plane. I was down in Tacoma, and we just heard the fucking crack of thunder, and it shook the freaking building, and we're like, what in the hell was that? And we see the news, and it was them guys up there chasing the motherfucker, breaking the sound barrier. I mean, that was heard all over this area for miles.
Oh yeah, it's loud when they crack thunder. They can actually use it to like it'll literally knock people off their feet if they do it at low altitude.
I don't doubt it. I mean, just the way it shook that building, and I'm sure they were at altitude.
So it came in from this Kashnar Imports in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. This one did.
Sounds pretty Turkish to me. Cash number.
But still, 375 for
It's a two-tone?
no.
Oh,
Black.
it's not Turkish. It's Hungarian.
Oh, okay, that's better. Did they have them on Classic?
No, this is a
Wow.
Tulsa Gun Show.
Yeah, you can tell
in April.
The finish is not as nice as a real one, but
I know, but they had like a bunch of different high power clones on Classic like 2 years ago. On Classic in a long time.
I don't know if I'd want a clone. I'm kind of spoiled.
Well, that's what that is.
Unless it's from Belgium, it's not a real high power.
Okay, Belgium. 439.
439. No, that's not bad. I'd buy that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's normal price.
So what all
Like,
do you have to do to make them to make those guns like good? Don't you have to like tear them apart and pull some shit out of it just to make it work?
You can throw it away and buy a CZ.
You take out the mag safety, the mag release safety.
Yeah, that's about all you guys do.
These guns are going to be beat up and will look like this. All scratched up, finish all coming off. They will be beat to hell.
But that's holster wear more than anything.
That's a lot of pitting. I can see pitting off that first photo he showed.
No, on these guns, no, it won't be pitted. It's not holster wear. That's real use.
With maybe 10 murders per gun.
At the very least.
10 bodies.
Yeah. It should say, the gun was built so and so, killed 5 people. Oh, let me put back on my headphones. Yeah, it should say built when, where, and killed 5 people.
Like it should have dashes across the slide.
Yeah, but that's no, a teardrop.
Teardrops.
Yeah.
The guy that was holding it had the teardrops tattooed on his face.
You know what's a great thing to see? All of the Joker costumes that people are trying to do.
They all look like shit.
Like my buddy, he's going as like Joker to like these fucking Halloween parties, and he like sent me a photo, and he fucking wrote everything on it, like the tattoos on him. He drew them all backwards.
That's because he was doing it in the mirror.
Yeah, and I'm like, your shit's all backwards.
It's regular
Quick
in the
question.
mirror.
Where you guys buy guns? Do you, like me, I'm anal. Do you guys get documentation, meaning that, like for instance, if I buy a custom barrel, I get a letter from the person. I ask the persons that make the barrel to write a letter saying, the gunsmith writes a letter and says this was produced from Marvin Stewart and when and the date, and the gunsmith signs it just for a historical. But 100 years down the road, you never know. Your kids, grandchildren say, "Oh, this was bought whenever it's in the box," or when you buy.
Just keep the receipt.
I don't even.
So no, I understand a factory gun. I mean, obviously, you can't do from a factory gun, but say you buy a
But
barrel.
most places will just send you a letter like that anyway.
What they do?
Yeah, when you buy a rifle from Noveski, you get a letter from Noveski saying like this gun was bought like this, made by this guy.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because like all the barrels, not all, I don't have that many barrels, but the few barrels that I have bought custom, I've called them and said, "Hey, can you write my name, the date?" And I don't want you, the person that answers the phone, or the manager. I want the gunsmith that hammer forged this or did whatever to sign a little saying thank you, And then I put it in a all of them in a folder.
Or you could be really weird and have them draw a wizard on the package.
True.
But that's only fucknuts that do that.
Yeah, I didn't get a wizard on my new barrel package.
Wait, which one? The one you got for free?
Yeah.
You know what you should do is get a wizard laser engraved on all your guns.
I think it just makes a difference that something you can speak to when you're selling it. It gives you, some selling. Say, hey, this was done. You never know. It costs you no more. 90% of the time they say, "Oh yeah, no problem, we'll do it."
Yeah, but selling a gun, that's just wrong.
Right. So they got when your children want to sell it. You never know.
Well, I mean,
But it has,
I
it has
don't
that
go
law.
through that extra. I don't go through that extra effort when it really comes to anything.
But it takes 2 seconds. You just when you pick up the phone, you can say, "Hey, you like to talk." Talk to them. Hey,
Raphael, are you still there?
Woohoo! My girlfriend's only about 15 minutes away.
Yeah, but what
You
about her
want to be
girlfriend?
getting some? Blow up the cobwebs first.
Of what? His girlfriend or him?
Hey, both at the same age. It's actually her birthday today.
So
she's gonna be let down for her birthday.
Well, I bought a chocolate cake, so yeah.
You're gonna pop out of it.
He's gonna
Saying
stick
happy
something in it
birthday,
first.
Mr. President.
You've all seen those porno movies where they comes up with and here's the pepperoni.
Oh shit! We need a text her here in a little bit and be like,
Here's a pepperoni.
I'm not gonna be stupid enough to leave the chat going.
Or would it be Canadian? Would it be Canadian bacon?
No.
no, it'd just be bacon.
Careful of.
Actually, for them, it'd be ham.
No, see, Canada, and especially out here in the West, it's Ukrainian sausage.
Oh.
And that just killed the chat.
It's gonna be a while before I can look at pepperoni the same way again.
So like 20 minutes.
Maybe a day.
Maybe a day. I really like pepperoni.
I bet you do.
I get it in every pizza I get.
Never mind.
And mushrooms.
I so want to go reload. Damn you, Smeggy. I would have already been done and back. I can only reload 400 at a time now because that's all the primer tubes I have. I need to get some more primer tubes.
You just keep loading and pulling, loading and pulling.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, why doesn't InRange do more of these videos of like old-timey shit?
Oh, with the older weapons?
I don't even like the older weapons. I mean, where like they go out to locations and then they like fucking talk about the history of those locations and what they had to do with guns and shit.
I like those videos. Those are cool.
Yeah, like those videos are actually great.
Yeah, where this gunfight happened and this battle happened.
And then this is the way this gunfight played out, and this is how this battle played out. And here's some interesting fact about this dude hating church because he, after he went in, gave a huge tithe, said a bunch of shenanigans, came outside and got arrested and had to pay another giant fee. Like, they're neat. I love those videos. For the most part, it's just them like shooting off guns in like different stages and doing competitions with them, which I guess people like that too. I'm just not as fond of that as I am the history aspects of it.
Hey, Bob, Robbie in the chat has some advice for you.
Oh,
Take
yeah?
your Cialis now.
I don't have to take any of that shit.
Oh, because you have a penis pump. Gotcha. Anyway, I'm going to go up and reload
I
a
got
little
a
bit.
girl with big old titties. I don't need nothing.
Booze.
Yeah.
Before you go, could I get the hotel information on where are we staying?
Yeah.
There might be some changes.
Meaning what?
I might be going with my dad.
Oh, so you need another room.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. If so, I'll get you your money back.
Cool. We're driving.
Okay. I'm going to put it in the internal chat.
Cool.
One.
Yeah, I haven't even looked into RV parking yet, so.
We kind of did, and there is some not that far from it.
Yeah, I figured there would be. There usually is.
All right, there you go.
Cool. Thank you.
So yeah, let me know. I'll go ahead and refund you money that I'll get with Dano.
Wow. Oh, Dano.
So yeah.
Thank you.
I'll probably be back. I'm just gonna go reload for a little bit because I gotta get up and move, or I'm gonna go to sleep. Or I'm gonna fall asleep.
No one's welcome back after they leave us.
I won't leave. I'll just go on mute for about an hour, like you did, and.
Well, that's just because I have to, because I'm running the thing, and I happened to pass out on the couch earlier.
So have you got your chat napper badge yet there, Smeggy?
I don't know. I think I've only ever fallen asleep in a lobby, so I was talking about this the other day. I don't think that counts as a chat.
Oh, no, lobbies count.
Yeah, it has to, because I think that's how I got mine.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I think that that's not deserved.
Oh, you think it shouldn't?
Yeah, I think you should have an asterisk in the award book.
Like somebody's been using steroids.
So, but yeah, I don't know if I ever got that. I know I've fallen asleep in lobbies before, and I know once I wasn't muted. It was back when I was on my phone, and I kind of like rested it on the pillow in my shoulder, and then just freaking zonked out, and I was snoring right into it.
Yeah, I think I just did that same thing last week at some point in time.
Yeah.
Let's see, how would I guess I gotta go to my thing, right? And then you can check your badges somewhere.
There's been times I've passed out. Oh, I know there's one time I passed out on Matt's chat pretty damn quick.
I was say I've fallen asleep on like real chats before, but I don't think I've ever done it not muted.
Matt fell asleep in his own chat last Wednesday.
Really?
You guys don't remember him snoring after we wrapped it up?
No.
I guess it was wrapped up, so he could just zonk out.
Oh, it was off air or something?
Yeah, I wanted to say it was off air.
Only
But
9 chat nappers.
yeah, we're all sitting there talking, and we hear snoring in the background. And we're like, that's fucking Matt.
Oh yeah, I got it on March 2nd, 2015.
Oh, there you go, man. That's a while ago.
Do I have one?
Judgmental. I've fallen asleep and had screenshots made of me.
I have.
Bob. Bob.
This is what's shown up.
I didn't do it. I don't do any of them screenshot shit. I'm usually the victim.
Hold on. Who has the?
Okay. Moon, Edge, Stone Guy, Bob, Digital Prophet, Guru, Dead Horse, Smeggy, and Too Hottie.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's got to be live so that everybody gets to see it.
I know. I remember Bob's because we were thinking like,
we thought he was
dead.
We were really
you were making noise, and then you weren't, but you still weren't moving.
You weren't making noise, you weren't moving. It didn't look like you were breathing. We're like, good Lord, we just killed a Canadian in the chat. No.
Well, I remember that's when my
grew up in Canada.
That's when my cats were checking to see if I was dead enough to start eating yet.
Yeah, that was when you were sitting in like a throne of empty beer cans.
Oh yes, yeah.
Because you would just kind of stack them up like.
Oh, my girlfriend's here.
Dog come in?
She could join.
Bob's got to go. His girlfriend's here. Is that it, Bob? Are you off the chat because your girlfriend arrived?
I hope he at least drops out because I would hate for if his mic to accidentally get turned on or something.
He's like, yeah, I'd hate for it to go like real screen. He's like, girlfriend arrived. She's got back across the Canadian border with some 20 packs of PBR.
Man, I kind of want to shoot my AK. But the indoor range wouldn't let me use the ammo I have.
Steel case. Steel core. Sorry, steel core.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's just.
Oh, they don't.
I don't know if it
Our
has
range
it
don't
or
let you
not.
use
It's steel case,
steel
which
case
they don't
either.
like.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
indoor range here will only let you shoot
Soft
frangible.
points, but steel core ammo won't be.
Wait.
Probably if you run a Russian ammo that you
Honey, what'd you say?
I said there's a range around here that if you're stupid enough to go in there and shoot your AR, you can only shoot frangible ammo, and you have to buy it from them.
Oh shit! Now,
Yeah, it's got to be expensive.
The range I went to down in Florida this week, they do not allow reloads, and if you could shoot steel, it's no tracers and no reloads.
So you just put your reloads in a factory box, right?
Yeah, but if they catch you, they'll kick you out.
Yeah. So with that range where they make you buy their own frangible ammo, do they use frog lube on it before they screw you?
They fucking better.
Well, they did have frog lube before I bend this guy over the counter and make him buy our frangible ammo.
Yeah,
There was a range near me. They ended up actually changing, but they used to have 5 lanes that was like their steel target range, and they had like the hostage people with like the little flap, and the thing would pop from one side of the head to the other. They had dueling trees. They had pneumatic like plate rack, and so you'd shoot the plate rack down, and then it would like pop up at random intervals and stuff. It was really cool. And that one you had to buy frangible. And so what happened is like they had 5 lanes for paper and 5 lanes for the steel range. And on the steel range, you could rapid fire. You could shoot like basically anything out there. Now, if there was all 5 people there, like it's kind of a dick move to shoot the target in front of someone else. But almost always it'd be like you and your buddy and no one else in there. But then there'd be 10 people waiting for the paper range. You know, so what they decided to do, they actually got rid of the steel and just made 10 lanes of like regular paper.
That sucks.
Yeah, but because I was asking about it, I'm like, dude, that's like the reason I come here. Like, that's fun, but it's like I would do, 2 or 3 trips at the regular range and 1 on the steel, because shit, that frangible ammo for 9mm was, I forget, like maybe $20 a box, $18 a box or something. I mean, it adds up pretty quick, and you're having so much fun. You easily go through, 150 rounds.
But is that for 20 rounds?
That'd be a box of 50.
Rounds? Okay, well, this place, I mean, they were selling their ammo for, it was 16 for the MagTech stuff for a box.
Now this place I'm talking about, if you take your AR in, I'm pretty sure they're trying to fetch about $1 a fucking round for the frangible shit.
Oh shit,
dude! If I'm in there shooting pistol and I see somebody come in, I just like, dude, you're either made of money or you're fucking stupid. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, so I mean that's what, like I said. So one time I went up there. What sucked is I was going up there with a buddy of mine who'd never shot there, and I was telling him about how awesome like this range is, because he used to go to this other one, which is bigger and it's actually kind of a little bit nicer, but they got a dickhead that works there, so I try not to go there anymore. So I was like, dude, you really have to start shooting here instead of that other place, And I was telling him all about the steel range. We get there, and he's like, yeah, I'll spend a couple extra bucks more. We can shoot steel. When we get there, I'm like, what happened to the steel? And they were like, dude, like no one ever wanted to shoot it compared to the other one. And it's like,
well, then put it down to 2 lanes. Jeez.
Well, I mean, it's just because they're 2 separate rooms, So, if you were gonna do just like 2 lanes of steel, I don't know. I mean, I guess they probably could. You're right. They probably could have done that and just been like, all right, if you're shooting paper, don't hit the steel, you dumbasses. But someone would. That's the thing. So it's like they would have to partition those last 2 lanes separate from everybody else.
So, Robbie said the indoor range near him has a snail style catch. They can shoot any ammo. So instead of having like the rubber or steel, it actually goes in there and kind of circles around, then falls to the ground. And then Ohio 45 ACP, says that there's a range close to him that only lets you put 1 round in the magazine at the time.
Yeah, that's freaking retarded.
That's stupid.
That's what I said.
There's an outdoor range around here that does that. If you're at the rifle range, but if you take your rifle to the pistol range, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Only what?
What's the benefit of that? I don't get it. Like that's
dude. I don't know you. Well, actually what they're trying to do, I think, is shooters who go in there and with their bolt actions and shoot 1 round every 10 minutes or whatever, they get mad if somebody next to them's actually out there having fun. I'm not saying bench resting isn't having fun for people, but yeah, they get mad when somebody next to them has a different style weapon and different style of shooting, and you go out there and pump through some ammo. So if you do that, if you want to do that, you got to go to the pistol side, which you don't get, which is only 50 yards or whatever. It shortens your distance.
Right, and that's ridiculous because I mean, there's plenty of,
And this is outdoor, yeah.
It's just that's stupid. I mean, that's if you have to have silence around you while you're bench resting or whatever, then build your own fucking range in the middle of nowhere. Like, don't go to a public place and get pissed that someone's doing a mag dump or whatever. Like, who cares?
It is a public range, but it's also a club. Renton Fishing Game Club is what it's called.
But still, yeah, okay. You are going out into public. It's not your own individual private range. Even if it was a private club, okay, that you got 10 people that own it or whatever. Either way, it's not just you, Mr. One Person. There are other people in the world that have paid money to get access to this land.
You, Mr. One Person. I don't know. It doesn't matter, dude. If that's what the ranges thing is about, then that's what the range is thinking about. Complain if they don't want to change it. Fuck it, find a new range.
Well, that's
why,
that's
why I go to the fucking mountains.
Exactly.
Honestly.
Yeah, I would probably just not shoot there. But I'm just saying I think that's ridiculous.
The only time I go there and shoot is if I shoot trap, and that's because it's the closest place around, and they don't have any bullshit rules like that when it comes to that.
I think it's ridiculous for people to complain about something that is like lame about free market. If you don't like the establishment, don't go to that establishment. Spend your money somewhere else. If that's how they want to run it, don't fucking complain about how they run it. Just don't spend your money there.
Well, I'm not complaining, and I definitely agree with you on that. I'm a big proponent of vote with your money kind of thing. I'm just saying that it is ridiculous of those bench rest people to assume that everyone should conform to their style.
Why?
Because there's other
world
people
don't revolve around
you, One Person.
Yeah, but you're also saying that you're thinking you're thinking that their style is ridiculous and that you shouldn't conform to it. However, you're now telling them that your style isn't ridiculous and they need to conform to it as well.
No, you're not telling them to conform with it. You're just telling them they need to fucking put up with it.
Which is conforming with it. Putting up with something is the same as conforming with it.
No, the difference between tolerance and conforming.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's and you know what?
It's still the same end
Sometimes I
result.
shoot one every 10 minutes too. Like, I'm not even saying that, shooting on like bench rest, like accuracy stuff. I'm not saying that is ridiculous. What I'm saying is, if you can't have somebody else shooting a little bit faster, like a couple lanes down away from you, and to expect them to be silent or to be, just as slow of shooting as you are, I think that's ridiculous. That's putting a burden on other people. And so if that person wants a silent environment where they can do whatever they want, then, they should find a place that does that.
Okay, well, let's talk about the movies then.
Well,
Some people think it's no big deal to have your cell phone out in the movie or to be talking to your friend in the movie. Where there are other people who are like, this is going to ruin my movie-going experience. Are you then going to be like, well, those people who want quiet movies need to just conform with everyone else who has the thing and just accept that other people are going to come and spend their money here.
Well,
Flippy,
in your argument, if they really want a quiet movie theater, they can go seek out a quiet movie theater.
Well, I mean, they
I mean,
are.
that's your argument.
If this is the rules of the range and that's what they do, then no, my argument still works because they're going to a place assuming that's going to be quiet based off of the policies. And now there's someone else there being a chatty Cathy and ruining the movie-going experience. So are they supposed to just be like, well, I need to just accept this is my life now and move on with it and be like, I'm trying to enjoy the rest of their movie, even though fucking there's some large ethnicity person chatting away on a cell phone.
No, see, I get what you're saying, and you're right. That they did go to a place that has a, you know, one shot at a time rule because they were expecting a certain thing. Just like when you go to a movie, you expect people not to talk because those are the rules of the movie theater. So I see what you're saying. My point is just that it's not unreasonable to expect people not to talk during a movie. It is unreasonable to expect people to only shoot one at a time from their magazine.
All right. And here's my thing about here's my thing about that range.
Well, if that's the rules of the range, then
here's my thing about that range and its setup. I mean, if I'm standing in the rifle range, I have to abide by. But if I take 5 fucking steps to my left, I am now in the pistol range, and I can do whatever the fuck I want. I mean, it's just that's what's ridiculous about it. I mean, how big a difference does that 5 feet actually make to that bench rest guy?
Enough to where it's a part of the rules.
Yeah, they're the ones paying for the insurance.
Yeah, they're also the ones who are catering to the people who pay them the most money.
Pretty much.
And my previous question of why, Smeggy, why is one more ridiculous than the other? Why is it ridiculous to assume that a person can't just have their 1 shot per minute rule or whatever the fuck they want, versus the people shouldn't talk in the movie thing? Is it because one benefits you and thus it's like more beneficial for you to say that, yo, it's chill to not talk in movies, but it's also chill to fire like 100 rounds a second or whatever because that's what you enjoy doing?
It goes back to the same thing. Why punish everybody for the actions of a few? You know what I mean?
You're looking at it like it's a punishment. That's just rules aren't a punishment.
No,
Rules are
I hear you, Flippy. I'll answer your question there. I think that bench rest shooting, if someone's blasting away right next to you, like, who cares? I don't think it affects them that much. Whereas people talking during a movie, you can't hear what people are saying in the movie, and it's annoying.
Well, it is kind of annoying when someone's like rapid firing right next to you.
Well, okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I go to a public range, not a public range, a private range, where we have a combination of people who are shooting 100-year-old, 50-year-old guns, antiques, and then younger people shooting the AR-15s. And the very fact is, they simply go down on the range and they just live with people rapid shooting and non-rapid shooting. And then there's people who shoot 22 lever action. Everyone deals with the shooting. It's part of being in the range with other people.
But if you're at a range that caters specifically to bench rest
but that's the thing. This range is not a fucking bench rest range. This range is open to the public. We got rifle, we got shotgun, we got trap, we got skeet. But when you sit down and you look at their rules, they are only catering to the one minority of the shooting group.
Okay, well then that's their rules.
What are the rules?
They're catering to those people because that's their market. That's who they want to attract.
Right, and from your point before, I agree with you. Then go to a different one. I agree with that point that you made.
Like, I'm not here to argue the wondrous glory of the bench rest master race. I'm just saying you're complaining about a company that's trying to cater to its bread and butter. And
I'm not even complaining. I'm just telling you what the range policies are. And
Flippy, you're
bullshit.
Flippy, you're far too young to understand the bench rest race. I mean, I'm sorry, you're just a little pup.
I don't have a single bench rest gun, and I go out and I have a flat. But I'm just saying I can at least understand the point of company.
You would have a better chance of being a hobbit understanding one of those giant walking trees.
Hey, they're not hobbits, or they're not gay. They're hobbits.
Look, I'm an ant bench shooter, and you're a hobbit panda bear.
I don't get your
So
point.
Nathan, as a bench rush shooter, do you get upset if someone's rapid firing near you? Or do you
No, I just wait for them to get done before I fire. I time my shots based on what they're doing. Keep me from flinching.
Would you be happier if you went to a range that catered specifically to bench rust? So that way, that day that
No.
you want to play with your million-yard rifle or whatever, you don't have to worry about it.
I enjoy shooting at a range where you got guys shooting 22s, guys shooting pistols, guys shooting ARs, and guys shooting long-range hunting rifles. Guys shooting antique rifles. I like that mix.
And shooting the way they want, the cadence they want, practicing.
Well,
the way they
okay,
want.
so my
as long as it's safe.
My range will let you shoot 6 shots from a pistol or 5 shots from a rifle. They don't allow higher magazine limits than that because they're kind of old school, but still, people can shoot 5-10 shots out of their AR-15s fairly fast. You know, I mean, there's lots of rapid firing with the pistols and the 22s.
And my gun club will literally allow me to do anything I want.
Well, okay,
Whether
so
it's
I
shooting
go
on
to
the
my
move,
gun club
whether
and
it's
I go
like
down
drawing down,
and I take my pistol arrow when I go down to my gun club, and I shoot 6 shots at plates as fast as I can. Ping, 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 ping. That's not really how fast it goes, but anyway, I'm pretending. Ping! Oh crap! Ping! Oh crap! Ping! Oh, I hit the 3rd one. I'm gonna F up. Ping! Oh, there's the 4th one. Ping! You know, so I'm shooting that, and then I got my lever action. I'm shooting my lever action at chickens. Ping! 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 And then I bring my AR-15 down. Ping! 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 Then I got my bolt action. I'm like 2 minutes between every shot, so I'm timing it on my watch to let the barrel cool off. That's the way my range is. I do all 4 types of shooting. So how do I get mad at someone else down the range who's rapid firing when I do it?
Well, I mean,
I was just asking more just because I'm not super into the super long distance precision stuff. I haven't really got into that yet. So I really was asking as a curiosity of, is that a problem if someone's rapid firing, or do you just deal with it and shoot, your own time?
And that's the biggest thing that actually that gets me about their rule is because, like I said, you can step 5 feet to the other side, and then all of a sudden those extra rounds are okay, that extra noise is okay, fucking fire away, do whatever the hell you want. But if you want to shoot at that 100-yard line and push your speed, push whatever, you can't, just because you're on the rifle range and you could be next to a bench rest guy.
Okay, and this proves my point exactly. Nathan's range, my range. The fact is, I'm not going to hate on Nathan's range because it has rules that I don't agree with. So I go to my range that does things that I agree with. And I pay them absurd amounts of money every month. And I'm not like sitting here saying, well, Nathan's range is a shitty, terrible, fucking horrifying range, because what kind of crazy person only allows you to have like 5 fucking rounds in your magazine? I'm just going, all right, that doesn't sound like that's for me. They will not be getting my money. I'll go to a place that will let me do what I want. And they will
Which is
exactly
how I am. I go to the mountains to shoot that shit.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, you're getting all like down on them being like, oh, their rule is so bad and I hate them so much. It's like, well,
that's not even what I'm saying. All we're doing is we're talking about range rules, and I'm telling you about the range rule here and how they enforce it and whatnot. I'm wrong, right, whatever. It ain't my fucking business because I don't fucking go shoot there, other than trap, like I said.
Their thing is 100%.
But what?
Their rules are 100% right.
All right.
Well, if they're still in business, it's correct because they're catering to their bread and butter, and as long as their bread and butter will keep
Well, and that's you know you
They don't understand the bread and butter's dying off though pretty quickly.
And if that's the case,
here's
they'll
the thing,
change
Flippy.
the rules and they'll adapt if they want to stay afloat.
Yeah, here's the thing, and that's you straw manned it perfectly because none of us are hating on the range. Even when I said, you know, I think that's kind of ridiculous, I wasn't even talking from the range's point of view. I was talking from, you know, the bench press shooter's point of view. I think it's silly for them to expect to, like, not have people shooting near them. You know, I don't understand why you can't just shoot with someone else shooting nearby. And if you are that sensitive that you can't have any other gunshots around you when you're getting ready to pull the trigger, then go somewhere where there won't be any other gunshots when you're getting ready to pull the trigger. That's all I was talking about. No one's hating on the range, and no one thinks like, you know, oh, the range has to cater to what I want to do. Because you're right, just go spend your money on a place that has the rules that you like. Same reason I don't go to that one place anymore, because I don't like that dude that works there. Same reason I don't go to the other range that fucking polices their brass like crazy. If you pick up 51 pieces of brass and you only shot 50 rounds, they get mad at you. So they're like, oh, you're stealing our brass. So I don't go there anymore because that's annoying. So I'm totally with you on the free market thing. I was just trying to understand the logic of I can't pull the trigger on my gun if someone else is shooting near me. I don't get that.
It might just be a simple thing where they're like trying to, I don't know, control their heart rate or something, and the dude next to him making the blat like fucking in a 100-round beta mag. Not only would that probably get annoying, there's the concussion, and then there's the whole bit where it's like, well, I'm trying to set up this shot to see how precise my rifle is, see what I need to tune or whatever.
Well, he should work better at controlling his heart rate
to the left of me won't stop being a motherfucker.
He should work better at practice more at controlling his heart rate and not letting outside variables fucking get to him and raise his heart rate and throw his fucking shot off.
Yeah, but again, if he's paying for an experience,
and that's fine if someone wants to cater to that. I just think that, you know, and maybe it's because I'm looking at it through a different colored glass or whatever, but it's like if you're preparing for the zombie apocalypse, but you can't shoot your precision gun if someone's shooting near you, you're fucked. How are you going to make an accurate shot when a zombie's chewing on your face, you know?
yeah, or they're just trying to prepare for a long-range competition or whatever, and you don't have that same issue.
And that very well
with
could
the
be.
beta mag.
Well, and that's another thing. I mean, this range, they have long-range competitions. They have their bench rest shit. They have black rifle shit. They have their cowboy action stuff. So it's just that, you know, that rule is just, it's an odd one, you know? It's an odd one to me.
That makes sense to
That's
them.
all.
And again,
That's all I'm saying.
that's what I'm saying, though. If it's odd to you, cool, but it makes sense to them. And eventually, if what you're saying is correct and they are losing a good chunk of business from it, this isn't run by like fucking Nazi Germany. They're not going to go down with the ship. They'll do whatever needs to be done to make sure that their business venture is a profitable one. And if that includes changing rules and changing what they perceive their typical bread and butter to be, then they will do that.
I think you just, you're in one of them ritzy fucking ranges, so you, never mind.
I'm at a range that will literally allow me to do whatever I want. I can shoot from the move. I can shoot from cover. I can
Yeah,
draw
because you
my
pay
gun and
$2,500
shoot.
a year to do so.
And
Yeah.
it's all airsoft.
It's also all air conditioned, and I can do whatever I want, and everyone's fine with it. That's why I paid them my money, and I don't deal with other places. They also have an absolute wonderful Italian herb and stuffed chicken with an arugula salad that is like actually insane. How
The manservant served to you? Do they feed you?
Yeah, no, like I went there to lunch the other day when I was picking up my rifles from getting zeroed, and man, it was fucking fantastic.
No, I mean they just throw a bib on you, and then you got your manservant who spoon feeds you.
No, they just stand there and like cut my food for me, so I don't have to cut it. I mean, it's like the same reason I will only ever go to the Alamo Draft House or iPic. Because I hate going to regular movie theaters with loud-ass, big, fat ethnicities sitting there talking all day on their fucking cellular phones and being like, oh, Teresa Cheryl, whatever stupid fucking ethnic name. Did you see that? That lady just got stabbed in her face. And it's like, God damn, I fucking hate you people. Not the ethnicities, the movie talkers. But, I mean, sometimes it kind of skews.
Yeah, that's the movie talkers are one thing. That's actually I went to the movies when I was out of town a couple of weeks ago, and I went with like I don't know, he's kind of my boss or whatever. Like he works for a different company, but we're working for them. And anyway, so we go to this movie because we had the night off, and like the movie starts up, and he's like leaning over talking to me and shit, and I'm like, seriously, you're one of those people? Like, I just lost respect for you, dude. Like, I still have to work for you, but damn, dude, like, shut the fuck up. People are trying to listen.
Fucking DS2 dot put ethnicities in the fucking chat with like an exclamation mark. Ethnicities is not a racial term.
The way you used it, the fat ethnic in front of you, yeah, I don't know.
No, because I'm not referring to a specific one.
Okay, so
Fat could
bigoted,
literally
maybe?
fit along with all ethnicities, any ethnicity, or like white people. They all can be fat.
Okay, so what's the difference between being a racist and being a bigot?
Whoever is asking the question. What the fuck is an eBayers?
Is it what?
What is an eBayers?
eBayers.
Yeah, that's what they're
No
talking
idea.
about in the chat now. Or is that in reference to someone saying that only N-words use eBay?
Who said that?
Someone before my time, apparently.
Hmm.
I mean, of course I'm fucking, like, sniffing around. You motherfuckers brought that shit up. What, I was gonna sit here and be like, ah, eBayers, okay, don't tell me about it, that's good.
Says eBayers is a derogatory term used in online gaming to describe someone who has not earned the equipment or character they are using. Often high-level players will use eBay to sell premium equipment they have earned in-game, or sometimes sell an entire account with all the characters and equipment, and yada, yada, yada.
That's too technical and video game savvy for this crowd, so there's no way that's what they're referring to.
Is this pig Latin going on in the lobby right now?
Short term is someone who buys or sells on eBay websites. So you're kind of right.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they're talking about.
Yep. eBay killed the chat.
And the only other thing I could find is another name for someone who's mentally retarded.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Damn, dude, I've been trying to talk for like all day and my mic's fucked up.
You were having the same issue yesterday, weren't you?
Yeah,
Only-
dude, I've had this
only
mic
works
for
when-
5 years.
Only works when it wants to, huh?
Yeah.
So the real subject is this German crazy scientist thinks that Skynet isn't going to be a problem. It'll only be a good thing. And it'll help.
Tell that to the people.
Yeah, Skynet bad. But of course they're going to sell it as, well, this will be good for you.
Yeah, so I feel like I need to have a chat about this.
I don't know if you want to have a chat on it, because then it will be online recorded. So when Skynet does take over and it's scanning back through the, database of the internet, it will know to come after you first.
Oh, was that in reference to Zombie Master Ed?
What? We're talking about Skynet, which is the artificial intelligence.
No, I mean like the earlier chat thing where you're saying something
Talking about real
about.
life things here, not fucking in your fantasy land. Just characters in fantasy land.
Is that where the eBayers thing comes in?
I don't even know what you're talking about. He just said there's something about video games. You must know it from your video games. Must have been something. So when's a good time to have this artificial intelligence chat? I think I'm gonna do it after Edge tonight.
Yeah, you can't trust artificial intelligence.
Skynet chat?
It always turns evil.
I'd listen to this like 15-minute. You know what a TED Talks is? You ever heard of a TED Talks?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking moon. You don't like nothing about TED Talks or this controversial subject of a positive version of Skynet.
I just don't like the idea of recording your hatred for Skynet on the internet is a good idea.
Oh, I hear you. There's a lot of disadvantages and potential dangers to it, but I'm willing to be the last human to stand up to Skynet if you got to get that information out there.
Should we invite Skynet to the talk?
Well, it's already going to be there. But yeah, listen to this big long conversation from this guy on his TED Talks about some European version of TED Talks about how great Skynet is, blah blah blah, because he helped invent the brain part of it, and then yeah, he took it all the way to like interstellar travel and shit. So I'm definitely gonna have a chat about this because I think it's European brainwashing. He's probably part of Skynet. He helped fucking build it, so of course he's gonna be a violence denier or whatever, reality denier.
Is it going to be like Hal in Space Odyssey?
Well, no, because in that one, it's not a cyborg, it's artificial intelligence, which is basically what this guy's talking about, because that's really what robots are, is the ability to learn, right, and be faster than us. So
without emotion.
Yeah, but that are way more logic. So that one in 2001 was just part of the airplane or whatever, so all it could do is what it could do, but the concept of that was what Hal's deal was like, there's too many people, so to help people, I'll kill people. This German guy is convinced that robots aren't going to be on that wavelength. They're going to think differently about it. Sort of like how we don't kill ants because they don't threaten us.
Well, I mean, if logic dictates him, then, to him, logically, humans, they're inferior and they're stupid and then they don't even matter after a while, It's like...
I think Flippy wanted to kill the shit out of some fire ants a few months ago.
Well, if the robots were oppressing us, then
what? What was I listening? What was I? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, fuck fire ants, I guess. Fill that shit full of like nitroglycerin and burn it.
Go eBay some fire ants.
I think I know what this eBayers thing is, like actual legit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone cares about that anymore, Flippy.
I think it's now
commerce.
like becoming a thing.
It's a website for internet commerce.
No. I'm pretty sure it involves like some older Gun Channels members who may or may not be members still.
Isn't being the member gun channel sort of like being in a biker gang where once your colors are removed, you were never in?
Mm-hmm.
I
You
thought it
can
was
walk
blood in,
away.
blood out.
Well, you can walk away, I guess, and be in good terms. But if you get thrown out, then your colors get taken and you ain't your brother or sister.
Or we're gonna cut your panda tattoo off.
We're either gonna cut it off or burn it off.
Z, you gonna be around later after Edge? After the Edge?
I don't know. What? I don't know. Maybe.
I'm doing a Skynet chat.
Bullshit.
Not bullshit chat, like hitting around, but a real Skynet chat. I just watched this German lecturer give me all.
Man, I don't know if I can have my name attached to any of that, bro. I might be on a list, and I sure as hell don't want to go to the top of that motherfucker. But if I'm around, absolutely. I don't know. It's Fourth Friday here. There might be music and libations and.
What is Fourth Friday in Hawaii? Some kind of a significance?
No, what they got here on Maui is like there's a first Friday, second Friday, third Friday, fourth Friday, right? So basically, what it is each one of the little towns. So like first Friday is in Wailuku. Second Friday I think is over in Lahaina. So it's just basically each of the little towns kind of gets a Friday to boost, kind of like local businesses, kind of a thing, and whether it's at like a shopping center or something like that, depending on where it's at, like it's kind of like I don't want to say a carnival type of atmosphere, but there's like live music and the businesses in the area get together, and so there's gonna be food and all kinds of stuff going on.
How big are these towns that you're in?
If there's 160,000 people on Maui,
oh shit,
my town is, and that's year-round residency, and it's actually going up, but that's year-round residency. We're going to see 2 million people this year, but
yeah, but that's not like 2 million every weekend. That's
I don't know. I want to say we got it, man. We got to have at least 30,000 where I'm at. That's what I'm thinking. We got to have that.
So is that a Kmart in each of these towns, or like a Walmart in each of these towns?
Nope. Most of the stuff like that is going to be in the town where the airport is.
So they're like you got one Walmart for the whole island, kind of thing.
Yep.
How many?
One Walmart, one Costco, one Kmart.
How many auto parts stores, like chains? Not.
Well, think about it. We got. I mean, so for like Napa and CarQuest, and I think we got an O'Reilly's. So out of those,
and then you
we
got
like most of
all
them are. Okay, you go.
I think
I'm just trying to get a general idea of like how many services there are. So is there all the fast foods?
Pretty much. I mean, there's like the only Wendy's is in one town, but like the Burger Kings, like we don't have a Burger Kings in my little town, but like there's Jack in the Box, McDonald's, Taco Bell.
You got Subways everywhere out there?
Fuck yeah. Fucking they're like a disease.
Yeah. And then what about like your I don't go but like Applebee's and Chili's and the level?
That's going to be real limited. Just because, you know, we're not Oahu, so we have a real limited market. Like we have what is it? We got like 2 Outbacks, and I mean we got one in the town that I live in. The other one is literally on the other side of the island. We got like one Ruby Tuesdays, which is that even a thing anywhere other than here anymore?
We used to have a Ruby Tuesdays. That went the way of the fucking dodo.
But like other than that, you know, is it like IHOPs and well, of course you guys got that shit. But I'm just saying, like IHOP and Denny's, you know, there's a few of those on the island. They're conducive, if you think about it, to tourism and local. You know.
So hotels like big ass buildings with like 3 stories kind of hotels, or are they like resorts like Fantasy Island?
Maybe not quite as far as Fantasy Island. I mean, smiles, everyone smiles, sure, but and welcome to Fantasy Island, yes, but
It's not, the hotels aren't like a bunch of little cabanas with paths in between them and a big building.
No, not so much. Actually, one of the resorts actually does have cabanas and stuff like that, but they're like literally almost like mini little fucking houses. I mean, they're pretty fucking sweet, actually.
Because that's what I kind of figured it would be, because you're going to go to Hawaii for a length of time, so you might as well kind of hang out in your little cabana house.
Well, here's the thing. Most of our resorts are in like a couple of areas, and the rest of it is all worker bees or drones, depending on which way you want to fucking look at it. So Wailea is one of our big resort areas. Ka'anapali is another one of our resort areas, and Kapalua is another one of the resort areas. So, and those 3 areas are probably some of the most expensive resort real estate on the island, easily. So
I'm just switching gears because I'm waiting for Edge. So DF is saying that, or Robbie, sorry, is saying that Walmarts are the FEMA camps.
Well, we only have one, so I guess we'd only have one FEMA camp for the island, I guess.
They wouldn't build. You said 100-some thousand people. You're not going to get all that at one Walmart. But out here, I think it would work.
Well, let's be honest, G. If they're putting people in FEMA camps, are they really worried about how many actually fit, or how many live to go to the FEMA camp? Technically, I mean,
that's the people worth keeping. Because if you've got the UN troops and they're slaughtering the people that aren't worth keeping.
Well, and that's the thing. You know, we already live on an island in the middle of the Pacific. We have hurricanes, we have volcanoes, we have tsunamis, we have earthquakes. So we actually have, civil defense plans and areas already staked out, set aside, and or plans to be put in motion if stuff like that happens. And I'm not even talking about like the federal government doing. I mean, literally, we have plans for triage, setup, and all of this kind of shit. We have to, because if we ever really get hit by any one of those things, it's gonna be a shit show. And if we don't have those spots ready, or the plan having been practiced, like we have readiness practice a few times a year,
and that's on a local level, right?
Well, county, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, it's funded by county, state, and federal funds, but it's mostly county and state people doing all the hustle, as would be the case.
I gotcha.
Because I mean, we got guard here and everything like that, so I and an armory and all kinds of jazz like that. So I mean, if the other thing is, on the tinfoil hat side, like, we're the first spot for a toehold to attack the mainland, right? For as far as invasion goes. I mean, you're all well aware, whether it's China, Korea, or Russia, or who the hell ever decides that that's what they want to do. We're the toehold, right? We're gonna be getting fucking hammered, right? I mean, you do get that. We're the halfway point. We're the jumping off point. Whatever way you want to look at it, we're screwed. Well, maybe not screwed, but
Northwest is kind of that way too.
I don't know if we can really do the. I don't really know if we can do the Red Dawn justice, but we would try. I guarantee that there's enough locals here that wouldn't want to have to deal with none of that. We would just go into the hills and into the jungle and stuff like that, and try and make it happen, So, that's I don't want to say it's an eventuality, but it's it's a potential reality. It's one of those things. What's Edge's what's Edge's thing?
Wiki,
by the way.
Glocktober.
Wait a minute. What was the first part?
Well, he said Dicky Links, so it means WikiLinks, and then Glocktober, or it's a whole different direction for his chat.
Yeah, I might be uncomfortable with that whole freaking theory if that's the case.
My guess is it has to do with the Anthony Weiner videos or email stuff.
See, he's clever. He's mixing a whole bunch of things.
Could be.
But I do have a couple of things I can do on the computer, so and I don't feel like doing the other stuff I got to do. So I think I'm going to jump in there and give him a panelist, and then I'll know when he's done. But I am going to do a Skynet chat after. It might go into the wee hours, but I want to have a serious Skynet chat.
If I'm around, for sure, man. Again, because I don't, kind of waiting to see if some shit materializes in front of my face or not.
If a little like a Isuzu pickup truck with like two hot blondes in front, two redheads in the back drives up, and it's all like, "We got free booze cards at the local place that's fun," then just tell them, "Keep going, ladies. We're going to be talking about some real issues on the internet tonight."
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to let y'all down gently. Is that,
Yeah, that's what he's
if some
looking
shit
for.
comes
That.
up, I got shit to do. But if the flake happens, well then we'll see. Then I'll probably have some free time on my dance card.
I'm in for a Skynet chat. I was kind of just joking about recording.
I think you got your priorities straight, Island.
And hopefully Dead Horse will be there.
Well, here's the thing. I do want to be in the. I do actually want to be in the Skynet chat, but yeah.
This was a freaking controversial thing where this guy is trying to Hillary Clinton everybody into saying that artificial intelligence is just going to freaking make it.
I'll tell you right now, that German dude you're talking about is full of scheisse. Full of scheisse. Just saying. Just saying. Speaking a little German. Sprechen Sie Deutsch.
So I think I'll probably do it in about an hour or so. I think Edge usually goes for about an hour, right?
Depends on how long you can keep the fires burning, but yeah.
Well, unless he's doing something that's on fire, I'm jumping out and doing my Skynet chat just so I can set it up and have it.
All right.
So thanks for doing the chat, Smiggy. I'm going to jump.
Yeah, no problem. And send me a link to the Skynet thing.
I wonder if the Skynet thing is something that, so if you want to actually know what the hell's they're talking about, you need to go watch that TED Talk or whatever.
And I'm just saying, you guys, you're supposed to ambush the Skynet talk. You're not supposed to be talking about the Skynet talk and then letting Skynet know when you're going to have the Skynet talk. I mean, come on.
Well, doesn't Skynet technically already know?
I think
only if we keep saying it.
I think I need one of those rifle dynamic AKs in my life.
You probably do. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you should buy one.
I need to send one of G's parts kits to them and get them to turn it into a real gun.
Oh man, I don't know if he does that anymore. I know he did do that, but
I looked at their website. It's
man, I know he's pretty. Okay, cool. Because I know that for a while there, he had posted a video or something on Facebook, and he was like, "Man, I'm just too fucking busy for that these days." So that's cool that they do still offer it.
Yeah, they still do kit builds, but like for the most part, everything else they offer aside from kit builds and specific modifications for arsenals, nothing else they're going to do until 2017 because they're so backed out.
Yeah.
So what are you guys talking about now?
Rifle dynamic AKs.
Hey, Foos, quick question.
Yeah, shit.
Earlier, Marvin said to measure my lands or grooves, put a bullet in the case and put it in the chamber and drop. And I'm guessing close the bolt. Is that all I got to do? And then measure that and mic that? And
Yeah. If you do that, what a lot of people do is they'll take and they'll cut their neck, so the bullet will go into their neck and not get lodged in their rifle.
Okay. I mean,
I don't
is
do that.
doing that necessary? The whole check period.
No.
Okay.
That
it's not necessary.
That is for ultimate precision. Again,
correct.
It depends on what you want to do with your rifle.
Right.
Right on.
When I was saying the lands and grooves, when a manufacturer makes a bullet, the manufacturer makes it within a specification that it can go into any barrel. So, for instance, they make a Ruger Precision rifle, a 308. This is 308. They use a 308, but that 308 ammo can go into 10 different guns as long as the caliber is 308. So it's not as accurate as you want it to be. So when you reload, what you want to do is build that cartridge or that bullet length specifically for your gun or your rifle.
Okay.
So what is called lands and grooves is basically what it says is that you want to get the bullet. When you push that bolt up, it is not jammed in there. It's like 5/1000ths off of the lands, which is where it touches the barrel. So you want a tight fit. So what happens is that when it's fired and you hit that firing pin, the bullet doesn't wobble down the barrel. There's no wobbling in terms of it's not sitting back from the barrel. It's sitting on the barrel, the lands of the barrel. You see what I'm saying?
So there's not a big jump when the round goes off.
Yeah, it's called jump. And again, since you're going to be having one load for multiple rifles, having going to the max overall length, I mean, that should be fine. And some guns don't take max overall length.
Right. So if in your case it doesn't matter, for me, like I wanted a precision shoot, I'm doing it for every rifle. So what you're just making is you're making in your mind what Foos is trying to tell you is that what you're making is a bullet that is a general bullet that a manufacturer makes that can go into any of your rifles as long as the same caliber. You're in the middle ground. So you can say, hey, I have 50 bullets. I can put it in this AR, this one. For me, every bullet I have, every rifle that I own has its own bullet.
Mm. So if he has 2 308, he will have one load for each rifle.
Right.
Correct.
Which you said you did not want to do.
And I want to go further. I have for 100 yards, and if it's 600 yards, I have another one which is has a little more oomph in it to carry it along a little higher. It's 1,000 yards. I have another one that goes 1,000 yards. Yep. So I may have 3 recipes for 3 different yardage.
And he may have one bullet for one gun with a powder, and for another gun it may be a totally different bullet. Like, let's say one of his bullets, or one of his barrels is a 1 in 12 twist, so he may shoot 150 grain, whereas next rifle is 110, he'll shoot 178 grain. And how he's saying, going to different lengths, his 100-yard powder may be different than his 300-yard powder, which may be different than his 1,000-yard powder. So again, it all depends on what you were trying to do, on what methods you need to reload to complete what you're wanting to do.
Basically, it can be as complicated as you want it to be. If you're chasing, an extra 1/8 inch improvement on your group, then you're going to go through all this stuff.
Right.
If you're happy with hitting a steel plate out there somewhere, you don't care where it hits, then you're good to go. Just load some shit up.
Right. I mean, Marvin's going for mechanical accuracy.
And Marvin, how long have you been reloading?
Oh, I started reloading rifles, I would say January.
Oh shit! So not even all that long, huh? And you're pretty deep in it and pretty detailed with it.
you will get people worse than me. I'm not that. I didn't have the time, but folks can tell you when you get involved in something like this, you get addicted to it. So you start to learn everything because you're like, I understand where you're going to say that you want to make a bullet as a general, and I agree with you. But the day you make a bullet, the day your attitude is going to change, your thought process is going to change, because you are going to, as I said yesterday, you're going to go to the range, you're going to fire it, and you're like,
And you're always
I
looking
can
for
do better.
Yeah, I totally follow you. Yeah.
So you're going to hunt it. And as I say, it doesn't cost you any more to just make it better.
Well, it does, because you have different powders, different primers. You may go out and get another box of bullets and stuff like that. I mean, it does definitely cost. It all depends on what you're trying to achieve. If you're trying to achieve the absolute smallest possible group size at whatever distance, then yes, you will go into, this bullet works better at this gun for this range and stuff like that, even down to experimenting with primers. But if you're just going to go out and shoot, train, stuff like that, to where a 2 MOA is more than accurate enough, you're going to get it down to 2 MOA, maybe a little bit less than that, and call it good, and then just run your gun. It all depends on what your goal.
See, and
for
I
that
fall into that
rifle is.
category. I just want to crank out 9mm in bulk that fucking works in the gun. I don't even, whatever.
And
Whatever I got lying around, it's good to go.
Most people actually fall into that group. The long-range precision guys, or the long-range pistol guys like Marvin, they're in a group that the rest of us just are in awe about, because most of us hate load development.
I work with a guy who he's got a bunch of different Wildcat rifles, he makes up his own shit and his own cartridges, and then he's got a machinist buddy that will do whatever to his chamber, make their own shit. And so he's all about that, man. He loads 5 bullets, different types, and then he shoots 5 of each and says, okay, this is the right one, and then he makes 5 more changes of that, and loads up, okay, I'm going to use this powder, now I'm going to go 0.1 grain high and 0.1 grain low, makes 5 each of those, shoots those. So he does exactly what you're talking about.
I take the temperature of the day, I take the wind conditions, the humidity, how I felt sometimes, I take everything. I write down on a little piece of paper.
Yeah, but
that's my fun.
Have you ever seen the guys? I'm gonna
go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Have you seen the guys? I'm gonna call them. They're shooting rail guns, and I don't mean the cool rail guns, but the ones that it's seriously just some type of weird contraption where there's barrels on this big sled, and basically if you don't put the bullet through the exact same hole, you lose, because that's how good they are. But they're sitting at the range with a press. So it's they check that day and load up 1 round and shoot it, and then they load up a 2nd round and shoot that one, and it's those guys
they're constantly in load development.
I have guys that when I go to the range, they will fire 1 round, clean the barrel, takes them 15 minutes to clean the barrel, fire another round, clean the barrel. I mean, the barrel's already broken in. They're just cleaning the barrel. They go down the range, clean the barrel again. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then when they fire the round, they take that round and push it inside of their barrel and see how much, what's it called again? I don't remember the word. They measure another measurement, and they do all kind of different things. I'm like, guys, went overboard.
But are they actually using a regular gun though, or are they using that weird sled and rail gun kind of thing? You know what I'm talking about? Have you seen that?
Yeah. They're using Rugers or Pikas or Remingtons, but they may have custom barrels on them, custom chassis. By the time you see the gun, It is nowhere near what the gun that they bought, because the chassis has changed, the barrel has changed, the trigger has changed. I'm like, and it's
Yeah,
no
I mean, and
longer a
that's
Remington
it's cool, dude.
700.
Like, do whatever makes you happy. That is one thing that I do want to get into is, shooting like a bolt action a little bit further out. Where I'm at right now, I can shoot 100 yards easy. There's like a couple trees I have to cut down, and then I could go out to like 250. So I do want to do that, and then just set up a little shooting rest or something at the front of the property, and then shoot back at the backstop.
I tell you, you get addicted to it. Once you start, you get so addicted because you're saying it's like golf. I don't know if golf is a good example, but once you take a swing at it, you're like, whoa, this is interesting. I want to see if I can get closer and closer. You just keep on doing more,
Right, and that's the thing. I want to get like decent at 250. I know long range guys are probably laughing at me, but to me, that's fucking long range. Like I can't see that far normally. Like that's crazy. So if I can like get on target with that, then I'll definitely start searching out, somewhere where I can shoot further. But given my area, I can just go out in the middle of the desert and shoot 1,000 yards or something. Like there's not very many open areas, unless I go to someone's farm. It would once they plow their field over or something.
Scott, I sent you an email.
Okay. Give me 1 minute.
What's my stop? Fridge.
But I used to work with a kid that did long range stuff. He was on the U.S. junior Olympic team for I think it was either trap or skeet. It was one of the shotgun ones. And so he got into that when he was younger, and then he was really into that long range shit. And he lived out kind of southwest, out in the middle of nowhere. So he had friends or family that did have a huge ass farm. So in the springtime or in the fall, after they cut all the shit down, he's got this giant field.
Cool.
But then he got fired for illegally downloading movies.
All right, Marvin, I got that from you.
So Smitty, while I was away for that half an hour, 45 minutes or whatever, I rolled 200 pieces of ammo and dumped a whole bunch of bullets that I had to pick up.
That's quick.
Awesome.
Hey, Marvin, so these are targets I can just print out right at home for
Yeah.
zeroing and shit?
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Go all the folders. There are tons of information. I have everything that I have ever saved. It's there. Reloaded.
I appreciate it.
You see the reloading?
Send that to me.
And you know what I used in the center? You know those dots? You can buy them. It's called, I think, what it is. The red dots you buy on eBay for for 1,000 is $10 or 200 is $10. But it has the information. Let me go on there too. Oh, you know what? Change after .com, change the rifle to firearm.
After .com.
Yeah, after the Marvin.com page, change it to firearm. That's the one I wanted to say.
And remember, that's .con. So you can send your social security number or your credit card number, and it's totally legit.
All right, I see what you're saying here. Marvin.com, instead of rifle, go firearm.
Right.
I'm doing this on my phone, so I'm jumping back and forth between a couple of things.
Man, it actually turned out to be a pretty nice day today. Like it's chilly, but not like super cold. Just wearing like a hooded sweatshirt and it's fine.
It got up to 80 here.
Oh shit, man! It was like. Actually, I don't know what the high was today. I know a couple days ago we were like in the 40s was the high. That was.
You guys can see the link in the Hangout chat. Does that work? I don't know if it works.
I'm on my phone, so I can't see the chat right now. I'll let you know in 15 minutes once I get back home.
You taking a jog?
Nah, just a walk. I don't do like big exercise. It's nice out. I needed to go to the store. I was thirsty. So, go to the store.
Put 3 miles in today.
This will be just under.
Yeah, I did 3 miles, 35 pounds on my back.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, I take that back. No, this is just under a mile each way. So, I'll be like just under a couple miles. I don't know why I was thinking it was a mile and a half. That's not right.
Other than working out, my butt has been sitting today. So, yeah. I need to get up and start walking with all that shit on my back, but
I've been fucking doing it every day, man. If I miss a day, I feel like a piece of shit. So even when it's raining, I've been out doing it.
right on.
Scott, that works?
Yes. I'm bookmarking it right now. Yeah, dude. There's a ton of stuff in there.
Yeah. Poofs, you saw the link?
In the
chat, in the internal Hangout chat.
Internal. In the internal, no.
Yeah, I don't see no link either.
Yeah, there's no link in the internal chat.
I think
Or
you put it in the
external.
lobby.
Put it in the lobby.
I think.
No, I'm not seeing one out there
I
either.
don't see anything in the lobby either.
I think he just sent it to you.
No. Scott's going to put it in the lobby.
Oh, you want me to put it in the lobby? I can
Yeah,
do
just
that.
put it.
Not a problem.
Oh, I can do it. I thought I could
Here we
do
go.
it.
That's the .com/firearm one. It's in the lobby right now.
All the information you ever wanted.
Cool. I'm enjoy digging into that.
You can read it for weeks.
I'm just getting started, so I'm not trying to go completely crazy. I want to get something that's reliable and that'll run in multiple and my multiple guns and and then exactly like you said, as soon as I go out doing that and find my load, the load development probably will never end. But
it never ends.
You're always chasing something better.
What caliber are you reloading?
I'm getting ready to go with 223.
You're gonna do a bunch of 223 experiments for an AR.
I'm loading 223 for my ARs. Yeah.
I mean,
What's the cost of an AR?
that's more like stockpiling when I think of
Like
that.
anywhere from 30 to like 35 cents for on average.
Oh, that's not.
I found something for 33 cents yesterday.
I just bought some for 32 cents yesterday.
And when you reload, what you getting it down to as reload? Have you calculated that?
I am sitting at the bullets that I'm reloading right now. I'm at 6.5 cents. Powder, I'm looking at. Let's see. I'll figure that out real quick.
I've got all my receipts, so I can't sit down and figure it out. I haven't paid much attention.
Yeah, just put it in. I have an Excel program that calculates it for you.
Damn, dude, I picked the worst time to go to 7-Eleven.
So I'm at 7 cents for powder. So 6 plus 7 plus 2.5. I'm at 15.5 cents around.
That's not bad. That's half.
Yeah.
Good. That's standard. That's good.
Yeah, if I make my own projectiles, my projectile is 1 cent, so I'll cut another 5 cents off that.
Yeah.
What round is that? Is that 223?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like half price.
Yep.
And you're making 9 mils at like 5 or 6 cents a piece, aren't you?
No, I'm shooting. Since I started buying, I'm shooting for about 10 cents.
Yeah,
again, if I make my own, I'm down to about 6.
Well, that's still half price, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's pretty good.
And I found another site that if I order by the case of 3,500, it's even cheaper than what I'm getting right now. So I went and I spent and I bought 100 for a sample pack, and we'll see.
115 grain, right? Or
125.
25.
Yeah, this is coming out of Utah. So let me get to that. I just saw it on Facebook, went out there and I ordered some because
where do you find projectiles and powders?
Everywhere. Even everywhere.
Okay, but like where specifically, Foos, do you buy projectiles and powder from?
I buy powder and primers from Powder Valley. And then
that seems to be the go-to, right? They always have at least a little bit of everything.
Yes, usually.
They were.
They're starting to dry out. It's starting to dry out.
Especially primers. When I was on.
Yeah, primers are about gone now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this guy, he's up in Utah. He runs everything manually. Small home-based company. He uses a hand crank casting machine. So, yeah. I got 10. I want to see what his accuracy is. Meaning, how if his grains are the same. So I just went ahead and bought 100 of them like this. If they're the same, right here, 3,500 of them for $225. So that is 225 divided by. So that's 6.4 cents a projectile.
No, you are talking 9 mil right now, right?
Correct. So.
Are you going to be around tomorrow, Foos?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually getting these bullets in tomorrow, so I'll be weighing those tomorrow. As soon as I get up, I'm gonna go out and shoot because it's supposed to be up in the low 80s again tomorrow. So I'll get up and shoot, set up the couple stages that I drew earlier. So.
You guys, you know what? The link that I sent you, the best place to go is under the training. It says the marksman videos. That's a good place to learn. And the training part is really good.
Yeah, I'll look at his coding and stuff like that. If it's good, I'll
I'll,
those projectiles, why are they red and all that? I'm not too familiar with reloading and all that.
Okay, they're coated bullets instead of being jacketed, plated, or just being the lead with a lube groove ring.
Okay.
Some people like whenever I made my own, I powder coated them. This is just a polymer coating you put over it so it doesn't lead your barrel and you could shoot them faster.
Okay. So it's just a polymer coated projectile.
Yes, it's a lead core, polymer coated. Yep.
That's cool.
So I went ahead and did this one. It's 13 cents a projectile, so it's quite a bit more. But it's only 100 of them. So I'm gonna basically go through and QC them and see how they are. If they're good, I may be picking up a couple of these, couple cases.
Like for example, on a Glock, they say, I don't own a Glock, but I hear they say that you must use lead bullets. So
no, they say don't use lead bullets.
Right. So that's what I said. They say you should not use lead bullets. Yeah. So
this stuff is perfectly fine.
So you can use, coated full metal jacket, jacketed bullets, things like that.
They say that, and I've ran 150 rounds of pure lead, no lube, no nothing on it, and there's a little bit of lead in there. And whenever I was making them, I made them softer just to see what it would do to it, and I didn't see any lead. Just as long as you run a brush down your barrel and you do maintenance on your gun, you're fine. The reason they do that is if you put thousands of rounds or you don't take care of your gun and you do get lead deposits, it can hurt your gun. But if you take care of your gun, you're not going to have issues.
Yeah, you lose accuracy because remember, once a bullet is fired, it's twisted. And if it's not coming out of that barrel turning at its exit.
Well, what happens, it deposits lead, and whenever that bullet hits that lead, it'll spike the pressures in your barrel.
Yeah.
That's what it does. But yeah, these coated ones, I want to just grab the 100 of them. I'm going to test them out. I probably should have went up and grabbed 500 because it's really not that much more. 37 compared to 13. I probably should have just bought 500 of them. But yeah, but just test them out with 100, and if you like them, like you said, you can get the, what was it, like 3,500 or some shit, like. Right. And if anything, they could be practice ammo for me. Or you can send them to me as a Christmas present, because I'm really leaning more towards getting a reloader for Christmas. Sure, if you send me $225 for Christmas. No thanks. It's not a present if I have to pay for it, No. I'm gifting you something, and you're gifting me something. It's all good. Yeah, separate transactions. Yeah, but I'd probably just send you a Christmas card with a snowman on it, because being in my glorious presence that's a good enough reward.
You will love reloading. I guarantee it. It is fun. Go cheap.
It's not for everyone, though.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's not for everyone. So this is what I'm shooting right now. So 125 for 3,500. Or 225. Oh, so it's the same price. Oh, crap! I thought it was cheaper. I'll stick with what I have then, because it's the same shit, and I have a load for it. It's just a little different profile. See how these are a little sharper? Have you ever shot truncated bullets out of your CZ? Yeah.
I had problems with them the other day. I don't know. I got a box from a long time ago, and
what were they doing?
they got all like twisted up when they were trying to feed. It was weird. Like I don't know how to describe. Like I guess it was a failure to feed, but then when I went to go try and clear it and stuff, like the bullet was like facing vertical inside the magazine.
Yes, I have done that. And was it like up in your ejection port too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it kind of flipped up, but then still was like in
I know
the magazine.
exactly what it is. Okay. What happens with CZs, the way their magazine is if the bullet, these truncated nose are pushed back too far, under firing, the bullets will actually start working forward in your magazine, and then there's not enough weight in the back end of the magazine to keep the bullet from going straight vertical. I had issues with that on whenever I was loading for my my rounds, whenever I first got my CZ, because I was loading them shorter. So I lengthened them, and they were fine. And that's why I'm going to ream my chambers, because I don't want to take any of my rounds and shorten them up even more, because right now it's not doing it.
All right, yeah, that's very helpful. So I just wasn't sure if something was wrong. I've never had a problem with any other ammo in that gun. And like I said, I don't know when I got this box of the truncated stuff. It's probably just what was ever on the shelf. So it's probably when I first got the gun, it was like, oh, it can give me like 100 rounds or something. They just gave me a couple boxes of it. But basically what happened is like it did that, and I was like, okay, well, whatever. So I kind of stripped a couple out the magazine, loaded it back up, and then finished shooting and didn't have the problem again. So I guess I'll just tough it out while I'm shooting, and I'll call it a day, and then just not buy those again.
Yeah.
It was a good malfunction test, though, because I was like, oh, shit, I kind of tap racked, and well, that didn't work. So then I just dropped the mag, grabbed the new one, popped that in, shot a couple rounds, and was like, well, okay, that was a good little test.
Yeah, I mean, right now you can see where my right here where my bullet is impacting the feed ramp. Nice little shiny area. But I have.
Fools, look inside the chat, the lobby chat. There's a link.
Yeah, just a second. I'm looking for that. God, I still have some of those I need to shoot. Shit. Okay.
Friday.
Whenever you get... Oh, no, those are... Whenever I already lengthened them. Damn it. Are you there, Smeggy?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. See, these are some of the truncated cones I've shot, and you see this shoulder right here where it's still flat coming out of the case before it starts angling in? I bet you yours, that was seated further back in the case. So it hit case and then started angling right away.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. So, I don't know. That's why you test your stuff, right?
Yep.
Because sometimes hollow points can kind of have that same profile.
Yes.
Even though it's obviously the point's hollowed out, but sometimes it's like if you filled that in, it would look just like a truncated bullet. So.
Right.
But
yeah,
I don't know. That's
Everglades ammo. Yeah, I've heard good stuff. It's expensive because a lot of it is actually plated and coated and stuff like that. And they're a reseller; they're not a manufacturer. Is this where you get your projectiles from?
No, that's where my friend of mine that lives in Florida. That's where he gets his own gun.
Yeah, I mean they're good. They are a reseller, so they'll like right here. Well, I saw some earlier. They were extreme bullets, like right here. These plated, they're basically extreme bullets, and they buy it from them and then repackage it and go on.
Yeah.
They're not a manufacturer, so you're not going to get the
savings.
Right. Oh, wow, that's expensive. Wow, that's $5 more than what it should be. I wanted to get it 3 of these, 4 pounds of ram shot zip, but back order, so I had to go with the 1 pounders and pay more.
Well, when I was on Powder Valley a couple nights ago, they had their 12 pounder.
They have 8 pound. They don't have.
Okay, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
But they actually did have some of their 12 or yeah, some
Eight.
of their 8 pounders. Yeah.
Yeah, for Ramtac, yeah, and 153 is about going price. During the scare, actually at the end of the scare, I picked up an 8 pound bottle of Ramtac for $200 because I only had about 3 or 4 pounds left, so I picked it up for what I could. So.
Yeah, I was getting ready to place an order through them the other night, but I put a certain amount on a card, and then I got to the point where I loaded that fucking card up and allowed a little bit of money for shipping, and motherfuckers didn't tell me how much shipping was. So it's just like, dude, I don't want to know how much it is, so I can either add a pound or take a pound off. Or, you know what I mean?
Right. What Powder Valley does is whatever they get charged for shipping, that's what they charge you.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do, it's $5 whenever it's actually 2.5 for them.
I find it strange. I've always been told that, I have to buy it locally. I can't import it, but I buy it locally. But people always told me that they buy it locally because of the hazmat fee. Even if you're paying a pound, you're paying, a little higher. The local big store will have it, say, I don't know, you guys have Gander Mountain, I guess, Cabela's.
Well,
I don't know.
Around where I'm at, especially for primers, so if I take and I try to get these small pistol primers, right now they're $27 at Powder Valley. Around here, they're usually 33 to 35 plus tax, so it's usually comes out 37-ish.
But they're that $27 plus the 20 whatever dollars hazmat fee.
Right.
Plus shipping.
Right. And whenever I figured it out, for me with shipping and everything, if I get 5,000 of them, I would pay slightly cheaper if I bought them from Powder Valley, and anything above that, it's dramatically cheaper.
But if you're buying like 1,000, which you normally...
If I buy 1,000, yeah, I'm buying it locally. I'm not doing online. The only way I would do it online is, like I said, I buy 5,000 of them or more.
Right.
And
so your break even is 5,000.
Yes, my break even is 5,000. If I'm doing 5,000, I'm ordering online. which usually I do 10,000 at a time, at least.
And you do that because your hazmat fees is the same no matter how much you're buying in that particular order, right?
Up to 48 pounds, I think it is.
Okay.
So yeah, basically, I mean that's a lot of powder and a lot of primers that could go on that hazmat. Absolutely, yeah. And since they didn't have, excuse me, they didn't have CCI primers, pistol primers. I didn't order any, or else I probably would have put, probably 5,000 of them on my order whenever I got my powder.
I actually just picked up 1,000 CCIs the other day for both small pistol and small rifle from a local shop.
Where did you buy it from? A local shop? Do you have a Cabela's?
I got Cabela's, but both of them are. I get probably 35 miles north or south from me.
Oh, okay. Because I use a primer called Sarah and Bellet. I think you guys have it. Every time I Google it, Cabela's have it.
Yeah, and every now and again they'll run like that for either set like $16, $17, $18.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would have that for my practice stuff because it's not as reliable as.
And the Winchester stuff. The Winchester stuff. Those are soft primers, right? They're fairly soft.
Yes. Federal is the softest. Right. Winchester is harder. CCI is actually a fairly hard primer, but I like them because I've never hit one that did not go bang. I've had some Winchesters. I've had Stellar and Bellet. I've had I can't remember. I had another one that it's gone. I've never shot Remingtons, never shot Fioshis, at least reloading. I don't even know what this Shedite is.
Have you ever had a slam fire or anything on some of the softer primers?
I've never shot Federal, so I haven't there, and I only had Winchester pistol primers.
Okay.
I've never had a slam fire.
What's a slam fire?
What?
What's a slam fire?
When you have a floating firing pin and your bolt closes, the firing pin's inertia sets off the next round. Or if it gets stuck forward or something like that.
The only problem I have is that my trigger is so light, sometimes I touch it and pop, pop, to go off. Sad. It's almost on the verge of full auto. It's there. The trigger is that light.
Yeah, right now, Powder Valley has 0 small pistol primers.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing the other night.
So Widener's has.
And how are you going to clean your brass?
Oh, I got a Harbor Freight tumbler with walnut media.
Oh, okay, cool.
Now here, CCI small pistol. Look what Wineers is doing. $35. I'll go locally before I do that. That's why they're in stock. That's incredible. That's entirely too high. This one's a little high, a couple bucks, but that's entirely. This needs to be $7, $8 cheaper per box. Like I found great prices on these guys for bullets. Bulk bullets.
I'm not seeing your screen. Who are you talking about right now?
Oh, I'm not sharing.
No.
Oh shit.
So I'm like, what is he doing?
Wideners.
Oh, okay.
I mean, right here, 55 grain. You're looking at 11 cents a piece. It's not too bad. So I'll get you about 20 cents around.
Can an AR take a fully lead bullet?
If you coat them, yes, but you really shouldn't be pushing them too fast. Just because you'll have lead cutting at the gas port, and that will come back right into your face.
Okay.
Doesn't sound like it would be too pleasant.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Oh, man, I gotta get to bed. I'm freaking about to fall asleep.
Pansy. I know you got off late. I
2
know. I just fucking teasing. Oh.
I know, but it happens whenever you have a 6:15 flight and you're in the Eastern time zone. You're going west.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, I've basically been up for 24 hours except for that little 3-hour nap I got early this morning.
Oh, really? G just said that he heard that Hillary's security clearance had been revoked.
Hmm.
She doesn't have any
By
security.
who? That's my question. FBI because of this newest thing, or?
That would be awesome.
She doesn't have any security clearance now. She doesn't see any. She's not a part of the government. She's a civilian.
That doesn't mean that she doesn't have security clearance.
Well, she was
Trump doesn't have security clearance. No.
No, the candidates actually they start
Get a debriefing.
They start to get security briefings.
Yeah, but they don't have a security clearance that they get other than that debriefing any governmental information.
I'm not so sure about that.
I would imagine. I mean, you're a civilian.
Well, they would have to have some sort of clearance in order just to sit in on those briefings.
Right.
I would think.
Yeah, other than the briefing, but any other, unless you lose the ability to get a briefing, I would think she gets a briefing not every day. I understand you get a briefing once every month or once every 2 or 3 weeks. I don't think she'll get another briefing. It's too close to the election. So you take away what you're taking away, nothing, because she's not going into a governmental building that needs security, or she's going as a
No, it's
civilian.
not. It's not buildings. It's just secured information.
But she's not getting. I don't think Trump is getting any secure information saying every day we're giving you updates.
If they're doing security briefings, absolutely they are. Absolutely.
It might not be at the super duper highest level, but it's more than you or me are ever going to get.
Candidates
get 1 or 2. They don't continually get
correct
briefings.
They just get 1 or 2, and that's it. They get no more. They don't get no extra clearance. They don't get anything special. That's what I thought.
Yeah, but if she already had it from before, I'm not like.
It doesn't. It's not. If in that case, I should go get a briefing because I still have. Well, I had top secret, so.
But she's lost it. So
it
when
doesn't
you
work
retire,
like
yeah, when you leave the government or whatever military, I would assume that you lose all that security. So
it lasts for like a set amount of time, unless you, and in some cases, if you leave your field, it stops then.
yeah, I remember that there was years ago I was reading where Papa Bush used to get, because he was the head of the CIA at one point, he used to get briefings when he retired, and retired from the presidency, still used to get briefings because of certain laws that allowed him.
Don't all former presidents still have their clearance and are still
No.
able to? No.
No. Why? So they can like fucking team up and fight crime together?
Yeah. So losing the security, I mean, there's too much on both sides of the fences. You hear so many things, This get revoked, that got revoked.
Smaggy.
What's up?
Tell me to do it.
Do it.
All right. Whoa. 1990s are calling.
Yeah, what did I just tell you to do? Freaking call the mothership or something?
That wasn't me. I'm gonna order a couple magazines. I'm panic buying 2 magazines.
I'll tell you what, dude. I'm so honored that you would ask my permission to panic buy.
Because I know you're I don't know.
An
Makes
anti-panic buyer?
No.
I panic bought 2 Glock 17 mags today.
I panic bought 12 pounds of powder last week.
I gotta see. That's the thing. Like, I want like 2 of these fucking 20-round fucking Magpul AK mags, not for any fucking reason but the bench rest.
Yes.
And I wish I could find them. They shouldn't cost more than $10. Everywhere they're like 12, which doesn't mean shit. I just wish I could find. I know they're out there for cheaper. So I'm like scouring the internet. But then again, like nowhere's gonna be cheaper than AIM because AIM's got free shipping under a certain amount.
Over a certain amount.
Under.
Oh.
Weight. If it weighs under a certain amount, they don't charge.
Oh, cool.
All right. So today I bought a bolt carrier, charging handle, and handguard for my last rifle before I never be able to ever buy an AR-15 again for the next foreseeable future.
Smart move.
Not because Hillary's going to do anything, but because everybody's going to panic buy again. Unless everybody's tired of panic buying and they don't panic buy, which would be amazing. And then I'll just feel like an idiot.
I tell you, I said this yesterday. Nothing is going to happen. I am guarantee you, that's my feeling. And I have no Nostradamus here, but my feeling of everything are people are just, they've heard this story in 2008, I think it was. They heard the same story, and
yeah, but we also I mean, the presidency is pretty much set, but we don't know how the Senate and all that shit's gonna play out.
Right.
Yeah, the other day when I was down at the local store, I was talking to the owner there, and she said that they got their employees. They've told them that they don't fucking know what's going to happen. They could wake up tomorrow and they could all be called in, and because there's a line out the door, and they're in limbo. They don't really know what's going to happen.
I tell you, I'm waiting on the time where everybody's stocking up. All of these gun stores are stocking up, hoping for a panic buy to make some money. And nothing happens, and then they have overstock, and they have to be selling them at reduced prices to get rid of them off the shelf.
The thing is prices are already down. I mean, they're still down. They're not very expensive. They haven't gone up yet. So if they're buying stuff now, they're not going to be able to cut their prices much and still make a profit.
Yeah, but when it's sitting on the shelf for a while and it's not moving, you do what you got to do to pay the bills. Especially if your core business is just ARs. You don't sell anything but ARs. You don't have anything to offset that.
Well, I'm not sure if there's any store that only sells ARs, but they may have dedicated more shelf space to ARs because of the past, and they may go back to, hunting rifles or whatever.
Correct.
That's what ends up makes more money. But I think you're wrong. I hope you're right. I hope nothing happens, but I think you underestimate people's paranoia and willingness to panic buy.
Absolutely.
If you
it doesn't take a lot of people to panic buy.
Right,
you have
and
the Senate,
it's a self-feeding loop, because that's what happens with 22 is that as soon as you started like going to the store and not seeing 22, the next time you saw it, you were like, oh crap, I haven't seen this in a while, so I'm going to buy 4 boxes or 5 boxes where instead I would have bought a couple. So it like
Screws the next
reinforces
guy
the
in line.
idea that you have to, buy when you see it because you'll never see it again.
Yep.
yeah, but the AR is a little more expensive than.
It
I get
is.
what you're saying, but
We're not just talking ARs. I mean, I think that includes everything that has to do with the industry.
Right.
I hope the manufacturers are hoping for it.
No, because they ramped up last time, and I don't think they want to ramp up again.
Oh, they're bathing.
Plus, I'm sure these manufacturers have been hoarding shit away in warehouses, not like to gouge or to raise, but to like cover that the next time something like that happens, so they don't end up another like year.
I'm positive they've been doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to have learned from the last cycle.
Although I
Yeah,
don't,
whether it was 2008 or 2012.
I'm not gonna say ammunition manufacturers, but definitely like parts and firearms. I don't know. I'm hoping it doesn't happen, but I don't have any people panic bought when like nothing happened. People panicked when fucking a shooting happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the South Carolina one.
And Newtown, of course.
Oh yeah.
So,
don't you think some of those panic buys are egged on? That's the word I didn't want to use. Egg on. It's coerced or
are they
artificial?
Yeah.
Propped up by some interest to make money from it. Hey guys, I know what your fare is, so I'm going to, money is money, and nobody's going to tell me the manufacturers are these honest people. They're there to make money for their shareholders.
They're profiteers, basically, right?
Yes. We have to accept that. That's the first and foremost. They're not there for anything else but for their shareholders.
All right, guys, I'm getting out of here. I got to get to bed.
Yep.
All right, folks. Have a good
later.
Yeah, so they're there for their shareholders. So whatever, if they're sitting, if I'm an executive at a major Ruger, I'm sitting there and saying, oh, please panic buy. I want to have a good quarter this quarter. And how can I help in a nice way get this to happen?
Oh, wait. So you think the actual manufacturers?
It happens in every industry.
Are doing something to? Okay.
In every industry, there's no unethical thing.
But it's boom or bust. So if they go in too deep, I mean, the firearms manufacturing isn't exactly a stable business. If they go too hard, they can completely screw themselves. So
yes, it's like any other industry, corn industry, oil industry.
I would say it booms or busts way harder and faster than oil or cars or anything.
And in a lot of cases, I think it's the guys who are, participating in the panic and going in and buying up every little bit that they can, who are the profiteers, because they're just going to turn around and sell the shit for the most part.
Everybody's profiteering. Let's think about it. When corn is short, I mean, when there's heavy rains or hurricanes or, in the United States or whatever disaster they have, they're like, okay, there's corn shortage. I mean, there's a supply and demand, and you've watched tons and tons of people saying that they play this game. There's nothing immune to every industry. The gun industry is not this clean whistle to say, hey, you know what?
I think it's the middlemen, though. I don't think it's the industry doesn't have time or to be dealing with that shit. It's the fucking retailers and the fucking distributors those are the guys that are stockpiling shit and price gouging. And I mean, you sell a bunch of magazines that's cheaper than dirt, and then cheaper than dirt is the ones that decide to sell them for $100 a piece or some shit like that.
Agreed. Usually the manufacturer is the one that gets the least out of it. It's the big boys that buy a million 22 rifle, 22 ammo a month. They're saying, okay, we're going to buy 1 million, but we're going to sit down on it for the next 2-3 weeks, shorten the market, and then move it again, you know?
Well, dude, we're selling like on the NICS background checks, right? We're selling like almost 20 million a year. That's just what they know about. I don't get background checks because I got a carry permit. But dude, I remember local gun shops that didn't really price gouge. They increased their prices a little bit, but they literally became empty gun shops, like empty. So they had very few stuff, and it was like, believe me, they did not want that to happen. In 12, what happened in 12, a lot of the gun shops that I was around, they didn't want that to happen. Some of them didn't make it. So
yeah, I told that story the other day. My buddy worked at a gun shop that closed in 13, right when the craziness was going on. And it was like, and that's exactly right. They were a smaller shop, so they were low priority on the distributor's point of view, and they had nothing to sell. Yet they still had to keep the lights on. They still had to pay rent. They still had to have like at least a couple employees. Like even if there was nothing to do, they have to have at least a couple people in there.
I don't think companies like Ruger, Colt, Smith & Wesson, Glock, got a chance to price gouge distributors. It happened so fast that it wasn't even like, oh, Colt's very happy. Smith & Wesson's stock went up a little bit. Like I remember seeing their stock go up, and maybe they were like, okay, this is fantastic, but
I agree. I don't think the
industry likes it, to be honest.
I don't
think gun owners like it. I don't think the industry likes it. I don't think gun shops like it. You know who likes it? People who can go out and buy $3,000 or $4,000 worth of 22 and PMags, and then post that shit on Craigslist and Arms List and shit like that. That's who the fuck likes. That's who does it.
That's exactly what the owner of the gun shop told me when I was down there bullshitting with her.
I think giving the gun shop, the big boys, more credit. You're not giving them the credit of being smarter than that.
Dude, the big boy gun shops here, like you think Gander Mountain or like, well, I don't know what you got, what in your mind, what you think a big boy gun shop in America is like.
Gander Mountain, Cabela's.
Yeah. They fucking suck anyway. They price gouge year round every year. Like no one shops there. Like a Glock there is $700 where I live, and I can go get it for $500 at we got mom and pop shops that are huge, like the size of a fucking Walmart where I live, but they're non-corporate, like they're one store mom and pop.
Right.
They don't like it. They didn't like it either. I mean, they're selling the fuck out. Like I have pictures on my phone. I could I'll put them on Gun Channels one day of like just the shelves empty, like no ammo, no 9mm. Like who the fuck likes that? I remember the gun shops, the gun ranges that I go to, they didn't have ammo for customers. So like when customers would come to shoot, they'd be like, we don't have anything for you to shoot. So do you bring your own? And then they were like, no. So guess what? They're not even able to charge the $10 an hour, $15 an hour lane time. I mean, it's a shit show for real. Like I can't think of anyone who enjoys it. I really can't think of anybody.
The only people that like that are the people that were lucky enough to either already have the stuff or scoop it up before anyone else could. Like you said, the people that buy all the 22, and they're selling them at the gun shows for $20 for a box of 50 22.
Dude, when San Diego happened, I was driving home,
encouraging them.
And I was driving home from the fucking grocery shop, and I was sitting in the car with my girlfriend, and the Sandy Hook thing broke, and I literally was in tears. And just because it was one of the most horrible things I've ever heard of in my life. You know what I mean? So things like that don't happen every day. And if they did, we would be in a constant, we would lose, we would be fucked. So, things like that happen. And, a lot of us people on gun channels and shit, we didn't think we were going to win that fight. Like a lot of us, I bet maybe some people even in here thought, well, we're going to be stuck with a 10-round mag. We're going to be stuck with something. Like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? So thank God shit like that don't happen every year. But if it does, when she's president, I mean, the fight's coming down. So then people are going to fucking panic. And you can't be like, oh, not one of us here, I don't care if you got 10 mags or 100, could blame somebody who just got into guns. I heard Marvin earlier say like, well, they've been through it in 8. They've been through it in 12. Dude, some of these people were fucking not old enough to even own a gun in 8. So like they might, you know what I mean? Like there's new gun owners all the time, dude. So
right. Well, and that's
the new gun owner person who just bought a gun in like 2014, they're not prepared.
Yeah, but do those gun owners that have one gun hardly shoots, does he or she care? Does he or she go to that level to think, hey, you know what?
Well, if you, my friend is a perfect example. He bought his first AR this year. He had a Mini 14 years ago. He sold it. He has 2 magazines. When they start talking that shit, he's going to realize 2 magazines isn't enough for that gun forever. Like, no one ever, like, that's forever shit. So, like, in 94, when they passed the ban, at least then they were like, well, it's going to sunset in 10 years. So maybe if you had 20 or 30 mags, you would have been like, okay, well, that's good for 10 years. Like, so I don't think any of us think they're going to try another sunset move where, like, it expires. And then if they start threatening a ban like that, it's forever. So you just say, okay, well, I have an AR with 2 magazines. Is that good enough forever? Probably not. So I would like 10 or 20 because they break, they wear out, springs wear out, feed lips break, whatever the fuck the reason is. People are going to always want more. And I have this is like a fucking thing. I remember when they banned the incandescent light bulbs. They started with like the 120 and then they went to like the 80 and then they were like going down and down. They're illegal. Like the government made them illegal here in our country.
I remember that.
As soon as that shit passed and I heard about it, I went to the fucking grocery market. I was buying those cheap ass light bulbs, man. Because I knew they were going to be gone forever. And that's just how maybe Americans work. I think like when someone says you can't have this, that's when you want it.
Right. And you know, your comment on people being like new firearm owners and stuff. I fell into that with Sandy Hook. You know, like I've always shot guns, you know, since I was a kid and everything. But I bought my first handgun. I put a deposit down on Sunday, and then back then Michigan you had to get a purchase permit. So you had to go to the police station like during the week and fill out a thing. Anyways, when I finally got the purchase permit, I went in on Monday, pick it up on Wednesday. Sandy Hook had happened. So I put the deposit down before that happened, and by the time I went to pick my gun up, the store was fucking barren, and the guy was like, "Dude, I can't find it in the back. Like, you know, how long have you had it on hold? Because we started selling shit that, you know, we say we'll hold it for a month or whatever, but normally we give people the benefit of the doubt. If no one's asking for it, we just keep it for a year or whatever, and then eventually sell it." I'm like, dude, it's been sitting there for 3 days. Like, I just fucking got it. And so luckily he went back in the back room and found it. He's like, oh, yeah, it got moved to a different shelf. But like what DB said, dude, I wanted to go shoot it because there was a range and a gun store. And I'm like, okay, well, I just bought my first 9mm. It's not like I bought ammo before that. So I'm like, well, I need to go buy some ammo and rent, you know, a lane at the range. And they had like 5 boxes of ammo. And they were only selling it to people that were buying range time. Like a dude right behind me was like, hey, let me get those. Like I bought a couple boxes. He's like, let me get, you know, the last 3 boxes there on the shelf. And the lady's like, are you shooting here? He's like, no, I just want them. She's like, well, then we're only selling it to people that are, you know, paying to rent a lane.
Dude, I went shooting today.
DB said, right now you're not making that $10.
Dude, I went shooting today. We got these new shops opening up locally here where their whole sales pitch and their whole like marketing is they got a range officer. They're all new shooters. They're doing Groupons. I don't know if you know what that means, but like they're basically like online deals. So if like a certain amount of people buy it, then it's like free and all this stuff. So they're all doing Groupons. They're all coming in for the range shit. It's super cheap. And then the guy goes, hey, I'll comp you a machine gun rental. I heard him say it like 3 or 4 times today. And I was only there for like 45 minutes. He goes, I'll comp you a machine gun rental. All you got to do is pay for the ammo, okay? It's going to be like $30 a magazine. Is that cool? So they charge you $1 per round in a 30-round mag. They got MP5s, AR, M16s. They got all this shit, Uzis. No matter what it is, it's $30 for a mag. And he got all these people to do it.
$30.
Yeah. And he's like telling them how to do it. And he's like, don't you want to film it? Okay, here's what we're going to do. Like, you're going to film it like this. So when I was checking out, a couple came up to me and they're like, yeah, what kind of gun did you have? And I told them what I had. And he's like, yeah, I'm thinking about buying a gun. These are people who don't even own fucking guns. And they're already thinking that they're buying a gun after that. Because they had fun, you know what I mean? Whatever. So like we got constant, and this guy was like in his 30s or 40s with his wife.
This has been going. I remember in fucking 2000, like I was at a gun show before. Like people are all like, "Ooh, Y2K is gonna melt everybody's fucking computers," and there's a guy walking out with a dolly, with cases of ammo, MREs, a shotgun, a rifle. And I guess he had a handgun because I saw there was like handgun ammunition, and those were his first guns that he was buying. And
I don't even think that this was a panic. Like I just think this was a couple who bought a Groupon, who went to the range, and then when they were done, were like, "Hey, we should probably buy one of those things." It was kind of fun.
Well, I'm talking about the panic. Like people fucking anytime there's a reason, like people flip the fuck out. I'm not giving people any kind of credit.
No, just look at when the hurricanes come and the frickin', grocery store is like out of dog food because people are like, well, at least I can eat it if I have to.
I forgot how many kids were shot in Sandy Hook, but you can guarantee that if tomorrow some fucking asshole that should get his top popped goes into a school and shoots up a fucking entire kindergarten class, it's going to be a fucking panic, bro. I mean, these are tragedies that we like basically, there's like everyone gets it. Like when a tragedy like that happens, it's a chance for the people who want to take your rights, your Second Amendment rights away from you. It's their chance to use it against you. So it's like their best chance of getting anything done. And if you don't agree with that, I think you're fucking crazy. I mean, it really is their best chance when tragedies happen. So when a tragedy happens, people get crazy and they start going and buying all this shit. So, and then if it doesn't work, if it works, it's 1994. Right. If it doesn't work, it's like, oh, they're crazy losers. Like, look at these losers. But if it works, there's a 10-year gun ban, and you can't have 10-round anything past 10, and all this crazy fucking features and stuff, and muzzle brakes and pistol grips and all this bullshit. So when it works, you can laugh at them. When it does work, those people are going to be laughing at you. Because they're going to have fucking mags, dude.
I think people, when there is a rush on anything, like anything else, like as Miggy said, hurricanes, earthquakes, anything, there's a rush on something. It's just human nature. However, for guns, I think people don't rush it because they think they're going to lose. I think people say, hey, you know what? Sandy Hook happened, or somebody broke in a house down the road. You know what? I'm going to get a gun because I need to protect myself. I think it's just by nature. Something happens and you say, you know what, I need to take that step that I need to protect myself.
People need to get a kick in the ass. For sure.
I don't think people say, go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say, they definitely, they don't act or prepare ahead of time. It's something, major happens and they get a kick in the ass and that's what they do. But the Sandy Hook thing was 100%. They're going to ban these if I ever want a chance of having them. Like maybe they were going to buy an AR 5 years from now. They said, well, you know what? I'm going to buy it now instead of getting, a new pork swing. You think so? I do think so. I talked to these people. That's exactly. I mean, we lived it, dude. We were in the stores with nothing on the shelf, and
I've had
buying their first gun.
I've had half an AR for like a year. Like finally today, I'm like, all right, time to fucking. I better do it or shit or get off the pot with this fucking lower I have sitting here. So I just bought an upper.
This is crazy talk. Now I'm just saying this lightheartedly, but if we were living in Germany, and well, I don't even want to say it, but let's say like Hitler's fucking wife is running now, and we just got through the Third Reich bullshit. In terms of gun stuff, it was the fucking Clinton ban, dude. So his wife is back. It's so for real gun guys who have a knowledge of history. It totally, like guys in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, maybe, it totally makes sense for them to be scared because this is his wife.
I bought my first. Did I buy my first? No, I bought my first gun. Yeah, I was like, I came of age to buy a firearm during the Clinton ban, and it fucking sucked. And that's something I had to I began my shooting career as a young adult living through that shit, and I'm definitely I've prepared myself to never have to deal with that garbage again.
Dude, I moved down south in 07, 08, and they still had the posters in the gun shops because I was in a restricted state. I couldn't even touch a handgun in a gun shop. They wouldn't even show it to you unless you had a permit. So you'd be like, "Can I see that?" They'd be like, "Show me your permit." But when I moved down south, they still had the posters, and the posters were like, I forgot the date, but let's say it was like January 15th, 2004. Like it was a countdown poster. Like, can you believe it? Like, it's been 10 years. Like, here's the date for you to come into this shop and buy a 15-round magazine for your fucking Glock 19 and throw that 10-round piece of shit that wasn't even reliable from what I heard and read online and shit. Like, when they neutered a lot of those bags, not only did you lose the round capacity, but you lost reliability. And, so anyway, it was just weird seeing these posters, and that was like years after the ban expired.
They probably kept it up as a reminder, but
they don't got it anymore. I still go to that place, but yeah, it was like right there by the fucking cash register. So anyway, when the ban happened, it happened in every state. It was federal. It lasted 10 years. It could have been renewed, but it was bullshit, so it didn't get renewed. Next time, I think most of us would bet they're not going to have a sunset clause in it.
And they're not going to grandfather magazines. They may grandfather weapons, but look at California. They're not grandfathering magazines. It's illegal to own them. Doesn't matter if they're 50 years old or you bought them yesterday.
Challenge because you can't. There's no way to they're not serialized. So how can you say when this magazine was built?
Exactly. And then what they did was
that California magazine ban could easily challenged in court.
Every single magazine after 94 had a stamp on it, right? That said, not for you fucking goddamn stupid lame civilians.
Yeah, so they'll just do a new version of that on new magazines.
They could do that stamp, but
I think they learned from their mistakes, quote unquote their mistakes, like from their point of view, and I don't think they will grandfather in magazines.
Well, let me tell you, if we're selling about 20 million guns a year on record, how many magazines are being sold? They have no fucking clue. I mean, there's got to be incredible amounts. So where do we turn them in, dude? Literally FFLs will have to go out of business because in California and New York, you literally had two options: sell them at a state before this date or drop them off at your local FFL. And they had garbage buckets full of fucking mags.
Now, do you think those FFLs were selling them out of state?
They can. They're exempt from that type of state law, but if it was a federal level, every single gun shop in America would have garbage bins. Dude, are you kidding me? Where do we turn them into?
That's what I think they want to do.
Impossible.
How is it impossible? They don't give a shit if they're.
Where do we turn them in? Do we mail them to the government?
FFL, police station, whatever.
FFL, police station? It would be a full-time job for...
And they're
if you lived in Texas or Florida or North Carolina, I mean, it would literally be a full-time job if people complied.
Right. And they don't care. They don't care if it's a full-time job.
It's bullshit. They know that's bullshit.
I find it very amazing when people say, carefully come and take your guns. And I'm sitting from where I am and I'm laughing to myself and saying, it is impossible. There is no way they would take hundreds of years to go and knock on every door and say, hey, I'm coming to your house, Maggie, and how many guns do you have? I know, and I'm going to take your guns. It's
Dude, I think it would be easier to take your guns than your magazines because most people have 5 to 10 mags per gun, and you're asking them to come in and drop them off at the fucking post office or something.
Yeah, no, exactly. What did they do with
for the most
Australia?
part,
They said turn your fucking shit in, and you're right.
Dude, let me tell you some
But
math,
guess what?
dude.
Now
They didn't even have 10 million guns in Australia when they pulled that ban. So it's easy when there's numbers like 10 million guns total in America, but when there's 200 million and then there's like 500 million magazines, it's a joke.
Right.
I think you're underestimating them. I really do. I hope I'm wrong. For the love of God, I hope I'm wrong. But I think they're learning from the state level. Is exactly what's happening in California right now. Okay, sell them out of state. If you end up not doing that, well, then you're fucked. You're stuck with them. Turn them in. And you're right. Some people won't. And are they going to come knock on everyone's door?
Well,
No, I don't think so.
also tell you something
But
else.
You're not taking
Mr.
that shit to a
I'm gonna
range.
tell you something else.
You're not
They've
getting
been
caught
fucked.
into-
Let me tell you something. They haven't had those mags since '92, my friend. So a lot of people in here weren't even born then. So in California, they haven't been able to have high cap mags since 1992. It's a little bit different in Florida. So when a state
but
like
they don't
that
give a
pulls
shit if it's a dumpster full. That would be Feinstein's
that's
fucking
how many
wettest
fucking
dream
years
in the
ago
world.
is 92, man? I'm just saying, some states have 30 years, 20 something years, fucking more mags than other states, man.
I know. It doesn't mean that they don't
example.
want you to turn them in.
The other day they had a recall in the United States for airbags. And they said they have to recall these airbags. I mean, 20 million airbags or 30. And the guy was saying it's going to take them 10 years or 6 years to recall. And I'm saying, if a recall, which is voluntary, that people really want to change their airbag because it's something that they need to do, it takes 5 years. And that's only, 20 million cars or 10 million. What do you think you're going to do with 200 million?
No, but I do laugh at people who say, "What about Australia?" When I looked at the number that they had less than 10 million guns total approximation. So, yeah, it's easy to pull a fucking to pull a stunt like that when there's not that many guns. And then plus where everything from registration where they all are. So it's easy to pull a fucking stunt like that. Where we don't have not many states here have registration at all, so it's going to be a fucking nightmare. Anyway, in terms of, I believe this is what'll happen. They'll ban the shit. You won't be able to buy the shit anymore. They know that maybe you won't be able to transfer it to anybody else or family members only. No more private sales. Universal background checks. Eventually, they'll get what they want, but it will be years and years and years. They're not sending in the UN. There's not going to be a fucking repossession door to door, and we're not going to the fucking post office to drop off our PMAG. Because if we did, we'd probably bankrupt America in terms of fucking postage. I mean, how the fuck could they? Dude, they'd have to hire people just to fucking count mags and ship them off to wherever to be destroyed.
I have to hire you. I have to pay me for it. It would never happen.
There's guys on gun channels that have 3,000 magazines. I'm not trying to call them out, but come on, man. Can I keep my 5?
Hey, I'm with you. I'm just saying that this is my prediction, and I'm not even saying they're going to get it. I'm saying that's what they're going to try for.
Okay,
and you know what? You're right. The compliance level is going to be so fucking low because, for one, there's tons of people that buy the shit, toss it in the closet, and never think about it again. They're not the type of people that keep up on this shit. They're the type of people that walk to the range and they had some unregistered full auto from their great grandpa. They didn't even fucking know, oh, you're not allowed to have this. There are people like that in the world. And it's going to happen slowly after they say you can't own them at all. And I'm sure we can look at California, even with the smaller sample size, because they haven't been able to have them since '92. But eventually, people are going to start showing up to the range with them or whatever, and they're going to be like, dude, you can't have that. And it all takes is you get pulled over for a speeding ticket on your way to the range, and the cop's like, oh, you got any firearms in the car? Yeah, I'm going to the shooting range. I got some in the back. You got any 30-round mags? Well, of course I do. It's fucking, I've had them for 20 years. And they say, okay, well, now you're fucked.
Yeah, I agree with you. They'll take them away slowly but surely. That's what's going to happen in California.
Are they going to have fucking dumpsters at every FFL? Do you just toss your mags in? Probably. That's probably the only way to transport them and take them to local scrap metal places.
That's what I saw in New York. My friend asked the dude in New York who owned a gun shop, like, what are you going to do with them? He's like, I don't know. Like, he didn't know what the law was going to do. I guess he could sell them, or he had to. I don't think the law was like they needed to be destroyed. They needed to be sold out of state or turned in to an FFL. And then once they were like turned into an FFL, he could do whatever the fuck they're exempt from state law, I think.
Right, and that's the thing with state level. And if that FFL was smart, he put that barrel of magazine and sold them to Ohio or whatever for fucking $1 a mag because it's free money to him anyways. Like, who cares? Make a killing on it.
Yeah, I spoken to some old timers during the '94 ban. They were buying mags off of FFL dealers back door, but for a higher price.
Oh, I bet. Well, dude, like the '94 ban was based on your '92 ban. So like you had a 2-year jump on the country in terms of getting fucked. So
this is like prohibition. It happened once, and it lasted for 8 years, 10 years, and then they could never go and do that again. Do you think they could take alcohol away from people today?
The difference is after that, after prohibition, there wasn't a strong push of people saying, you know what didn't work about that is we didn't do it enough. We need to do it again. Where as soon as the thing expired, even before the thing expired, people are already out writing a new version of an assault weapons ban going, I just got to wait for my timing and I'm going to, push this thing again. And they
Marvin, they got shit in New York. They got shit in New York.
Said, okay, whoops, I'm never going to try that again. Fuck no. She went back to her house and said, I'm going to write a new one again.
I want to try to explain this to Marvin. So California and New York State, right? Some of the most populous fucking states in our country. They've been fucked since '94. They never got their shit back. They never got their rights back. Okay? So they've been stuck like Massachusetts, New Jersey, somewhat. A lot of those states, it never expired. So
right.
and even in those states, they kept on with it. So even in those states, there's a constant battle. It's not like they were ever happy enough, like they never settled. It's a constant thing to the point now where it was, okay, you have a 10-round in New York State. You could Google this shit. They had 10-round mags since '94, but in New York, they passed a law 2 or 3 years ago where you could only load 7 rounds in that 10-round mag.
What's the difference between
it was
7 and 10
challenged.
round?
Well, I'm just telling you, they're never satisfied. And it passed and it stood up in court, in Supreme Court. So like, they were like, okay, cool. And then I think when they wrote it, they forgot to fucking exempt law enforcement. They're that stupid. Then they had to go back and like re-amend it. But I'm just telling you, they're never fucking satisfied. So now after that, they want 7 rounds in a 10-round mag. Then now they want background checks for ammo. In California now, you're going to have to apply for an ammo purchase card. I mean, this shit never fucking ends. So no matter what you give them, 10 rounds, 5 rounds, 2 rounds, it'll never be enough. So,
right, because they want 0.
They'll never stop.
0 rounds, 0 guns.
The best example of them never stopping is California and New York, because they've had the ban since '92 and '94, and those states never stopped trying to get more done.
And a citizen of New York, a citizen, a resident of the United States. You're a citizen of the United States. You're a resident of New York. Can you get buy a firearm?
In the state of New York?
Yes.
Not in the city of New York, but like if you're outside in the state, like New York City, no. But if you're outside in the state, You can buy a rifle. That's all you can buy is a rifle without a permit. And that's it. So like if you want to buy a pistol, you need to go see a judge. It's about a 2-year wait. You need to explain why you need a pistol. You can tell them it's for target practice or it's for self-defense use. But if you tell them it's for self-defense, you're going to get denied. And it's the same way.
Unless you're a business owner that like, oh, you know, I take
it's
cash
bad.
deposits to the bank late at night and like.
Right. And then plus, and Marvin, they still have the 94 ban in effect. So you can only buy non-assault weapon type rifles and stuff. So like everything's got a Monte Carlo stock on it and stuff like that. You can't have a 10-round mag, anything past a 10-round mag. You can't have a muzzle brake or anything like that. No forward pistol grip. Like they have all the rules. Everything from 94 is still in place, except it's getting worse and worse and worse there. So that's just an example. Like in California, they just tried to ban all these semi-auto rifles, and I think they came close, where even a Ruger 1022 would have been considered an assault weapon. Because if it was magazine fed, that's all they cared about. Is it fed from a magazine? And do you can you just pull the trigger?
So that didn't go through?
I'm not sure if it dude, I'm really not sure. But like I wouldn't.
I apologize. I honestly thought that was part of some of these changes that are going to be coming in California in the new year. Really fucking wrong though. I haven't.
No, you're right. I mean, dude, it came to the point where they now in California they're going to have to weld the magazine to the gun or something like that. And then how do you top feed? You literally have to, dude. How do you top feed a magazine if you
gotta
can't take
pivot open the top? Like you gotta.
No, I was about to say on a fucking AK, you got to take the fucking lid off and then take the bolt out and the recoil spring ascent and then load your mag from the top down. Dude, how do you even put the bolt back on?
Well, how do you stop this?
You don't. Like they need to get stopped at the voting booths. I mean, that's it. Like eventually people have to get fed up and say, no, this is enough. In California and New York, they had so much momentum, like I said, from 92 and 94, and then they just use it as a part of politics. Like it's like I just watched a clip of a debate in New York with a Republican senator and a Democrat senator. They're running for the Senate, I mean, and the female Democrat has Bernie with her, Bernie Sanders, and she's calling out the Republican because he's soft on gun control. Like, what the fuck are you talking? You've had gun control since 94. You had no private sales, universal background checks. You've got no assault weapons. You've got magazines capped at 10, but now you can't put 7 in them. All this bullshit, and she's arguing for votes that's not enough, and we need to do more. They're in a race to the bottom. Unfortunately, when the federal government gets crazy about gun control, they always look to California and New York as stuff that they can use on a federal level. What they did in 94 was California passed an assault weapons ban in 92. So when it was time to pass it on a federal level, they literally just took the legislation from California and did it on a Fed level.
But don't you think that no political person makes a decision to say something without some calculation? Agreed?
Well, yeah, because that's the thing. They're trying to rally their own base that also wants to get rid of all guns. So they
yeah, they have very few things on their party platform. It is literally like raise the minimum wage to $15, free college for everybody, free daycare, and then it's like gun control. And then and protect abortion rights, gun control. Like it's literally like only 10 or 15 things that are like the Democrat Party's about. The same thing on the Republican side. They're just like these hot button platform issues. It is their platform issue that they use.
Don't forget about the taxes.
Yeah. Oh, they never say like they only want to raise taxes on the rich. That's a constant
They
thing,
raise
right?
taxes on everything.
But don't they doesn't the poll say that majority of Americans want a background check? Or is that just a make-up poll?
Bullshit.
Well, the majority of Americans think that when we go buy a gun at a fucking through a FFL that we don't already have to go through a background check because
Correct,
they're
so they're
fucking
not
being misinformed.
Yeah, they're misinformed. So an average American may think that never owns a gun, lives in an urban area or lives in a city, and never been around guns, don't know what it is to have one, just hear it on the news that it can kill, would say, hey, why do they have background checks?
I'll tell you this. I guarantee you this. If the next question was, I know you're going where I'm going. It's like, if the next question was, are you for universal background checks? And the person said yes, they would also say, like, well, if you, a non-felon gun owner, wanted to sell a gun to your mother, a non-felon, do you think you should have the right to do that? I'm sure they would be like, yeah, it's your mom. You know what I mean? Or yeah, that's your brother. Or yeah, that's your best friend. Or like, as long as you know what I mean? Like, they don't go further in depth in the questioning. It's just, do you feel everyone who buys a firearm in America should get a background check? The answer is yes.
Or they might even say, this is what I was going to say, is they might even say, like, do you think felons should own guns or something like that? And if you say no, they go, see, they answered yes for a universal background check. It's
I was gonna say, it doesn't even need to be that shady. It don't even need to be that shady because it's literally a yes or no question. Are you for universal background checks? Yes or no? And then if they ask you what that is and you explain it to them, it's still yes or no.
Yeah, but you can see where it's for an uneducated person, it's so easy for them because then they will word it and say, hey, when you buy a car and you're selling it to your mom, do you sell it and register, your mom gets the new registration in her name, or you give her a receipt? Yeah, on all of those. So why can't you do it to gun? Yeah, why can't you do it to gun?
They definitely want a registration of all guns, like cars. That's for sure. Yeah. But I don't think they can even get that done because
they have to set it up with the background check, and then when it doesn't work, they'll say, well, it didn't work because we don't also have this other thing. And you guys, I hate to cut off this great conversation, but this chat's going to go offline soon anyway, so I'm going to jump over to G-Web's chat. So I don't know if someone else wants to put up another lobby or whatever. I don't know how many people.
No, I'm on my phone, dude. I was going to say, dude, they're just doing that shit with universal health care where Obamacare wasn't enough, and now Hillary's new mission is going to be fixing that and maybe getting what they really wanted, which was universal health care. So hopefully she'll be too busy with that. You know what I mean? Even though everyone knew that this was just the first step in getting us to universal health care.
Yeah, they do that a lot.
That's all they do.
They get some type of compromise that they can at least push through. They know it's not going to work. They're glad when it doesn't work because their solution is, instead of scrapping the whole idea, going even further.
Right.
Why didn't the assault weapons ban, take down crime? Well, because they grandfathered stuff in. So that's where my thought is. Like, they've said that before. Like, when people bring up the numbers and say you've had 10 years of assault weapons ban, crime didn't go down any more, or it didn't go up when it went away, or crime was already going down. It continued to go down during the assault weapons ban. It got sunsetted. It continued to go down. Like, there's no effect at all. And their answer to that is, well, because stuff was grandfathered. So we need to not do that next time. But anyways, good talking to you guys. I'm out of here.
All right, dude.
Like drop.